Oh, what is up, guys? Sorry about the delay. We're a couple minutes late getting started here, but Steam Labs, the app I use to stream my game, needed an update. So I was all set to start a little after 6, you know, my usual, like, 2-3 minutes late, but then the whole thing needed an update, which extended us to, like, being 5 minutes late. But, you know, whatever. No big deal. How's everyone doing today? Probably won't need to wait to start as long this time, because even though the notification's usually late, people, I feel like, know when I start streaming by now. How did you not be here on the dot unsubbed? My apologies. Oh, I fucking forgot to turn off the heat. Hang on, we're still late. We're scrambling to start. But what's up, Final Fantasy? Gamer, wandering, Kyler. Pretty bad day, that's rough, man. Hope it gets better. Hope the stream can help you forget about your day as we jump to another world line where the day is okay. L take from me today not having another meme to post to promote the stream, but I did, if people can see the thumbnail for today, I photoshopped together all of the crew's reaction to Sergeant Nye. So I mean, I still did some kind of, you know, edit today, and that will have to be enough. So I thought that was pretty cool. And then I chose a dramatic pose for myself, so it looks like they're all reacting to me being dramatic. Get it? So artistic. I'm gonna bring up the guide again, sorry. As we start our new route today. And I do something to try to promote the stream, because yesterday's viewership was a big oof. Hey Bennett, sorry to ask, but can you put out a review of Street Gears? What is Street Gear? Street Gear. Long Island's premier elite sneaker store? Unfortunately, I do have no comment on this, Bennett. I don't know what this is. What if I add the apostrophe? Street Gears. Okay, maybe I found something here. Street Gears is a 2009 MMORPG with an urban manga universe. What is this? That's what you're talking about? I'm not sure how I can review this. Isn't it like a dead game? What the fuck's going on? Bennett asked me to put out a review of Street Gears, which is an MMORPG about roller skating from 2009. But it looks like the game was shut down in 2015. But maybe if we get the instructions for a time machine on stream today, I can help you. You check this route and it's less than half the length of the Maho route, but then how am I supposed to do my usual 6-hour stream? Very deaf, but there is no English review out. Might be a short stream. I mean, if it's too short, I'll just start the next route. I don't know what that means, Bennett. Can you do a review of Simpsons Hit and Run? I can, actually, yes. Back in the day, I rented that game from Blockbuster. And, I enjoyed it so much, despite having never watched The Simpsons, and never having then watched The Simpsons after that. Simpsons Hit and Run was a genuinely really fun game that I had to rent more than once from Blockbuster. Because at the time, my parents wouldn't buy video games for me, but they would let me rent them. So, I was a big Simpsons Hit and Run guy, for sure. Big fan. You should stream it. I think I did at some point. It's popular these days. Is it? Is the 2004 classic popular again? Simpson Hit and Run. When did this game come out? 2003. Ugh. A lot of bigger YouTubers are making videos? Really? Why? Is it like getting a weird resurgence? Hey, what's up, Vibin? Just about ready to start. I'm gonna wait a couple more minutes for some more notifications to come out, and then I'm gonna go ahead here. Looks like we got a pretty good sized crowd here today, though. That's cool. I'd love to see that. Does anyone remember if I made a save on January 2nd? That's where I need to pick up for another route here. You did a stream of The Simpsons? I thought so, but I actually don't remember if I did. Because I've definitely talked about playing Simpsons Hit and Run before. But I don't remember if I did or not. You know, I've streamed hundreds of games on this channel, all of which you can find on the playlist tab on my YouTube page. Look up QBuy Simpsons and nothing shows up. Oh, rip. I guess I haven't. Maybe I will stream a Simpsons Hit and Run for the meme. Okay, let's get back to the game. Hundreds of games and only one of them is a full Yakuza playthrough. Technically, I like 7 or 8 of the streams I've done are a full Yakuza playthrough. We want to get technical. GTA 5 story stream one day? I don't think so. I played GTA 5 when it was like on the when it came out on the Xbox One as its like next gen release, and I did enjoy it. I didn't have enough fun to where I like beat the game. So I stopped after like a couple hours, so I never even beat GTA 5 story of my own. And stream a minute in. Could stream The Witcher 3. That's another game I got bored of. I didn't make it very far into Witcher 3 either. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and get started. So for today's route, apparently it's very short according to chat, but we need to load a save on January 2nd and answer a call. Batman Arkham Asylum is indeed good. The major update changes gameplay? I thought it was just a graphical update for the Witcher 3 update. Alright. 10 minutes have passed. It is time to begin. Oh, actually, you know what? This is probably the January 2nd save. Oops, I don't see what the date is, but I can assume this is it. Gameplay is improved, apparently, but how? How is it improved? Like, streamlined? Or, like, just more fluid combat or something lame? Answer the phone on January 2nd, and save once more on January 15th. Alright, everyone, remind me the January 15th save. And it reports a combat rework? Maybe I'll check it out then. Moshi Moshi! AI Kurusu, who is very upset. Help me. Help me, Okabe! You're my only hope! In that instant, I suddenly felt incredibly dizzy, and everything went black. Wait a minute, didn't the world line change either way? Or in the other route, too? Hey, Magneta. This route is really good. Okay. Please be this one. I mean, we're going to eventually do every route, so, I mean, there's no real urgency. Ooh, 0.5. Does this put us back on, the alpha? But how? I felt like I was floating up from the bottom of a black pit. My mind began to clear. What's the best game for a group of friends to play on PC? Well, me personally, I play Heroes of the Storm with my friends. And that is the most fun I have as a group gaming session. But I don't know what you would think, because it would depend on your gaming tastes. Time Traveler, welcome to the stream. How's it going? It's John Titor. Does he have any predictions for us? Any predictions in the chat? Well, Brawler. A Brawler game? I don't know. I mean, Halo's also a really good, like, party game to play with your friends if you have the Master Chief Collection, because there's a lot of different games you can play really cheap and free there. They also just released mod support on the PC for the Master Chief Collection. There's been some, like, nutty mods that I've actually really wanted to stream. People have, like, implemented, There's like some weird like SpongeBob missions. They like ported over some stuff from the Battle for Bikini Bottom or whatever as multiplayer maps in Halo. And there's like Mario Kart mode. There's a lot of really cool stuff in the mod PC support for Master Chief Collection. That's just like absolutely nuts. So that would also be another good choice. I've been wanting to stream that lately, but I know none of my subscribers like FPS games. But you know, every once in a while I desperately try. I adore the clock bell thing. It's a deep cowbell. A deep cowbell indeed. Where am I? Asks Okabe. I slowly look around the room. There's no way I could mistake it. This was the Future Gadget Lab. Okay. I mean, what does that mean? We're always there. I'm still waiting for a Modern Warfare 2 stream. Yeah, I vetoed that once I realized that the game was $70. I cannot promote a price raise in games. The place I'd been just a moment ago. There was nothing unusual about it, except for the fact that everyone is missing. They'd been there just a moment ago, but now they were all gone. It's almost like I had shifted world lines and I had experienced this exact thing before. What if it goes on Game Pass? I'm starting to lose faith that Microsoft is going to be able to buy Activision. Genuinely. The FTC is getting involved. I just don't see it happening. And I know they're going, hey, Microsoft's going, but Sony has way more exclusives. It doesn't really change the fact that Microsoft is such a massive conglomerate that like dwarfs Sony in every aspect other than the gaming market. Warzone is free, Warzone is trash. I looked at the clock. It had been just about 3 p.m. when I'd finished my call with Maho. Only a few minutes had passed. Even if I'd passed out, it was impossible to imagine all of them leaving me here. Which meant... no way. I took a slow walk around the room. There were other strange things. Daru's PC, for example. There was a thin layer of dust on the keyboard. As if no one had used it for a while. And then in the corner of the room, normally, that was where Mayuri would put her bags. The paper bags where she always put her cosplay outfits she was working on. I'd seen them there just a moment ago, but now they were gone. Could this be... the world line changed again. But why? This must be then that we are in the world line where we've gone back to Mayuri's death, huh? I've actually Mayuri does stay losing. Sorry again, Magneta. I've actually never played Zelda and Ocarina of Time. I haven't been able to get into any Zelda games really. But I'm sure when Breath of the Wild 2 comes out and I stream that, I'll be in it to win it. Yeah, I Kurisu's words from before. Help me, Okabe. Why would AI Kurisu say something like that? Did it have something to do with the world line change? I took the phone out of my pocket and went to start the Amadeus app, and then stopped. It's gone. The Amadeus icon was gone from my phone. Can I click my phone? Can I check anything? No, it's a prank. I also think I accidentally skipped a line of dialogue trying to click it. What's going on? My mind raced to try and come up with an explanation. But of course, I came up with nothing. Calm down. Just find out what's going on here. I need to calmly find out what this world was like. I was about to walk toward the door to find out when... the back of the room. I heard a sound from the back of the development room, which no one used anymore. Someone was there. Who? Daru? Mayuri? I slowly approached. I almost couldn't breathe. I never forgot. I'd never forgotten her. The girl standing there was Kagari. Oh, wrong. Missed it. It was Makise Kurisu. Duel of Antimony? Antimony? How do I read? A chemical element with the symbol SB and atomic number 51. What? Wait, we're not doing ABC? So shouldn't... Wait, I'm kind of confused. If he goes back to this world line, I mean, I'm sure we're about to find out. But didn't Kurisu say she was going to go back to America at the end of the game? The original one? I think this scene is one of the few scenes the anime did better. Well, yeah, because, I mean, you can kind of express more, like, emotion visually with, like, an animated scene. She can come back from America, I suppose. Is this the Alpha Line? Well, I guess, yeah, we haven't confirmed necessarily that this is the Alpha Line. But I thought she was going to go to America. Wouldn't she also be pretty upset over the death of Mayuri? If this is the same line? We're making a lot of assumptions. We don't know. We don't know exactly where we're at just yet. I imagine it's the Steins Gate World line? It's not. But it would be funny if he just randomly stumbles into the Steins Gate line. But yeah, in the Alpha line, to really pressure Okabe into making sure he goes back to the Beta line. Remember, so there's the scene in the first one where Kurisu and Okabe are getting into an argument about how Okabe doesn't want to give up time leaping because he thinks he can save both Mayuri and Kurisu. Kurisu says that he needs to stop time leaping because like it's not possible to save them both, and that he needs to save Mayuri. So to force like Okabe's hand, she kind of like talks him through it, but to like make sure he does it, she goes to America so that he can have the ambiguity of like the deniability that maybe she is alive on another world line in America. So she doesn't stay in Japan to like lighten the blow to Okabe when he switches world lines. Obviously it doesn't work because we see traumatized PTSD Okabe has more depression than anyone else on the planet, but that was like her intent. It was like to make sure he makes the decision to go to the other world line and save Mayuri. In the Alpha line, she goes to America. I think she still does in Steins Gate world line, but for sure she goes to America in the Alpha. But so why is she back? I don't know. We'll find out. Makise Kurisu was looking down at something. Impossible. Kurisu couldn't be here. Because she was dead. Was I seeing things? Was my desire to see her making me hallucinate? But it seemed far too realistic to be a hallucination. Still, it felt that if I spoke a word, she'd disappear. I couldn't say a thing. What was she staring at without even moving a muscle? She was so still that I thought it must be a hallucination after all, but then... She finally exhaled a little and slowly turned around. Isn't she using Daru's PC? Why is there dust? What? Oh, interesting. Okay, so they use this sprite to differentiate between the world-line Kurisus. That's actually kind of clever. Like, her AI is the one from the... Her AI sprite is the beta world line, the more anime-looking one. And then the more... I don't know how to describe it. Steins Gate-looking one is the alpha line. That's kind of clever. My throat was dry and I couldn't speak. If you were standing there, you should have said something. You scared me. Happy New Year's. So, but then again, this Alpha Kurisu should understand a lot of what he's going through. He should be able to explain things. It's not often I see you come by anymore. Also seems weird to imagine that they wouldn't hang out. Because this, if we're remembering correctly, this is the Kurisu that was like always there for him. And like helped him through everything. It's really you, isn't it? What kind of way to start off New Year's is that? You okay? Did you eat something bad? It's possible this world line never had him leap and explain. True. Yeah, I guess we kind of have to figure out where we're grounded, but I assume that this is the Alpha. The Alpha Kurisu. The head of the wolf pack. The one that beats up all the other Kurisus. Here's a bad VTuber idea. It's Courage the Cowardly Dog and Joker. Weird. This is a peak episode in the anime? Oh, I'm sure. This has got to be like the... Oh, what do they call the... What's the technical term for like the mid-season climax? There's a technical term for that, but I'm sure that's what this is, right? If I was to be a VTuber, Bennett, I would be a based himbo. That's what my VTuber persona would be. I would absolutely be an anime himbo. Even her slightly peeved expression. I like that he just keeps saying curse over and over again. What? Are you sure you can tone down the cynicism for himbo? Do I need to? Well, if you need to, then what would I be? Cynical himbo? What would that term be then? What would I be then, I guess? And I don't know if cynical is the best way to describe me. Maybe overly sarcastic and aggressive. Maybe. The gentle flash you sometimes see in her eyes. To be the first of your kind. Isn't getting a VTuber like model like super expensive? And don't you have to like enter some like network and be a part of an organization or whatever? Like, can't you just not VTube? Sell your house? I don't have one. I live in an apartment. You commission one, which is expensive? I'm sure I could get a shitty one for cheap. No one owns the copyright to VTuber? I suppose. Make your own VTuber model? Oh, I could absolutely not do that. I have zero artistic talent. Buy the spare keys on the dark web. They were free, actually. What's wrong? Are you okay? Even her warmth. Hey, what are you doing? He accidentally stabbed her again. Did anyone actually buy the key? It was free, remember? You could just go get it. But I don't know, I didn't check out the marketplace again. It wasn't a hallucination. Or an artificial intelligence on a screen. It was the real Makise Kurisu. It would be interesting in this ending if he just decides to stay on this world line. He decides that he made a mistake by saving Mayuri. And he can't live without Kurisu. Mayuri stays losing again. Can we get some likes on the stream for Mayuri? Okabe? The real live Makise Kurisu. Okabe, please let me go. Maybe this isn't the Alpha then, though, because I feel like Alpha Kurisu was in love with Okabe as well. So why would she be like, please let me go? I'm sorry. Let me stay like this just a little longer. Are you crying? I realized for the first time that my cheeks were wet. There we go. I felt her soft hands on my back. Don't worry. It's okay now. Does she know that? It's okay. She whispered to me in a soft voice and patted me on the back. And wrapped her arms around me. Like a kind mother holding a child. Probably not the best way to describe your girlfriend, but okay. I'm sorry. I finally calmed down. She was still there. She still existed. Now that I calmed down, I realized what that meant. Don't worry about it. This is what no waifu does to a mother. Whenever people type MF, I always hear the motherfucker in my head, like Samuel L. Jackson would say it. That's like always how it sounds to me. Rounders, Cerns, Stratfo, what are you talking about? Let's make more future gadgets? Well, for these two, it'd be like, let's make more time machines. That happens to me too sometimes. I just randomly break out in absolute tears, honestly relatable. That? You were thinking about Mayuri, weren't you? No, I was thinking about you being dead. That's right. Kurisu was here, which meant this was the Alpha world line. The world line without Mayuri. The world line where Mayuri died. Some small part of me had wished that this was the world beyond Steins Gate. That it was a new future, which someone else opened for me. But of course, that was too good to be true. Interesting that, he would like Steins Gate, but he doesn't want to be the one to have to grab it and open the door. There was no way for me to know what happened, but I must have made my choice. To give up on Mayuri. How did he give up on Mayuri by answering the phone? But he doesn't have Amadeus. Why hasn't Maho by January come in to see Kurisu again? Weird. There was the future where she was gone. Confronted once more with the reality of Mayuri's death, my heart felt like it was about to burst. How had she died? Was she pushed in front of a train? Did they shoot her? Calm down. So, he's having his panic attack here, right? Does he still have his, anxiety meds with him? Kurisu's tiny hands wrapped around mine. Caliman, what is up, my dude? Okay. Come on, deep breaths. Little by little, my racing heart began to calm down. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. Thoughts on trail mix? I like the trail mix that has like the M&Ms and the Cheez-Its in it. So obviously the not healthy kinds of trail mix. But I am a fan of trail mix for sure. I don't mind the healthier versions. But obviously I am a fan of the sugary junk foody kind of trail mix. Grab the keys, it'll help with heartburn. I need something to help with my heartburn. I had a based opinion on trail mix. Indeed, I do. Thank you. Subscribe for more based opinions. Mayuri just has to make a time machine herself and find the world line where Okabe is into her. Unfortunately, Mayuri still doesn't know what world lines are, despite despite us all having multiple explanations of the world lines. Mayuri just still kind of misses it every time. Hey, AK, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream.
Yeah.
It's not that. It's not. Penicillin will help with your heartburn? Yeah, because then I'll die. Are you going to take something? I'll bring you some water. How else does she perpetually know how to be happy? Truly, the dumbest people in this world are always the most happy. Hey, Yoshi Gamer. This is a big Animu stream. Welcome to the Animu. Only a genius could know the answer to perpetual happiness? No, once you get too smart, like, what, you just... That's it. Like, you can no longer be happy. Once you realize what the world truly is, there is no more happiness. Head must remain empty to be truly happy. I rummaged through my pocket and found a small box of pills. It was the same anxiety medication that I'd already been taking. Even in this world, I was still on the same drugs. I looked around the room while Kurisu got me some water from the tap. Hey, Okabe. Why? Why did you come back here? Blissful ignorance, indeed. What about Daru, Brain? Daru is not truly happy. He ignores the harsh realities of the world through his constant consumption of porn. So he doesn't really need to think about it. You have become Daru, the worst fate. Big rip on being Daru. What? You haven't come here for a long time, you know? Even Hashu has stopped coming. Darutu?
Eh.
Yeah. The room was awfully clean then. I took a closer look and saw that there were a few places, like Daru's PC, that were covered in dust, but the rest seems to have been regularly cleaned. Kurisu, you've been coming here? Sometimes. They'd be sad otherwise. I didn't have to ask who they were. Mayuri loved this place. She loved the future gadget lab. She loved the time she spent with all the lab members. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Because. I waited, but no answer came. What was she apologizing for? So this Kurisu does must know about the time leap and the time machine, and the fact that for her to be alive means Mayuri must be dead. You out of here, Kellyman? I'll buy some trail mix for in your honor next time I go to the grocery store. For talking about Mayuri is what she was apologizing for? For making me remember? Or for making me choose?
Kurisu.
Nani?
What?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Nandemonai.
I hate when people do this, by the way. I've mentioned this before. This is a big pet peeve of mine. If you try to get my attention, and you go, never mind. No thanks. Actually, it's nothing. Just fucking tell me what it is. Regardless if it's nothing or not. I just want to know what it is that you're trying to say. Okay. If I said something, she'd answer me right away. I could reach out and touch her. That alone brought me to the verge of tears. If I just stayed here like this. What was I thinking? I'd given up on everything and left her to die. Well, now it's the alternate. She'd given up on everything to let her live. First of all, how dare you, Sash? How dare you? And still, I was happy to be back here in this world line with Kurisu. As I was sad over losing Mayuri, part of me was thinking I wanted to stay here. Mayuri stays losing. Even though I didn't have the right. If there was a god in this world, he must be a cruel and twisted being. Why was he doing this to me again? Was what I had done that wrong? I had already made my choice once. There was no way to save the world. There was no way to save Kurisu. But, I mean, there was a way to save Kurisu. It was just to sacrifice Mayuri. With Kurisu in front of me now, I was already starting to waver. One thing that's incredibly stupid with YouTube moderation is when you go to ban somebody, which I'm just banning a spam bot, XXX20, where the hot girls are on the net. So I go to delete their spam message. But one really stupid thing about the moderation is the options right next to each other. There's ban and make this user a moderator. They're right next to each other. Like, why? You make one misclick and now the bot bans everyone in my chat for not going to sign up on their porn site. Like, what? Like what? Why are those buttons next to each other? That makes no sense. Should I go back to the beta world line? Should I send the D-mail? The D-mail. Hey, what happened to the phone wave? Name subject to change. Huh? You destroyed it. Did you forget?
忘れたの？
Yeah, that's right.
そうだった。
Okay, so maybe this is a different Kurisu, because normally the other Kurisu could, in the alpha line that we knew from Steins Gate, OG, like, always knew after Okabe had used Reading Steiner. She could, like, pick it up right away. This one seems to not know. The phone wave, name subject to change, no longer existed, it seems. I'm a Yakuza spam bot? Yeah, that's for sure. Not lacking the true commitment to your game franchise that Joe had. Joe had the balls and the guts to remain committed to Muck, no matter what. Even if he had to donate all the money he had to my stream, he did it to get his Muck gameplay. Of course it didn't. Its mere existence made us a target of CERN. You donated $2. So you are like 1/50th of the way towards Joe's donations? Muck didn't seem good? Well, I mean, it was based off of Minecraft, which is not a good game, so. I don't get how just destroying the phone wave makes them no longer a target of CERN, because they would still know how to make it, or at least enough of the information that would warrant their kidnapping. So how does that make them just back off? How do they even know that it was destroyed? Whatever. We shall continue. But without the phone wave, I couldn't leave this world line on my own. So even if I did stay here in this world line, it wouldn't be my responsibility. And Okabe desperately looking for ways to throw the gloves off or wipe his hands of this whole thing, regardless of the outcome. He just wants it to be done. It wasn't my fault, and it wasn't something I'd wanted. Which meant...
ねえ、岡部。
Hey, Okabe. This entire conversation looping back between Okabe and Kurisu has just been like, hey, never mind. Hey? So what about... hey, do you think... it's driving me nuts, bro. Hang on one second. I shall be right back. I had to step out for a second real quick. When I tried to I was making myself dinner tonight, and I guess I got I was trying to make myself some, like, chicken with, red cabbage. But, when I cut open the red cabbage, it smelled like rotten fucking meat, so I had to throw it out. Because it smelled so bad. But then I just had to, like, the smell was so bad, I had to, like, I just ran out, threw my trash out real quick. Because I was like, well, if it's just in my trash, it won't, like, make my apartment reek. You know, because you got, like, the lid over the trash can. But, man, it wasn't enough. See you, Caliban. Have a good night, man. Since the Mr. Braun box TV isn't on, they can't use a makeshift LHC, which is what got CERN aware of the hack for them to begin with. Yeah, the hacking of CERN isn't what put them on the radar. It was the original D-mail being sent. So regardless, I feel like the fact that the D-mail was sent, unless they got the IBN in this Alpha World line, and deleted the... But they don't get the IBN with Mayuri dead. Right? I'm sketchy on the details, but the original D-mail is what got them on the radar, so they would have needed the IBN to delete the message. And I don't recall them getting the IBN on the Alpha line. They also told Moeka, who was around her, and she was just waiting for Mr. Braun to give the order. Well, yeah. But maybe I'm forgetting some of the details. But I know how it works in the beta line because the D-mail never gets sent. But not sure in alpha. Damn, this is awkward.
悪いんだけど、何か飲むもの買ってきてくれない？
Sorry, could you go get me something to drink?
飲むもの
It's the fact they sent the D-mail that gets Mary killed in the alpha line. Right. But so how does destroying the D-mail then get them off of CERN's spotlight? Or it's destroying the phone wave. They need to get rid of the message. Them going public with the time machine caused CERN to look into it. I am confused. Head empty. We're going to pretend to be Mayuri for a moment and just be happy.
ちょっと喉乾いちゃったのよね。
I'm thirsty, you
できれ
know.
ば
Something
温かい
warm
もの
if you
がいい
could.
わ。
Which is weird because she literally just got up to the kitchen to get him a drink, but I guess she just doesn't know what to say.
インスタントのコーヒ
I
ー
can
ぐらい
make
なら
coffee if you
作
want.
るぞ
Wasn't that what Kurisu had always made me do? No D-mail, they don't know about them regardless of the time leap machine? Then how did Mayuri die? Because it's not the CERN awareness is what makes Mayuri fated to die. Convergence. But the convergence event is CERN awareness equal Mayuri death, right? That's what makes it the alpha line. Kurisu's coffee is 2 cubes of sugar and no milk. I don't know if I can agree.
コーヒ
We're out of
ー切
coffee.
らしちゃってるのよ。
わかった
Okay. Yeah, I should go. I want to go outside and think things through. Think things through.
ミルクと砂糖の入った甘い
Something
やつね。
sweet with milk and sugar.
ミルクは入れないんじゃな
I
かっ
thought
た
you
の
didn't
か
put milk in your coffee.
寒い日には思いっきり甘ったるいものが飲みたくなる。
On cold days, I always want something sweet and creamy. Roger.
了解だ
So she just asks him to leave. I stood up and headed for the door, but turned around halfway.
何？
What?
いや
No. It felt like if I took my eyes off her, she'd disappear. But that was far too embarrassing to say.
岡部。しっかりね。
Hang in there.
子供じゃないんだ
I'm not a
お
kid.
使いぐら
I
い
can run an errand.
できる
そうね。
Yeah, you're right.
いってらっしゃい。
Bye. This is a weird interaction. Um, so Okabe shows up for the first time in a while. He has a panic attack. Kurisu calms him down and then asks him to go get her a drink. What? IBM only lets them move to beta since the data can be deleted and the committee no longer notices them. The fact they kept sending more emails alerted them sooner. Which is why I could... This is all confusing. I think this is kind of just a confusing point. Delta is the My Darling's Embrace world line, yeah. So I don't think any of the Steins Gates ending are in Delta. God damn it. Alright, anyway. My whole body relaxed the second I stepped outside the lab. Evidently, meeting the living Kurisu had made me really tense. I didn't know how to talk to her or what to say anymore, even though I'd spoken to AI Kurisu like it was the most normal thing in the world. That's not true. Okabe also had a panic attack when he first talked to the AI, and then ignored her for like a week. I still couldn't believe it, though. Was this really the Alpha World line? If Kurisu was here, it had to be. But then why? Who caused the world line change and how? I hate flashbacks. The call from AI Kurisu. Was that what triggered it somehow? No, I should stop thinking about it. If someone else had caused it somehow, I shouldn't get involved anymore. I didn't want to. I didn't want to overthrow the structure of the world anymore. I just want to live in peace. In a universe with no world lines or attractor fields. I'd stop letting the whims of fate rule my life. No, this isn't this world. It doesn't. If he's giving up, doesn't that mean the whims of fate are ruling his life? Where's the casino? Am I right? There was nothing left I could do. Suddenly, something seemed wrong. Kurisu's words a moment ago. What had they meant? Hang in there. What's wrong with that? She couldn't mean to... I turned around and rushed back to the lab.
Kurisu!
What?
Kurisu!
You... that... Too bad, I guess you found me. She was just where I'd seen her the first time, standing and looking toward the back of the development room. In the depths of darkness, in a spot that just a moment ago had been covered by cloth, I saw an old microwave with its door taken off. How did he infer that the phone wave is actually still there from her saying, hang in there? Okabe usually is a brick and he notices that? Yeah, wait, what the fuck? I don't get it. What? Oh, this isn't even... This is the time leap machine because of the headphones here. It's alright, Kyler. Shipment will always be there, but I am fleeting. The phone wave. Name subject to change. Future gadget number 8. It was the gadget that had changed my fate. No, the fate of the world. How? Didn't I destroy it? And Kurasu's like, who the fuck do you think made it? It doesn't matter if you destroy it. It's like that scene in SpongeBob where he's like smashing all of the alarm clocks and the one, I don't even remember his name. The blue guy just like keeps throwing the alarm clocks on the ground. I only know SpongeBob through memes. I didn't watch it as a kid. But just like that. Oh, that is a meme idea. I nailed it. The Toshiba microwave changed the world, for real? Is it a Toshiba microwave? That's a pretty high-end microwave. You know what I mean? Underneath a rock? No. I think I didn't watch SpongeBob as a kid out of spite. Because every kid was watching SpongeBob and I wanted to be cool. I got my hate the thing that's really popular phase out of the way when I was really young. So luckily I wasn't super, like, cringy when I got older. And started hating other popular things. I got out of that phase of life really early, where people are like, oh, I don't really like the popular thing. All of the smaller things are really the true quality. Ugh. Things, popular things. Like all those kids that like to shit on, Fortnite. Oh my god, that's so cringe. Oh, it's not even good. I don't know, but it's, you know, popular to hate on it despite it being the most popular game. I wonder who are all these people playing the most popular game if it's so bad. But, yeah, that was my phase. I got out of the, SpongeBob was the popular thing when I was a kid, so I was like, ah, gross, I'm not gonna watch that. Ah. Steins Kid is true quality. I think it's probably was a little too mature for child me. You know, because of the people getting stabbed and stuff. You did destroy the phone wave. This is a new one I made. You can call it the Phone Wave Custom. Why did she? So she finally gives it a name at least. Or wasn't the real name a little longer? Maybe it should be the Phone Wave. Name subject to change. Custom. Did you watch My Little Pony? I didn't. But I never understood that phase where, like, people were watching, like, My Little Pony. I could never tell if it was, like, ironic or not. I never really got that, like, phase of memeing. I was in, like, college when that was a big thing, and I didn't really get it. You haven't watched SpongeBob? Yeah, I haven't really either. But I have watched a lot of Pokemon. You have pet rats? Do you experiment on them? If you weren't playing GTA at the age of 10, you weren't living. I couldn't play GTA when I was a kid. My parents wouldn't let me. The pros and the cons of having hip parents that know what video games are. They don't let you buy the, like, really mature, inappropriate games. I can play Halo. The name doesn't matter. You remade it. Why? To send messages to the past. I'm going to send a message and change the world line.
あんたにとって
Maybe it would be better to say
戻すって言っ
fix
た方が
rather
いい
than
のかもね。
change.
これ完成し
I
たの
actually
もね
finished it over a month ago.
それからひた
And
すら
since then, I've just been standing here, wondering whether or not I should send the message.
送らないでおくべきか悩み続けてた。それがまさか
I certainly didn't expect you to come see me, though.
お前
What are you?
何を
ねえ岡部
Tell me, Okabe.
あんた
You just came from another world line, didn't you?
別の世界
Oh,
線
okay,
だ
so
っ
she
た
did
でしょ。
know.
それも
It was probably the beta world line. Am I wrong?
違う。
Why is he surprised? Doesn't she always know? I wonder why Okabe was visiting this lab before his consciousness was erased? Yeah, I don't know either. Why was he just, like, here? So many questions. I'm always shocked, and I always get a little slightly annoyed when Okabe doesn't start just immediately asking the people who are aware of the timeline shifts. What the fuck is happening? What's going on? I just shifted. You didn't play many games when you were younger? I played a lot of games, but not a lot of different ones, I guess, if that makes sense. I was a big gamer, but I didn't have any disposable income, so I just had to keep playing the same ones over and over again.
気づいてたのか
You can tell.
そうでなきゃあんたがあんなこと
You'd never
する
do
はずない
something
の
like that otherwise.
あんなこと
Something like what?
だから
Well, the way you hugged me, you know.
あんな風に私を抱きしめたりとかそういう
It was all so wonderful. The way her cheeks reddened in embarrassment as she looked away. The way she pursed her lips. The way she fiddled with the ends of her hair. Everything was just so wonderful. I realized it again. I was in love with her.
さらに言えば
And what's
その
more,
世界線の
someone
変動
else
は
caused the world
誰
line
か別の
change.
人の手に
You
よる
didn't
も
do
の
it
で
voluntarily.
あんたが好き
How is she
勝手に
this
させた
smart?
わけじゃない
What the fuck?
当たってる
Am I right?
全てを見通
So
し
you know everything then.
というわけか
どれだけあんたのこと
Do
見
you
てきたと
realize how
思っ
much
てるの
time I've spent watching you?
ああいや違うからな見て
You
きた
know,
って
it's not like
別に
that.
そういう意味じゃ
I
な
don't mean like watching you. Well, I mean,
違う
I do mean
わ
it
け
in
もな
that
い
sense,
け
but
どとにかく
anyway, no, can you actually explain and not not have a Sundari moment? I'm actually kind of confused how you know that like so well. Like so spot on. Like that's actually kind of nutty. How did she know? She took a deep breath and looked up at me again.
あんたがベータ世界線か
If
ら
you
来た
came
って
from
こ
the
と
beta
は
world line,
あん
then
た
you
が
chose
過
that
去に
world
一度
once before, didn't
そ
you?
の世界を選択したってことでしょ
She was so far beyond what I could hope to be. In those brief moments, she discovered all that. She was right about everything. But even so, I couldn't let her know. Why? What? Does this Okabe not remember all the other times she helped him? I don't understand. Admitting that would mean admitting that I'd left her to die. There was no way I could do that.
すまない
Sorry. In the end, that was all I said. But that was an admission all the same. What? But instead of looking sad, she...
謝るなバカあんたが自分で決めたこ
Don't
とでしょ
apologize, dummy. It was your choice, right? So have
自分の
confidence
選
in
択
it.
に自信を持ちなさい
She tried to cheer me up. That's right. Kurusu was right. I was the one who'd chosen the beta world line. But,
それにね
and you
あ
know,
んたは多分
I
間
don't
違っ
think
て
you were
なか
wrong.
ったさっき来たばっかりのあんたは知らないだろう
You
けど
just got here,
この半
so
年
you
間
wouldn't know. But for the last several months, you've done nothing but blame yourself.
そんな素振り
Not that you'd
私
ever
には
let
決
me
して見
see
せ
it.
ようとしなかったけど
It was the same. is the same as what I'd gone through. It was the same as the beta world line.
でもどうしてあげることもできなかった。
But there was nothing I could do. Why doesn't he tell her he doesn't really, like, there's no real difference? Like, he blames himself in the other world line for her death anyway. Like, there's no change here.
だってあんたの苦しみは
Your
私
pain
の
was
せいだか
because
ら
of me.
私を生かすために
You'd suffered so
あん
much
た
to
が
let me
苦しん
live.
でたんだから。
And he suffers so much to let Mayuri live. He's just suffering personified, Kurisu.
でもね、
But
そ
that
れも
ends
今日で終わ
today.
り。終わりにしなきゃいけないのよ。だって
Because if it doesn't, the guild is going to keep eating away at
あん
you.
たはずっ
And
と
in the
罪
end, it
の
will
意
crush
識
you.
に苛まれて最後には押しつぶされちゃう。
But... So for as smart as she is, she's not really understanding why Okabe would come back to this world line.
同じだ。
It's the same.
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
どっちにしても結局
In the end, no matter
俺
which
は
choice
ず
I
っと
make,
後
I
悔す
regret
る
it.
んだ。マイリを救えなかったこと。
Not being able to save you, not being
お
able to
前
save
を救え
Mayuri.
なかった。アルファ世界
It
線
doesn't
にいて
matter
も
whether I'm in the Alpha world line or the
ベー
Beta
タ世
world
界
line.
線にいても
So maybe,
それは変わらない。
maybe I should just stay here.
しっかりしなさい。岡部倫太郎。
Get a hold of yourself, Okabe.
クリス。
なんて顔してるのよ。あんた
Snap
らしく
out of
ない
it. This isn't like you.
私の好きな法院京馬さんはもっと自信に満ち
Hoin
た顔してな
Kyoma
きゃ
I love is always more confident. Hoin Kyoma, huh? There was a name I hadn't heard in a while.
あんたは正しい道を選択したの。
You made the right choice.
マユリを
You
助ける
chose
って
to
いう
save
選
Mayuri
択
and
を
you weren't wrong.
それは決して間違ってない。
でも
But I let you.
いい？今あんたがここにいるのは
Listen, what you're seeing right now
そうね
is a dream. That's all.
夢を見ているだけよ。
夢
A dream.
そう。夢の中であんたは
You
私
had a
に会
dream
った
where。you met me. That's
た
all.
だそれだけのこと。
Doesn't that make you
と
feel better?
少しは気も楽でしょ。
Kurusu sighed a little and laughed. Does he explain? Why doesn't he explain to her that she dies? That he's the one that kills her, I guess, would be a more apt description. Why isn't, like, why doesn't he explain that, like, yeah, hey, no, I'm not better in the world line because I killed you? I mean, I guess he's afraid to admit it, but, like, it seems like it would be easier to explain. Kurusu sighed a little and laughed.
これだけ脳の研究
We've
が
learned so
進んで
much
いる
about how
の
the
に
brain works, but we still don't understand the mechanisms by which we dream.
実はまだ明確にはなっていないのよね。眠っている間に
The brain
脳内での
organizes and
記憶の整
processes
理が行わ
memories
れ
during
ている
sleep.
その
One
過程
theory
で
says
発
that
生する
dreams are a
の
result
が
of that
夢だっ
process.
ていう説もあるけど。要するに
In other words,
ここは
this
ベ
is a
ータ世
dream
界
world
線の
being
あんたが迷い
experienced by
込
you
ん
in the
だ
beta world
夢の
line,
中の世界。
so you can get your head
あ
together,
んたの
you
頭の
know?
中を整理するために。ね、そしてこれが夢ならいつかは目を覚まさなきゃならない。
And if it's a dream,
そうでしょ。
you have to wake up someday. Am I wrong?
でもこれは夢
But
なん
this
じゃ
isn't a
ない
dream. You're right.
現にこうして
I reached out and touched her cheek. You're right here, aren't you?
現にこうして
感触だって脳が感
Touch
じさせている
sensations
機
are
能の
just
一つ
another
よ
of the brain's functions. She took a step back. The sensation of her cheek disappeared from my fingers.
だいたいここにいてもあんたは幸せにはなれ
You
な
won't
い。
be happy here anyway.
ずっと後悔の念を
You'll
拭
never
う
be
ことは
rid
で
of the
きないの。
regret. So why doesn't he... He's really got to explain that he's got a lot more regret in the other world line. Because at least fate is what kills Mayuri in this timeline. But in the beta timeline, he's the one that kills Kurisu. I feel like that has a lot more regret attached to it. So, like, I understand in this timeline, she's only experienced, like, one, side of Okabe here. But, like, again, like, I feel like the weights and the scales of things are a little bit different. Because while fate kills Mayuri, and obviously that's upsetting, and Okabe feels partially responsible for it, He's literally the one that twists the knife in the Beta World line. So it's like, you know, I feel like the scale of like that weight of guilt and regret is much higher on the other world line. And neither will I. So I guess maybe she regrets it, like not forcing him to do it either way. That doesn't change in the Beta World line either. I've done nothing but regret that I couldn't save you. But Mayuri's happy at least, isn't she? Mayuri is... She doesn't know anything. Because that's what I wanted. I wanted her to know nothing and be happy. What an apt description of Mayuri. For now, that wish is still coming true, but... You want Mayuri to be happy. So do I. I'm the same way. Which means that you made the right choice after all. I'd finally met her again, but... She was right here, alive. Right in front of me, but... Interesting that there's no date here, and you can't... You can't pull up your phone. Come on. She walked up to me without even trying to hide her frustration. Stop this nonsense already, Okabe. You already reached your conclusion. You can't stay here. You have to go back. You have to wake up from the dream. Because I don't want to see you suffer like this anymore. This is more selfish than anything. Come on. This is a waste of time. I'm doing it. She turned away from me. I could feel the strength of her will. Her resolve. I remembered what I'd seen just after I'd come to this world line. Kurisu had just been standing there, in front of the phone wave. Name subject to change. Thinking back, she'd probably already made the decision. Without anyone knowing. Without anyone to say goodbye to. She'd chosen to go to a world where she would no longer exist. It'd probably taken her a long time and a lot of struggle to come to that decision. She'd probably asked herself 1,000 times if it was the right answer. Hey, Joe. No spore. Big no on the spore. Not a spore guy. If this was what she had chosen after all that, I didn't have the right to stop her. It'd be wrong. Before you wake up, promise me something, Okabe. What? When you get to the Beta World line, forget about me. That was just the opposite of what she said the other day. Or what she said that day. That day. The day when I'd chosen the Beta World line, she'd said to me, don't forget me. But now she was asking for the opposite. Forget you. You know I can't do that. She was always like that. Always cared more about others than herself. She always sacrificed herself. She was asking me this for my sake only. She didn't want to be forgotten. She hated being forgotten more than anyone else could. Remember what I said? This is a dream. Once you wake up from a dream, you forget what happened, right? She was stubborn and bullheaded. I would never be able to forget her. But I still remember the nightmares I had when I was a little kid. Who are you calling a nightmare? Is all I could do to keep from breaking down. But that was probably the same for her. Forget about me. Forget about what happened that day and everything that came before. That's what I want. She turned around and stuck out her pinky finger. She forced it around mine.
指切り玄満嘘ついたら
It's a pinky
海馬に
promise.
電極
Lie and I'll stab an electrode into your hippocampus.
指切った
Got it.
随分と語呂が
That doesn't
悪い
rhyme
な
at all.
ほっとけ
Shut up. Her hand moved away. Her gaze looked away from me. It was almost time to say goodbye. She was sending a message to the past. I knew it was the right thing to do. I knew this is what she wanted. But still.
クリス
Our voices overlapped.
ど
What?
どうした？
あんたこそ
You first.
なんでもない。
I just wanted to say it out loud.
呼んでみただけだ。
The name of the person I cared for.
偶然ね
What a coincidence. So did I.
同じ
The name of the person I loved.
ねえあんたは覚えてる
Do you remember what
私と
when
初
we
めて会っ
first
た
met?
時のこと
Joe, I'm not gonna lie to you. I was promised big views for Muck, and I did not receive them. I also got that stream manually reviewed for offensive content. That's my first offensive content violation I've ever gotten on YouTube. Okabe, this is a simulation. You gotta wake up. Wake up, Okabe! We have a city to burn! You didn't muck hard enough, that's true. That's true, we didn't muck hard enough. What was the exact description that YouTube gave me for the offensive content? This video has content identified as not suitable for advertisers. It remains fully playable, but it has been determined unsuitable. For real? Yeah. It's the first time I've ever gotten an offensive, or a not suitable content review strike. Are you telling me it wasn't an absolute banger of a stream? I mean, you know, I just, what are the views on it? You know, just it had views. That's 54 views. Yikes. Big yikes. Can I get a yikes in the chat? Muck was too powerful. Indeed. Muck was too powerful. YouTube couldn't handle that much content, which is why it was marked too much. Too strong. Hey Okabe, do you remember when we first met?
忘れられるわけがない。
Of course I do.
何し
You
ろ
made a hell
強
of a
烈だっ
first
たから
impression.
な。
それを言うならあんたの方
So
こ
did
そ
you.
本当あの時はまさか
I never thought things would
こ
end
んな
up
風
like
にな
this.
るなんて思ってもみなかったまさか
I never thought that
あの出会いで
encounter would lead to
こんなにも
would lead to meeting someone so important to me. Not that I'd say it now.
まったくだな。
That's right. I couldn't say it, but
でも言っとくけど私たち
but just so you
の
know, you're only allowed to
覚
remember
え
our
てていい
meeting
のは
right
今
now,
のうちだからな
even for a little.
世界線が戻ったら忘れな
Once
きゃい
the
けないん
world
だ
line
から
goes
な
back, you have to forget. I've used risque timelines, Kyler, or risque fan arts for a while, Kyler. What are you talking about? That isn't even the first time. I know. Just for an instant. So you are gonna forgive me just like that? If it would last just a little longer. Hey, this was your idea. Her voice. It's true, but it still pisses me off to hear you say it like it was nothing. The way she moved. First you want me to forget, then you want me to not forget. Which is it? To be honest, the cheater ruined the mucking. That's not true. The the cheater was the best part of the stream. Easily the best part. That guy only appeared for muck. That's true. That guy only appeared for muck and then immediately left. None of the muck community was really really wanted to join our streams. There was no one from the muck community wanted to become a part of the community. He was the muck community. Yeah, it's just Joe and that dude. I was really hoping someone would come for the muck, but stay for the scuff that is my stream, but nobody did. No muck fans have joined the community. You seemed like you were sprawling into madness that stream? Well, you know, it's just because it was just so good. It was just so good that I you know, it was hard to contain my enthusiasm and excitement for the game. You know what I mean? Her smile. It's a joke. I'm just kidding. Oh? It's a joke? Yeah, just a joke. Just wanted to stay here a little longer so I could remember it all. But I was out of time. Bye. Those words were the sign that the magic was over. Oh. Yeah. There were a million things I wanted to say, but I stopped myself. Kurosu smiled, satisfied, and turned back towards the phone wave. She probably already had the message ready. The phone wave, name subject to change, started to boom and crackle like thunder. There was a long countdown. The whole time, Kurosu faced away from me, and I just watched. The noise got louder. The countdown continued. And then it was time. Okabe, it's time to wake up. Kurosu turned around with a big smile on her face. Her voice was cut off by the roar. Interesting that this puts us exactly back on course. This is right where we were. How did we just end up in that small pocket to talk to Kurosu and then we ended up right back where we were? Then I woke up from the dream. That's so weird. That whole scene is just kind of weird. I don't know. Chess stream? Well, I will be streaming Fire Emblem soon, which is basically anime chess. It's for the Kurosu fans, I suppose. There's like so much more I wanted him to say and explain and like talk to her about than them just being like, oh, He sent the mail and he's back in beta. No, Kurisu sent the mail and sent him back to beta. But sent him exactly to the exact convergence rate, convergence percentage of where he was. So now he's not even going to know how he's supposed to help AI Kurisu. Like, all in all, that was detrimental. The lab started to come back to focus. I could tell immediately the world light had changed. I could still see Kurisu when I closed my eyes, but she wasn't in the development room anymore. It was like the whole thing. It's like the whole thing had been a dream. Is it really the exact line? Yeah. The 1.053. I felt like I'd been caught in the boundary between dreaming and wakefulness. I was back. Back to a world without Kurisu. This wasn't the Alpha world line. There was no point in even bothering to check. A moment ago, only Kurisu and I had been in this room. And now everyone was here. One thing I really wish was sometimes that these background sprites would have like the character sprites in different positions and like part of the art. I know that'd probably be a lot of extra work. But like when he says like everyone's here and then the background is just an empty frame, it's really odd. Oh, Kareem, what's wrong? Are you sick?
Yeah.
I'm fine.
大丈夫だ.
Mayuri.
お薬
Want
飲み
some
ますか
medicine? Want some drugs, kid? I don't even know what's wrong, but I can give you drugs.
平気だよ.
I'm fine, no need to
心配な
worry.
い.
Wait, why is Luca here now? And
本当に
Really?
無理しちゃダメだ
you
よ
shouldn't push yourself. Shina Kagari. If Mayuri and Kagari were here, that meant I was back to the Beta World line.
ちょっと腹
I'm
が
just a
減
little
っただけだ.
hungry. I haven't eaten anything all
朝から
day.
何も食べてなくてな.
もうオカリンさんたらダメだよ
Come on, Ocarine. You need to eat or you won't get big like Uncle
ダ
Daru.
ルおじさんみたいにお
ああ、なるくらいなら.
I'd rather skip a few meals than end up like him. Huh?
だったらマユシ
Mayushi
が
will make
作ってあ
something
げる
then.
よ
His is about her saying Uncle Daru, right?
ママが
You will,
作れ
Mommy?
るの
Can you? How much time has passed?
あ
Aw,
ちゃんまでそういうこ
Kagari-chan,
と
not
言
you
うん
too.
だからこれでもね
Yuki's
最
been
近は
teaching me
ユキさん
things
にお
lately.
料理教えてもらってるんだよあ、じゃあ
Okay.
僕が手伝うか
I'll
ら
help too.
待ってくれ.
Wait.
あ
Uh,
すみません
sorry, should I not help?
手伝わない方がいいですか
いや、そうじ
That's
ゃな
not
い.
it. It's not it at
そうじゃ
all.
ないんだ.
I looked around at everyone, then back at Kagari.
かがりさん.
やだなオカリンさ
Oh,
ん
Kareem, I said you could just call me Kagari.
かがりでいいって言ってるのに
Something was different.
じゃあ、かがり.
Can I ask what you were calling Mayuri?
まゆりのことをなんて呼んでたか
Sorry,
聞いてもいい
Mommy?
か?
なんて
I called her Mommy. That's what all the hip kids on the internet call hot girls now. Why? I don't know, it's just a meme, Ocarine. Jesus.
どうしても何もママは
Why?
ママだ
Because she's
もん
my mommy. Right, Mommy?
やっぱりそう
It's kind of
呼ばれる
embarrassing to
の
hear it like that.
ちょっと照れちゃうな
It's also weird that Mayuri is so accepting of it. Mayuri's a motherly character, but I would never in a million years call her mommy. Yeah. If anyone's mommy in this game, it's definitely Reyes. Now Reyes is mommy. I felt vaguely dizzy watching Mayuri fidget in embarrassment.
知ってるのか二人とも.
Then the two of you know that you're mother and daughter in the future? And Kagari goes, Jesus, what? I was just memeing, Okabe. Have you never used @chan? Huh? You're the one who told me about her. I did? That's right. You said it would be better to know the truth, right? Yay! Did I really tell them? Rei is an abusive mom? Yeah, she would probably step on me. Oh no, what a tragedy. So sad. Did I tell them something so important? Then does Luca also? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to listen in, but you always try to fucking exclude me from everything, Okabe, so I heard it anyway, so I could finally be relevant in one of these chapters. I mean, what? Luca lowered their head in apology. Don't worry, I haven't told anyone. See you later, Vibin. Have a good night, man. Being able to share in everyone's secrets kind of made me happy. Luca, so desperate to be included in Steins Gate Zero. I would have been happier if you told me directly and actually included me in this game, but apparently Ferris needed more screen time. Even Luca knew about Mayuri and Kagare. Which meant that, of course. Still, I was surprised. I thought the time machine was only fiction. I had no idea you made it real. They knew about the time machine. Evidently, I hadn't simply come straight back from the Alpha World line. I was in a world line slightly different from the one I'd been in before. The divergence meter I'd used before was gone now. I think this is the same divergence that we were on before. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought this was the same divergence. But it just seems like, for whatever reason, that dream that he had, with Kurisu, just warped him ahead in time. Like it was much like a dream, the time spent in the dream was much longer than real life. That meant I didn't have a precise number, but this all felt different. The problem was finding out what was the same as the old world line and what was different. Kagari, can I ask more questions? What is it? I showered Kagari with questions in an effort to find out what was going on. Here's what I learned. First, Kagari retained her memories of childhood, in other words, of the year 2036. She knew Mayuri, Daru, Suzuha, and also Ferris and Luca. But as for what the world of 2036 was like, and how she'd become Mayuri's daughter, she hadn't told them the details. Fortunately, they didn't seem interested in knowing about their futures. Who would not seem interested in knowing about their future? What? They hadn't seemed interested in knowing about their future? I don't believe that. Would you guys not be interested? If someone gave you... If someone was like, yeah, hey, I come from the future. This is what your future is like. I would be like, fuck yeah. Give me the deets. I want to know. What would you guys do? Well, if it's something bad... No, I would want fucking spoilers, and I'd want to try and change the bad things. They'd go, hey, this is your future. I would go, alright, give me the pros and cons, and I'm gonna try and fix the cons. Like, I don't know. That would absolutely be my reaction. I would want to know, and then see what I could do to improve from there. Actually, probably the first... If I had to choose between knowing what my future was or knowing what stocks to invest in, I would get the stocks information and then change my future to be a fucking rich asshole. Some people are chill about not wanting to know. I mean, I'm sure there are some people that would not want to know. But I don't know. It just seems unlikely that no one in this group would want to know. Especially with how time machine focused they had been for so long. They're like, I want to build a time machine. Yeah. Alright, cool. I have a time machine. Want to know about your future? No. Everyone always thinks they want to know what their future holds. You'll never get 10,000 subscribers. Unfortunately, that's probably more true than joke. But when the chance finally comes, fear outweighs your curiosity. This is not the, this is not Steins Gate Okabe. This is depressed Okabe that says this. The future wasn't always a happy thing. Knowing the future might destroy your dreams. It might be a death sentence, like it was for me. Some people will lose all sense of meaning in their lives if they knew there was inevitably going to be a war which killed 5 billion people. That it was definitely your staying at Luca's that brought you here, right? Yeah, and it was you who brought me and Mom together, Ocarine. Don't you remember? His wife who died, so life is meaningless. I mean, true. Invest in Apple stock? It's already too late to invest in Apple stock. The peak time to buy Apple stock is when Microsoft had to buy out and relaunch Apple. That was the time to buy Apple stock. Right. I just thought I'd double check. You know. Double check, huh? You're acting weird. I gotta go. I'll watch the rest when I have time. See ya, time traveler. Wait, before you go, tell me my future. I'm just kidding, but enjoy watching the VOD. Thanks, man. Drop a like, subscribe, hit the bell button so you can be here for future streams. All that good stuff. Thanks for stopping by, man. Kagari going missing, it happened almost exactly as I remembered it. The same was true of how she came to us. And you don't remember anything about what you were doing while you were missing? Nope, not a thing. The first thing I can remember is lying on a bed in a temple. She was still missing some of her memories, too. In other words, in this world line, the only memories she had were of her childhood and the last few weeks since she'd woken up in the Chibiya Mountains. You're gonna do another live stream tomorrow? Oof. John Toitor isn't real! Friday is the only day I'm not streaming this week. That's fine. Everyone knows John Titor intentionally got a couple predictions wrong to throw off CERN's trail. So he might just be baiting us right now. Maybe CERN is watching. Where are you? There are less participants in chat than we have viewers. The party could be cancelled. I am streaming again on Saturday though. But yeah, no stream on Friday. I don't have a video for tomorrow though, fuck. I'll think of something after stream. Someone give me videos ideas for tomorrow. Any good funny any funny moments of me? Was I ever funny? Any clips that I should make a YouTube short? Let me know, because I need ideas. I don't remember anything funny from the last couple streams. Go get the keys, and then lose my kidney. Joke's on them, my kidney probably won't function much longer anyway. Muck video? What would I even post in a muck video? Because you also got to remember that video got deemed not safe. record you finishing the Pokedex and edit it together. What would be funny about that? Make a video where you cried in Danganronpa. I just posted a Danganronpa short last week, right? Gotta let the Danganronpa breathe a little bit. It's clickable? Why? Clip the Facebook Marketplace saga? Okay, yeah, I guess I could do that. When did I post the... 5 days ago, I uploaded another Danganronpa clip. End it with the VTuber fan. I just end the video with me knocking on somebody's door. Hello? Do your Larry Pokemon video? Not enough time. Not enough time to rehearse. I still need to do that, though. The most important part of Kagari's memories were still missing. Is there anything else I need to ask? Among Us clips, even though it's dead? Banana microwave. Everything will be closed. Every shop will be closed by the time I'm done with the stream tonight. So I probably won't be able to go buy more bananas. I'll tell you what you need to ask, Okabe. What's a good clickbaity YouTube video? I don't even remember good Among Us clips I had. I have a Fall Guys YouTube video that's like a minute long. I guess I could crop that into being like a short. Is Fall Guys dead? Does Fall Guys still get clicks? Well, I'm out of Fall Guys streams. I got a free car on Facebook. I'd have to stream that one though, just wondering, because by the time I showed up to the place, I'd just get shanked. I was staring at the floor, trying to think, when I realized something was missing. Suzaha. The floor is... Oh, I cleaned it before you came. No, that's not it. Wasn't there a little hole in the floor? A hole in the floor? The lab had been attacked just last night. The double flashbang. During the attack, one of their bullets had left a dark hole in the floor. Was there a hole? I don't think so. By the way, how was yesterday? The party was a lot of fun. Okabe just misses all of the world lines where there is happiness and fun. I've never had so much fun in my life. They wouldn't say that if there had been an attack. Which meant that the attack had never taken place. Was no one after Kagari in this world line? It was too early to assume that. I still didn't know what had happened when she'd gone missing. Until I did, I couldn't say for sure if she was safe. Just like how sometimes Mayuri's death would occur in different days in the Alpha, the same thing might happen a few days later here. In fact, it would be better to be cautious. Imagine this entire time there was an option to have black transitions instead of white configurations. I don't believe you, but I'm so paranoid and so desperate for there to stop that I will check. Skip auto mode triggers. Stop skip. Display notifications for new tips. Auto save. At start of chapters, it triggers both screen mode, windowed. Highest resolution. It's definitely not in sound. The desperation haunts me. Even if I opened up like the game's INI file, I wouldn't even know like how to edit that. I really wouldn't. Paranoid PTSD Okabe ready to be paranoid at a moment's notice. I hope we can all have another party again soon. When we do, I'll make something. Me too. I'll help. They all started happily talking about last night's party. At first glance, it was a peaceful scene, but Okabe knew shit was fucky. But something sinister might be happening, and I just didn't know it. I knew something had to be happening. The fact that the world line was changing was proof. Why had it changed, anyway? I thought back to the events of that night. First, someone had taken over Amadeus. AI Kurisu had called me and asked for help. The world line had changed right after I'd answered, which meant that the key was Amadeus? Did Amadeus have something to do with the world line? So far this entire stream, since I answered the phone to shift the world, or to switch to a different route, it hasn't let me pull up my cell phone again, which is unusual. Usually when you're Okabe, you get to always pull up your phone. But we haven't once been able to pull up our phone as Okabe yet. Sounds good, guy. Like, this entire stream we have been unable to open our phone and check things. What about the group who'd attacked Kagari? Was it all connected? It's all connected. Okabe just paranoid with all the, like, red lines on the wall. Maybe I needed to find out. But yet again, in this timeline, I'm sure Okabe was a fucking quitter and he's not gonna try to find out. By the way, Kagari, are you okay on time? Oh no, break time's over. The owner's gonna get mad at me. Do you have a job? That's right. I'm working at the Brawn workshop downstairs. Wait, I already told you this. That's false. That's a totally different place, because she forgot the tube workshop in here. The Brawn workshop? Excuse me? It's the Brawn tube workshop. Shop. Kagari not even a gamer. My god. I see. In the old world line, Kagari had started working for Tennoji after the attack. That was another difference. Jeez. You're so out of it today, Ocarine. Get a hold of yourself. Sorry. Kagari hopped up and skipped out of the room. Her words and mannerisms were so much more childish than they had been in the last world line. Work hard, Kay. You're not any better? I am, though, because I corrected myself. Kagari gets decked by Braun. That's not true. We all know Kagari, or Braun likes the cute ones. He's always unwilling to do anything and being too lazy, yeah. Okay, bye. Strange to see that body with that personality, true. Kagari, let me ask you one more thing before you go. I had asked one final question to Kagari, who was now giving a crisp salute.
ということを
Does the
聞い
word
て
Amadeus mean anything to you?
何か思い当たることはないか？
アマテウス？
Gary seemed to think for a moment.
ね。
Nope, nothing.
ごめん、わかんないや。
Head empty. Just like mommy.
そうか。
I see. She didn't look like she was lying or being sarcastic. She must have really not known. One of you just comment on my post saying sus? It's the redhead. It's always the redhead. At least you didn't have a Winter Soldier moment. You say Amadeus and she just goes and then attacks everyone in the lab. I watched her leave the lab, then took out my phone. There was another thing I needed to check. What was happening with Amadeus? I looked for the icon on my screen. Amadeus. The AI that held Makise Kurisu's personality and memories. And the application which started the program. The program was gone.
悪かったな。こんなところに。
Sorry to call you out here.
別に構わないわ。
No, my VTuber
ちょうど
GF.
近くまで来て
The
たから
game is not giving me enough AI Kurisu, like all the AI Kurisu I wanted. We're being undersold on exposure to AI Kurisu. It's fine. I just happen to be nearby. Not true, Maho would cross over several cities to talk to Okabe. I do want a route where she ends up with Okabe. It's like not the true end. But like AI Kurisu finally manages to hook them up. I think that could be cute. I would not be opposed to it. After seeing the icon missing on my phone, I'd contacted Maho. My goal, of course, was to see what was going on with Amadeus. It was a marketing scheme to get you to buy Zero. True. I had to find out.
で、話って？
What'd you want to talk about? Did Moeka get a route in original Steins Gate? Yeah, but it wasn't a happy end. I think. Oh, maybe I'm confusing it with another route. There was one where she was like the main character of, though. It was the one with Crazy Nye. But yeah, it might not have been her route, I guess. It's about Amadeus. What? Maho's eyes suddenly went wide. Her reaction surprised me as well. I'd simply said the word Amadeus. I was imposter.
あなた、どうして知ってるの？
How do you know?
どうしてって。
What do you mean?
どうしてあなたが
How do you know about
アマデウスのことを知
Amadeus?
ってるのよ。
What?
だってあのプロジェクトは去年の夏、
That program was put on hold last summer after Kurisu's
あ
death.
の後に凍結されたのよ。
凍結
Amadeus was put on hold?
凍結ってことは
You mean the project itself was shut down?
プロジェクト
Then why is she in
打ち切られた
Japan?
ってことか。
はっきり言ってしまえば、
That's right.
そういうことね。
What's the context of our friendship with Maho then? They like meet on Tinder or some shit? What happened? She clenched her fists in anger. It seemed the change in this world line was a big one.
で、さっきの質問。
Answer my question.
どうしてあ
How
な
do
た
you
が
know
アマデウ
about
スのことを
Amadeus?
知ってるの？
Because...
それは
Should I tell her about world lines and attractor field theory?
クリスから聞いたんだよ。
Kurisu told me that someone at her lab was working on it.
そういう研
Ooh,
究
clever
をしてるっ
dodge.
て。
クリスが？
Kurisu told you about that.
あの子、
I decided it wasn't the time to tell her. Good, because then you get choked out in a lobby by a small girl half your size. If I tried to explain everything, I'd have to tell her about the D-mail, the time machine. Maho didn't seem to know about that yet. I could imagine what she'd do if she heard the truth. She was yet another of those people who were entranced by the possibilities of science. Can you tell me a little more about how the project was shut down? What was the reason? She just told you Kurisu's death. Were you, like, not paying attention, Okabe? Do I gotta pull it up? Evidently, there was a complaint from an outside group. Creating an artificial intelligence with human memories is no different than making a copy of a human, they say. It's something that only God is allowed to do. This time, instead of going on a weird manic rampage and shooting at them all in a parking lot, crazy anti-AI dude decided to get a lawyer. A lot of people in Europe and America like to push their own values on others, especially in delicate matters like these. Is that the only reason? Yep. At least as far as I've heard. The professor and the rest of the team were really mad when they heard the research was being shut down. The Amadeus program was stopped. Who just texted me? Okabe, there's something I want to tell you about me. Or something I want you to tell me. Shouldn't you ask your dad? You okay with asking me? Ask Mayuri. All of these options are so fucking rude. You okay asking me? I think you can give me good advice. I don't want you expecting too much. What gift do you think a father would enjoy? You should ask Daru. Your father, huh? I think the darkness within him goes very deep. Huh? The darkness? Oh, the hit comic book series that also spawned 2 video games that I tried to play on Steam, but the PC version of the game is very busted for the Darkness 2. Oh, you can kill him a moment, indeed. Oh, you know, darkness, black, a black handkerchief? Maybe that would be a good gift idea. Maybe, yeah. A handkerchief. Great, I'll do that, but why black? I think your dad likes black. I mean it. Thank you, Okabe-san. What? The texts in this game are so weird. But it is interesting that no one seems to react to you. We're definitely in a more modern era now in this game, because no one reacts to you just suddenly pulling up your phone in mid-conversation and then browsing it or responding to a text while talking. No one's like, hey, what the fuck, bro? I was talking to you. Why are you on the phone now? Are the texts even canon? I think some are. But unsure. Anyway, back to our conversation with Maho. The Amadeus program was stopped. This is still set in 2010, 2011. That's fine. That's far enough in the future. Where smartphones have been normalized. What iPhone was out in 2010? iPhone 2010. iPhone 4? Oh yeah, that was normalized by then. By the time the iPhone 4 was out, we were in full, App City. This was when, every commercial was trending. There's an app for that! I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I still miss the home button on the iPhone. That shit was the best. I miss buttons in general. You know what I mean? I like that little home button. Even though, yeah, I think probably swiping up to go back to the home page is probably better, because it gives you like an extra half-inch of screen. But I liked the button. Anyway, did Amadeus being shut down have something to do with the world line change too? Wait. So how did I meet Maho? Indeed. We originally met at the Amadeus seminar. If that never happened. I don't like that stupid-ass bar on the bottom of the screen. Oh, like the thing, you mean the thing that you touch to, like, go back to the homepage? I guess that is always there, isn't it? I don't even really notice it. But you're right. Why is that there? If the Amadeus seminar never happened, then how did I meet Maho? What's wrong? I was just remembering how we met. Yeah. It was quite the coincidence, wasn't it? I asked a few more questions, taking care not to rouse her suspicions, and managed to learn the basic story. Maho had really wanted to see the place where Kurisu had died. When she finally went to Radicon, she had run into me. Hey, welcome back, Calvin. I hate to say this because it sounds so unscientific, but I like to think that it was karma, and that Kurisu brought the two of us together. Karma, or perhaps another exemplar of attractor field convergence. It had already been decided that Maho and I would meet here in Akihabara. But was there some meaning in that? Ooh, I love me some orange chicken. Right. Tell me Mayuri and the others I said hi. And that last night was a lot of fun. Sure. Evidently, she'd gone to last night's party in this world line too. It's given me some good memories of Japan. Good memories? You're leaving? Not immediately. Remember what I said? I'm taking over Kurisu's research. Eat Panda Express on stream? I guess I could. I can't stay in vacation in Japan forever. I see. But still, she was only in Japan for another 10 days. I'd hoped nothing would happen during that time. Amadeus had been shut down and no longer existed. No longer would I hear Kurisu's voice. After I said goodbye to Maho, what that meant really started to sink in. I could still feel Kurisu's warmth in my chest. Her smell. All the feelings I tried to forget were coming back now that I'd seen her. No one will ever be happy on that world line. Everyone will be miserable. That's what she said. I knew that. That's why I decided to stay here. But that didn't mean I could erase the sense of loss I felt. I went back to the lab to get all this together in my head. The cause of the attack in the last world line was Kagari. And there was a good chance that Amadeus was involved in the world line change that took place afterwards. Haven't seen Daru or Suzuha yet this route. So that's interesting. But in this world line, the lab had never been attacked. The Amadeus project had been cancelled while it was still in the research stage. That meant the two major factors in the events that had occurred so far no longer existed. They were gone. Maybe there was no longer a reason to worry too much. Oh, Okabe, you naive idiot.
But even so, there was still a tiny alarm going off in the back of my mind. Why had Amadeus been shut down? What happened to Kagari's missing memories? If nothing else, I might need to learn the answer to those two questions. But I thought we kind of already learned why Amadeus got shut down. Because of the Kurusu death. And then Maho got moved to another project, which was Kurusu's research. What was Kurusu's research again? Was it memories? What are your thoughts on Stone Ocean? I loved it, man. I won't spoil anything on stream here because I don't think the finale's been out for 2 weeks yet, so I won't say anything. But I loved Stone Ocean. Especially, I thought the anime was really good. What about you, Caliman? Did you watch it? Finale has been out for 2 weeks. It came out December 1st. I thought it came out like December 4th or something. Like, I thought people still had this weekend to watch. Wow. Still, I won't spoil it this stream. I feel like it's still too early to stream. What was your favorite fight? I'm watching the whole series, but honestly, I think it's hard not to say the final fight is my favorite one. After I finished watching Stone Ocean, which was like last week, I went back and started watching part 1. I'm like halfway through part 3 now. My favorite has to be Sky High. That's a pretty good one. I'm Apollo 11. I liked, maybe it was just a coincidence because of how we were, we've been playing Steins Gate along with it, but I thought it was really cool how the ending seemed to just reflect like an alternate world line. It was very cool. It felt like I got very similar like deja vu vibes, which I think helped me appreciate it more. Hey, what's up, Shambles? How are you and what are you playing? I'm doing good, man. How are you? I'm playing the visual novel Steins Gate Zero, which is a sequel visual novel to Steins Gate. Any of the JJBA games worth playing? Are there multiple games? I only know of the most recent one that's like a fighting game, but I haven't heard good things about it. It might be okay just for the story, but I don't know. I like when Caesar throws bubbles. Caesar is such a weird character. Anyway, I was thinking about the differences in the world lines. Then I took my phone out and booted up the Rhine application. Kagari perspective. Ooh. What a cute little room. Shina Kagari felt happier and more fulfilled than the people around her thought she was. Her memories were missing. All she had now were memories of when she was young. She'd gone to the past when she was 10 and then gotten separated from Suzuha. See ya, Sash. Thanks for stopping by and chatting with everybody. Have a good night, man. Hopefully see you next stream. Her memories afterward were a total blank, with the exception of the last few weeks. Her oldest memories after her childhood were of the ceiling she saw when she woke up. It was the ceiling of an old temple with stains here and there that looked like faces. She remembered being a little scared. I honestly don't know how many memories of my childhood I still remember, at least right now. Not very many, I guess. My long-term memory kind of sucks. Short-term is really good, though. Shortly after that, she was given to the Bayashi Shrine.
かがりさん
Kagari, would you like some tea?
あ、うん
Oh yeah,
あり
thanks
がとう
Luca.
ルカ君
Is this supposed to be the room they share? Or is this just her room?
じゃあ入れますね
Okay, I'll put some tea on. Coffee is the superior beverage. Kurisu was right. Bring back Kurisu. That was when she'd met Luca. At the time, she hadn't realized that she already knew them. So the question here is which JoJo is next? What do you mean? The next manga is Part 9, JoJo Lands, and the next series to be animated, I assume, would be Part 7. And the Power of Spin, yeah. JoJo Lands hasn't been written yet, so who knows what the fuck that's gonna be about. It's gonna be about a JoJo, though. The writer confirmed that for everyone already. JoJo Lands comes out February 13th? I think so. Sometime next year. Early next year. I like that he confirmed that it was going to be about a JoJo, as if we didn't already know. But I suppose technically Part 5 is not about a JoJo. Which is kind of a stretch. Because it's a Dio descendant. Part 7's okay. I didn't read Part 7. A Steel Ball Run any good? I've heard mixed opinions. I think you either love it or hate it. I don't really think there's anyone who's like, well, other than AK, who immediately proved me wrong. I don't know if there's anyone who's like, there's not a lot of people who are like, Part 7 is just okay. A lot of people are like, Part 7 is awesome, it's my favorite, and other people are like, Part 7 sucks, don't read it. The series ended with 6. Like, I've only seen, for the most part, I only see like strong opinions about Part 7. But me personally, I know nothing about it. I only know about... I stopped reading after 6 because it felt like an appropriate spot to stop. But if the Part 7 anime comes out, I'm ready to be an anime only again. Luca was a good friend of her adopted mother, Shina Mayuri. They played together a lot when they were kids. When she was younger. Oh, okay.
Hi, どうぞ
Here's the tea.
ありがとう
Thank you. This tea tastes different.
なんだか変わった
That's right, I poisoned it, bitch! Fuck this world line!
ローズマリーティー集中力
It's rosemary tea. It's supposed to help you concentrate and improve your memory.
分けてもらったんです
I had Ferris give me some. Improving your memory and finding lost memories seems like a totally different thing to her. But she didn't say anything. I mean, you know, maybe it works the same memory muscles. I don't know. Give me coffee. I want that jittery caffeine buzz. But just the thought made her very happy. Luca, Mommy, and the rest of Okabe's friends were all trying to help her. It would probably make most people nervous not having their memories. It'd be hard not knowing what you'd experienced. But to be honest, Kagari didn't think she needed to remember, and that is what we call repressing the bad thoughts. Big coping mechanism, Kagari. Inhaling that major copium. Nothing bad happened, and if it did, I don't need to remember it. Nope. Nuh-uh. Nothing bad. Sometimes it seemed like a memory was about to come back. Each time her mind would roar with a sense of fear and anxiety.
もしかして
Was the tea
美
not
味しく
good?
なかったですか？
Luca saw that she'd only taken a sip and then stopped, so they seemed worried.
うん。
That's not true, it's good.
美味しいよ。ただ
I was
ちょ
just
っと
thinking.
考え事をしてただけ。考え事？
Thinking? I've never done that.
そう。
Yep,
でも
but
大
it's
したこ
nothing.
とないんだ。
She took a sip of the tea, hoping to change the subject.
それにしても
Anyway,
ル
Luca.
カ君って本当に男の子？そうですけ
The
ど。
worst part of Luca is being the butt of this joke.
やっぱりどう見ても女の子にしか見えない
I
ね。
just wish they made Luca an actual character instead of just this joke.
そんなこと言われても。そうだ。ねえ、明日一緒にお風呂そうすればルカ君が本当に男の子なのかどうかを。ダメですよ、そんなの。
Luca is an impossibly powerful planet destroyer. Anything would be better.
どうして？だってお姉さんとは一緒に入ってなかったの？
Are we ever gonna see Luca's sister? Leaky Eye Luca? Yeah.
入ってましたけど。かがりさん。ごめんごめん、冗談だよ冗談。ルカ君がそんな。でもそういう反応を見せるってことは、いや最初からそうだって言ってるじゃないですか。
ご覧のようにこちらのお店では
There are dozens of different dishes available, and they're all you can eat. Hey, speaking of reporter, remember when we got that one random fucking reporter that told us about the dead monkeys, and then we never heard about that or them ever again? Is that ever gonna pay off? I mean, that was even in a different fucking ending. What about the dead monkeys? That's what, like, what the fuck? The TV screen had been showing all kinds of delicious food.
すごいな。
Wow. The sight of it almost moved her to tears. Woo, dead monkey. What the fuck happened? It was such a random tangent. Does that ever pay off? Like, seriously. Genuine question. This time period is so wonderful. It's so different than the world I knew. What about your other memories, Kagari? What about my what?
そうなんですか？未来の世界
What's the future like?
どんな感じなんです？知りたい？
Death. Do you want to know? Luca looked uncertain. Kagari wasn't certain they should tell them. The future she knew was filled with despair. Is that a Danganronpa reference? Oh my god. A future filled with despair. Junko lives. The main antagonist of this game too. She arrives in the end of all visual novels to cap off a final chapter. Everyone desperately struggled to stay alive in the future, hoping that tomorrow would somehow be better. They knew there was no hope. How would they survive?
やっぱりやめておきます。
I don't think I do. Hikari sighed in relief.
その方がいいよ。
Finished all the M&Ms from my trail mix. Caliman, you can't just pick out the M&Ms from the trail mix. Bro, you gotta, like, mix in some other stuff. And you might as well just get a packet of M&Ms, which now I kind of want, because we've talked about M&Ms more than once this stream. You're better off not knowing, Luca. The future can be changed. But that's weird. I thought Kagari was, like, absolutely steadfast on not changing the future. I should have just brought M&Ms? Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna get the trail mix with M&Ms, you gotta mix the stuff together. That's the whole point of trail mix, isn't it? Is to get that combination of flavors, the sweet and the salty. You get like the nuts and some M&Ms. But you could also just skip the trail mix and then get the unhealthy version of the peanut M&Ms, which are kind of my favorite. If I had to be honest with you. I don't know how anybody else feels about their M&Ms, but I think peanut M&Ms are my favorite. Like the chocolate coating complements the peanut very well. Peanut butter M&Ms are really good, but those are always like limited edition. They like never really come out for very long. The trail mix skipped out on the M&Ms. They always do. You don't like peanuts or peanut butter? Are you allergic to them, gamer? Or is like someone in your immediate family allergic? Nani, the future can be changed? Yeah, that's what Mommy said. She said it could be changed. She said he'd change it. He'd change it. That's what Mayuri had always told Kagari. That was her tiny light of hope. What was it? Steins... what? Steins Gate. No? No one's allergic, but you just don't like peanuts or peanut butter? That is actually crazy to me. Yeah, what about peanut butter and jelly? How do you eat? I just got prompted with a login screen from my Razer keyboard. What? Oh, well, apparently I don't know my password because I just got banned. What the fuck was that? PB&J's hit when you're at work. PB&J's hit always, all the time. There's never a moment when PB&J's have not hit. Let's be real. That's it. Mommy said she knew it was real. The Steins Gate is real! I'm sure someone's made that joke already. I still don't know what that meme is from, but I see it all the time. Cashews are the second best nuts under pistachios. I'm like an almonds and just regular peanuts guy. Big peanut guy, big almond nut. I like almonds a lot, especially like the roasted ones that you get at like baseball games and stuff. Those are really good. Not that I don't like cashews though. Basic? I am very basic. I don't trust those things. Yesterday I logged into my iCloud and it said that I was from somewhere else. Yeah. I constantly get a bunch of emails that are like you logged in from somewhere. I still get emails all the time that said I like log into an Instagram account. I don't have an Instagram, so like I don't know what the fuck that means. They're like, someone logged into your Instagram account. I'm like, what Instagram? The song is from Kanye? What? There's a song? Imagine being allergic to cashews. I mean, you're just kind of like allergic to nuts in general, right? If you have a nut allergy, it's not just specifically peanuts, right? It's just nuts. Maybe someone created an Instagram with your email. True. But I feel like, don't they need to send an email for like verification to like finalize the account? I didn't even know there was a song attached to the meme though. I don't really listen to random videos on I only listen to like YouTube videos pretty much. Like any embedded videos on like Reddit or Twitter or some shit. Never, zero chance I'm letting the audio play on those. That's probably because as a YouTuber myself, when people like post videos on Reddit, I'm like, this better be a fucking YouTube link. Or I don't click it. Anyway, Mommy said Steins Gate was real. But I don't know what that is. Steins Gate. To be honest, Kagari didn't know exactly what that meant. But each time Mayuri said it, Kagari had felt warmth in her heart. It's better when it's built into Reddit? I disagree. The Reddit video player is fucking garbage. Actual garbage. Either load up on YouTube or don't. Every time you try to like replay anything on the video Reddit thing, it just goes and it crashes. Then if you try to scroll through the comments, it just keeps fucking auto-playing the video. Or like if you even pause the video and try to scroll, it still stays like smashed up at the top of your screen so you can't see as many of the comments. Disgusting. Open up on YouTube. Yeah, zero chance I play audio from the Reddit app or Twitter app. No way. Become a pro Redditor like Kyler? I will pass. Someone would come to lead them to Steins Gate. When she thought about that, it gave her hope. Does she not know who he is? Oh, maybe that's part of her lost memories. I have a lot of Reddit karma, and zero of it is from promoting my stream. Disgusting. Is it even really karma then? And now for our next report. Did you know that memory restoration technology is being studied around the globe? Today we have a special report on an American university that's at the cutting edge of this research. The news show had finished its food report, already switched to another topic. Now it was showing a college campus, covered in greenery. It was a wide open space that clearly wasn't Japanese. I'm going to go ahead and predict the plot for this route now. I mean, I feel like this is obviously VCU, right? And I feel that Kagari is going to go try and get her memory restored. And it's going to be Leskinen. He's going to do the same thing that we did in the Leskinen ending. But to Kagari instead of Okabe. She's gonna get all that time travel info sucked out of her brain by Leskinen, and either made into an AI or just like interrogated. The second she saw it, she felt dizzy. This is VCU. It may seem like just another college campus. Like Total Recall? Is it like Total Recall? There's a major project going on here right now. The discussion became more technical. It was far beyond what Kagari, who had only had her memories as a child, could understand. But... should I change the channel? Wait. Kagari stopped them before they could get the remote. Kagari, do you understand this? Sure, close enough. They're talking about how the brain works and whether you can make false memories. Ooh, that's a Danganronpa plot. Do false memories always kind of end up being the plot of around any character with amnesia? That's amazing. It's too complicated for me. Thank you, Luca. Is Amadeus being worked on in the Steins Gate world line? An interesting question. Another question is, do we meet Maho in Steins Gate? I hope so. She suddenly found herself easily understanding what was being said. Why? Yeah, why? How? How could she understand this? Yeah, it's not that complicated. When did she study this? Part of her missing memories, I guess. Memories are controlled by a part of the brain known as the hippocampus. There's a special region of the hippocampus called the dentate gyrus. She was surprised at what she was saying, but the words kept coming anyway. When new nerve cells are constructed there, they cause existing neurological pathways to reorganize. That's what makes you forget things. Feel that Maho and Amadeus had more of a presence in the anime? Because so far, they feel like the best characters from Zero. Or like the best parts of Zero seem to be Amadeus and Maho. I mean, I know we're technically, I think we're not even at the halfway point of through the game. Because we still have 4 endings left of the 6. So there's still something that might change my opinion. But so far, those seem to be the best additions, are Maho and Amadeus. Even if they meet, Okabe will just be Chuni, so they won't be as close. I don't know. Kurisu fell in love with Chuni Okabe. So maybe Maho would as well. They're both like sisters, remember? The tsundere girls love that shit. They need a guy that's outgoing and will overcome their tsundere-ness. When the study team did experiments on mice, they saw false memories created. Oh look, the room in the back. That's where they do the mice experiments. Kagari used to be a mouse. She time-leaped from a mouse to Kagari's body. Kagari, are you familiar with this university? Eh? She suddenly realized Luca was looking confused, as they are for like the entirety of every end and every route in Steins Gate. Okabe's relationships with many characters are unknown. That is a bra moment. Hopefully Steins is question mark. A very easy title to say that rolls off the tongue. We'll fix that. I mean, you seem to know a lot about the university. The TV was showing something that looked like a lab. And to the player is another familiar JPEG background because there can only be so many in a visual novel. The camera went toward the back of the room. A white door opened that led to the next room. After seeing the results of the experiments on the mice performed here, the research team... No, I don't know the lab. Just now. That's right. She wasn't familiar with it. She didn't know anything about a place like this. But... I don't know. I don't know, but... Is she getting her memories back? Now, the interesting thing would be here if she gets her memories back from another world line. Or, like, she gets, like, that mini-reading Steiner effect. That's a dynamic that I feel like has not really been fully explored in this game. So far, again, I know there's other routes, so we might finally get that, but something I really wanted to see more of, and hopefully, fingers crossed, don't spoil it for me, fingers crossed we get to see more of it, as I was really curious to see more about Fubuki's reading Steiner. That was something that was, like, just kind of dropped, like, that she has a very, like, strong reading Steiner like Okabe, and then we like, brought that up, and then fucking ditched that shit. They were like, oh, she's got reading Steiner. Ooh, okay, anyway. It's like, what the fuck? That's a really cool concept for a character in this universe. Someone that got reading Steinered over and over again and had no idea what the fuck was going on. That would have been cool. And what else? Yeah, the concept of people being able to remember the other world lines is again something that was minorly hinted at with Mayuri and Fubuki having bad dreams about their deaths. Hang on, my fucking back itches, Jesus. They have all those bad dreams about their deaths and other world lines and shit. And that just kind of gets ignored as well. So those are two things. So far, like pros and cons, I really like Maho and Amadeus. I really wish the Fubuki and remembering the other world lines thing came to fruition. And again, hopefully, no spoilers, that there's still a chance for it too, so I won't write it off the game yet, but those are two things I'm hoping we experience. Kaede is also a good plot device that gets dropped. What would a Kaede have brought to the table again? I actually don't remember what Kaede would have brought to the table. She didn't have reading Steiner. Anyway, Kagari doesn't know about the facility, but for some reason, it suddenly feels like I do. That's probably where she lost her memories. There was suddenly a piercing pain in the back of her head. It felt like the beginning of something terrifying. She suddenly felt nervous. And perspective shift. There we go. Yeah, I called that. Kagari was almost becoming an interesting character for a couple seconds. Listen, I'm not doing it because you asked me to. Just don't forget that. Literally just a piano tip book? Yeah. That's kind of it. She also feels like she's supposed to be the Yukiko reference to Fubuki's Chie. I don't know. This morning, I gone to Tennoji and asked him to protect Kagari if something happened. That meant I had to talk to him about his role as a rounder again. And I had to tell him that Kagari was caught up in something big. But since this was the second time I'd had that conversation, I was able to make it go a little smoother. That was only relative to the first time, though. I never wanted to ask him for anything like this ever again. I'm fine with Kaede not doing anything special. Yeah, her character's a little boring to me, but I mean, I don't know. She just kind of seems like she's there to flesh out Mayuri. And yeah, give us piano tips. Even though Maho is already a big piano person. Very odd. So, I don't really know what Kaede brings to the table. And Fubuki has a lot of untapped potential, I feel like.
Okabe,
what the hell are you people involved in? I stopped myself. You can't say? You'll ask me for a favor, but won't say anything? I'm sorry. That's good, though. Huh? What's good about it? Information is your final trump card. If you had just come out and told me, I'd have called this whole thing off. Anyway, just be careful. Thank you, Mr. Rounder, sir. I get it. Don't be so polite. It makes it so damn hard to deal with you. Why? I bowed to him once more anyway and left. I managed to get Tennoji's help. And this morning, I'd gotten another person on my side as well. Moeka. She was a lot easier than Tennoji. I checked with Daru last night and found that just like in the old world line, we'd hired her to find out more about Kagari. All I had to do was ask her to keep looking into what Kagari had been doing before she came into town. Now I'd done everything I could in case something happened. Kaede was mentioned in the first game as just like Fubuki's friend, so when they're going to make Fubuki relevant, yeah, obviously Kaede has to be there. But like, I mean, why? They're not even fleshing Fubuki out. All that was left was to pray that nothing happened. I got back to the lab where Luca was waiting. They had a very serious look on their face. They needed to talk to me.
かがりさんの記憶の
There's
ことで
something bothering me about
気になる
Kagari's
ことがあっ
memories.
て。
かがりの
Kagari's memories?
とは言っても、これ
But I
が
don't know if it'll
記
help
憶
bring
を
them
取り
back.
戻すことにつながるかどうかはわから
She
ない
seemed to know a lot about this suspicious, unmarked university. Do you know anything about it? Okabe?
構わない。気になることがあるなら
If
話し
something's
てくれ。
bothering you, just tell me.
はい。
Okay. Lucas started to fidget and rub their knees together. Then they looked up at me and opened their mouth.
ゆうべ
Last night,
テレビで
they were doing a special on a
記
memory
憶の研
research on
究につい
TV.
ての
It
特
was
集
about an
をやって
American
いて、
university.
アメリカの大学で行われているものだったんですけど、
Inadvertently, I'm assuming, damning Kagari to a fate worse than death. As we found out in our first ending.
それを見ていたかがりさん
When
が
Kagari saw it, she acted like she recognized the
その
school.
学校を知っているよ。
アメリカの大学
An American college.
どこの大学だ
Which one? I don't know, Okabe. Maybe the only one we've ever talked about?
なんだか
It
難
had a
し
really
い名前の学校
complicated
で、
name.
確か
I think it was
ビク
Victor Condor?
ビクトル・コンドリア大学か
あ、そうです。
Oh, yeah, that's
そ
right.
の学校で
That's
す。
the place. VCU. That was where Kurisu had studied. What just happened there? I'm dying though, don't worry about it. If Kagari knew about the VCU, how? The most obvious possibility was that she went there too. But how would a kid who went missing in Japan go to an American school, and one of the best at that? Of course, it wasn't impossible, but
どうでしょう。何か手がかりになりそうでしょうか。
what do you think? Is this a clue? What's the name of this chapter? Antinomic duel.
I さすがにそれだけじゃ
Can't say anything just based off of that, but
そうですか。
I see. Luca's shoulders slumped in disappointment.
でも手がかりにならない
But that doesn't mean it's not a clue.
それじゃあ
Then,
あ
yeah, it's worth checking
あ
out.
確かめてみる必要は
It's a trap! No! VCU bad. Leskin probably bad in this route, I'm sure of it.
お話って何かな。
What do you want to talk to me about? The best way to find out was to talk to her directly. Kagari was just about to start work, and she seemed put off by the fact that I'd suddenly asked to speak to her.
話はちょっと待ってくれるかもう一人
Can you wait just a second? I've asked another person to join us.
もう一人
Another person? I didn't know a lot about VCU myself. I could ask Kagari what she knew about the school, but I couldn't tell if her information was accurate or not. There was a better person she could ask. Someone who should be here any minute, knowing Maho she overslept and fell over and fucking Gremlin walked her way all the way over here, so she's running late.
お邪魔します。
Excuse me. I should say excuse me. Not like hi. The best way to find out about the school was to ask someone who actually went there. Doesn't she work there? Not attend there? I feel like that's one thing that they keep mixing up between Maho. Is she an assistant? Is she a doctor? Is she a student? Or is she an employee? If she's a doctor performing research, she doesn't go to VCU, she works at VCU. And I feel like they keep flip-flopping on that. Maybe it's not that big of a deal, but It's throwing me off. In fact, Maho was to this day part of the brain science lab.
あ、真帆さん、こんにちは。
Maho, hello.
はい、元気？
Hi, how have you been? Maho still doesn't know that Kagari is from the future. I have to keep her from finding out.
それにしても、
You
本
know,
当にクリスに似て
she
るわ
really
よ
does look like Kurisu. Maho stared at Kagari, then whispered so that only I could hear she's absolutely about to make a comment about Kagari's breasts because of Maho's enormous bi energy. It made sense. I'd been surprised myself. I started by explaining to Maho why I'd brought her here. Oh, damn, I was
じゃあ
wrong.
何？つまり
So,
彼女がうちの
what?
学校にいた
You
か
think
も
she
し
might
れ
have
ない
gone to
って
my
いう
school?
ちょっと待って、そんなこと言われても私
Wait a second. I don't know anything about this Victor Krondo Whatsits place.
なんて知らないよ。ビクトル・コンドリア大学。ほらね。
See?
名
I don't
前だ
even
って
remember the
ちゃん
name.
と覚えてないんだもん。
Yeah, as if you were suspicious, you couldn't just like force yourself to fuck up the name. Yeah, I don't know anything about this Steins entryway anime that everyone keeps talking about. That's so weird. What do you mean I've done 20 streams of that game? Steins entryway? Is that what the kids call it? I don't remember.
でも昨日は知って
But
いる様子だった
yesterday
ん
you
だ
acted like you recognized it. Right, Luca?
あ、はい。
Yeah.
奥にある部屋
You
で
said they did mice
ネ
experiments
ズ
in
ミ
the
さ
back
んを
room.
使った実験を
Steins
行っている
fence.
って。
Steins gated community.
そしたら
And then after they actually showed the
本当にその部
experiments
屋
in
で
that
の
room.
実験の様子が映って。
かがりはそのことは
Do you remember that, Kagari?
ね、
I don't, no.
覚えてない。
I couldn't imagine Luca would lie, or that there would be any point to them lying. But the same was true for Kagari.
漆原さん、その研究室どこだったかわ
Do you
かる？
remember where the lab was?
と
I don't know the details, but they said they were doing research on memories of the brain,
脳とかということは
which
も
means
し
it
か
might
す
have
る
been
と
my brain science
脳科
lab?
学研究所かもしれないわね。
The brain science lab. That was where.
私が所属しているところよ。
That's where I work. And also where Kurisu worked too.
それじゃあもしかしたら
Then Kagari might have
かが
met
り
you
は
in Kurisu?
ヒアジョーさんやクリスと会っていたかも
あくまでも家庭
It's just a
の話よ。
possibility. Would Maho really lack the social skills to remember? I feel like Maho would be like, oh yeah, I know this girl who looks like Kurisu. Because that would be like a distinct thing, right? Like, if you saw someone who looked like one of your best friends, you'd be like, oh my god, my doppelganger. Like, I feel like it's not like she's got a forgettable appearance, especially when she looks so much like Kurisu. So why would Maho not remember? If it's a possibility or not.
脳科学を研究しているところは一つじゃない
There's
し、
more than one place that researches brain science. But is there more than one place at VCU?
私のいるところだって
It's not just grad students where I work.
一般の
There
研
are a lot
究
of
者も
regular
たくさん出入り
scientists
してる
too.
もの。私だって研究所
I
にい
haven't
る
even
人間
met
全
everyone
員と
at the
顔を合
lab.
わせたわけじゃないわ。ただ同じ日本
But
人
if I saw
とな
another
ると
Japanese person
見
there,
か
I'm
けれ
sure
ば
I'd
記
remember
憶に
that.
は残っているでしょうね。
Which meant she didn't remember it. Which meant she probably hadn't met her.
ルカ子
Luca,
他
is there
に
anything else
か
about
がりの
Kagari
こ
you've
とで気に
noticed?
なったことはないか
Kagari sometimes knows things that are
Kagari-san.
really complicated.
時々びっくりするくらい難しいことを知っていたり。私だって難しい
I know
こ
some
とくらい知
complicated
ってるもん。
things. Kagari pouted. That was one expression that was totally different than Kurisu's.
例えば
For example, why would that be different? Kurisu pouted all the time. For example,
と
roses and depression?
バラとか憂鬱とか
Depression is complicated, Kagari. Those are just words that are complicated to write in Japanese. What is depression in Japan, or in Japanese? Depression in Japanese. Utsu. It looks like the kanji for it is really weird. Looks like two squiggles. That's what Google Translate says, so I mean, I don't, who the fuck knows how accurate that is. Do you guys hear that?
Depression.
I didn't know there was an audio thing on Google Translate, but again, I don't know how accurate that would be, because Google Translate can kind of suck. Yeah. They were doing a special on fake memories last night. You seemed like you knew a lot about it. Fake memories? Yeah, one of the teams is working on that. We went to talk to them one time. Kagari, can you talk about that now? She's thinking all redheads look alike? I mean... yeah. Similar. I don't really know. Did they really talk about that stuff? I can't tell if she's in denial or if she was in a trance while talking about it. It's actually kind of hard to figure. You did. Oh, Lord. I don't know why I keep yawning. I'm not even that tired. It's only 9 p.m. I've streamed this game for like 10 hours before. She put her hand between her eyebrows and thought. She really didn't remember, it seemed. Oh shit, the time traveler guy was from Reddit? Well, yeah, of course he was. Pretty much everyone, I think, but you and... But AK, Kyler, you, and Gamer, I think, have come from Reddit to watch the Steins thing. Or to watch my Steins Gate streams. I don't think any of my usual and Guy as well. Where did Vibin come from? Reddit. That's why I kept always asking people to help promote the streams. Because that's how we get a crowd and an audience. The only reason why I've continued streaming into the game, because there's been like some people chatting about it. I came from YouTube recommended. Oh, well, never mind then. Oh yeah, that's right. I do remember being shocked that I was ever on YouTube recommended. Anything happen while I was gone? You were here for the Kurisu flashback / dream sequence / actual time leap, time divergence warp to Kurisu for a bit for some reason that's still not really explained. And nothing really of note has happened since. In my opinion. Has this happened a lot before, where Kagari just randomly remembers complicated things? Not that much until recently. It suddenly started happening over the last few days. I was shocked someone was streaming a quality Steins Gate playthrough this year. Very true. I'm a little behind the times, perhaps, on streaming Steins Gate. But ever relevant.
I have LBP installed as well, so we're still ready to keep going. Kubai is a boomer when it comes to good anime. I'm actually quite, yeah, I never used to watch anime. Or have anything to do with anime, really, until recently. I used to be a big what the fuck is anime guy. Until like the last 2 years that I finally started to watch anime. Is the COZ patch out yet? This month? But I have a lot of Fire Emblem stuff to stream. I didn't know how Kagari could know things about VCU. But it clearly had something to do with her missing memories. If I follow the trail a little longer, I might learn some clues. It was possible I might be able to bring back her memories. Suddenly, she started to moan in pain. You could be the first Chaos Head English streamer? I don't think that's true. I would imagine people have already streamed it, but have they been as hilarious as me? And have they read in such a melancholy voice? I don't know. Kagari, what's wrong? I'm in denial about my memories. My head kind of hurts. Luca was looking at her face, worried. No one has done a Noah stream? But doesn't it have a, like, actual release? Like, it has an English dub, people just don't like it. Chaos Head Noah. Yeah, like if I look at Steam, there's English subtitles here. The official translation is bad. Yeah, but there's no way some streamer hasn't, like, covered it already anyway. The only thing is I'm worried about, like, how YouTube would take this content. Because YouTube is usually not very super anime forward or friendly. And this game got banned from Steam already, so I could just see my channel getting hit for the violence in this game. I'm also not a huge fan of that art style. My head's turning a little bit. Do you want to lie down? I'm fine. And yeah, even if the game came out in October, I mean, like, that seems crazy that nobody has streamed it. That would just kind of mean it's a big miss then, right? Like, not that it's, like, too niche? As well? People have the PC version on YouTube already? Yeah, so I wouldn't even be the first to stream it. Mainly waiting for COZ patch. Well, I guess we'll see. If nobody streams the COZ patch, then I will stream it. We might have put too much stress on her by forcing her to remember these things. Maha was looking worried too. Are you really okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you, Senpai. I hope so. Why'd she call her Senpai? The conversation was natural. That Maho and I almost missed it.
おい
Did she just... Yeah. I caught it.
うん先
Yeah,
輩
she called me senpai. Huh?
かがり君
Gari, you
確
just
か
called her senpai,
に
right?
先輩って呼んだよな
嘘
No,
私
I
そん
didn't.
なこといいえ
You definitely
間違い
did.
なく言ったわ
Luca, you heard it too, right?
漆原さんはい
Yes. Senpai, the Japanese word used to address an older classmate or colleague. I just learned that Maho and Kagari hadn't met at VCU. But another thing that I worry about for streaming another Mages game is all the copyright strikes that I get again. I actually got last week I got a notification from a YouTube moderator, an official YouTube moderator, that my channel was getting reviewed with the copyright notices that I've gotten lately. So that's concerning. What was the email? Let me see. Yeah. Hello, Cube Studios. Moderation will be reviewing these complaints in the near term, and if confirmed, your videos will be removed and your channel will get a strike. Upon reaching 3 strikes, your channel will be blocked without the possibility of appeal. The videos in question are Steins Gate, My Darling's Embrace. The copyright applicant is Mages Inc. Your videos contain copyrighted content. Copyright holders can choose to block YouTube videos that contain their content. Please read the full report below. If you do not read the report, you cannot appeal this decision. I did not read the report, and I have not appealed. Lamau XD. Living on the edge. Just like Okabe, I'm closing my eyes to the possibilities of bad things. Fix it if you can. I'd have to probably delete the streams. You could ask Mage about it if it's possible. I'm not a big enough streamer. I don't think they would care. Plus, I mean, these games being so visual novel heavy, I'm sure they really probably want to, like, discourage people from streaming the game, right? Because there's not, like, there's that much different of an experience of watching a stream versus actually playing it. I guess if you, like, didn't like how the person was reacting to the streams, you'd want to play it on your own. But still, it is a visual novel. But I don't know. I'm still gonna stream them all, but I kind of want to. I'm planning on taking a small break from Mage's games for a bit after Steins Gate 0. We'll do, like, I plan on doing LBP, but I plan on taking a break from Mage's games before I do LBP streams, play some Fire Emblem and stuff. Wait for the heat to die down on my channel. Much like a GTA stars rating. And want to wait for the reviews to close and then go, ooh. Then I can pop back out, start doing crimes again as soon as my rating goes down. If your channel isn't deleted. That's true. Hey, Ruben, what's up, man? The streamer I watch always talks about Muck and Spore. Who? Who's streaming Spore? Let's see, how many live streams of Spore are there on YouTube right now? I want to see. Spore. And then I look up live. Currently, no one is live streaming Spore. What about Muck? Nobody is streaming Muck either. Lamau. It's you, silly? No. Spore is popular. It was popular in like 2009. I'm good. Yeah, I'm pretty good, man. What route are we on? I don't know what it's called. But we answered Amadeus's call on January 2nd, and the world line shifted. And we had a little flashback scene with Kurisu. Well, it's not technically flashback. Spore is still popular. Literally no one is streaming it right now, Kyler. But anyway, we had the like the scene that Kurisu described as a dream, where we saw her in the Alpha World line for a bit. Let's see, is there even a recent like YouTuber who uploaded a big who've gone to the Alpha streamer brain, thinks people need to stream it? I mean, people need to fucking play it. What? Spore gameplay. People need to be playing it for it to be popular. Let's say this week. The most recent Spore videos, 7 views. There's one with 500 views, I guess. There's one with 12 views, 33 views, 44 views. There have been 5 Spore gameplays uploaded in the last week, and only one has had triple-digit views. Lamau is the popular game. But is he a spiffing Brit? Yeah, my favorite YouTuber, Spiffing Brit. And he got a lot of views because he has 3.3 million subscribers. It's not like he's a Spore YouTuber. Anyway, also still just not interested in playing Spore. Did that mean it was just a mistake that Kagari called Maho Senpai? He's had like 6 Spore videos over 3 years. Oh wow. That's a lot of content. The sound of footsteps coming up the stairs distracted me. They were so heavy, it was no need to wonder who it was. Yo. Hello. You're here, Maho? Don't call me Maho-tan. Do I have enough? 1, 2, 3. He ignored Maho's complaint and started to count the number of people in the room. There's this kind of paper bag in his hands. Yeah, I got enough. Enough what? You know, they opened a new adult in front of the station. They were selling some good-looking pudding. I thought it might be a nice treat, so I brought enough for everybody. He put down the bag, opened the box, and started putting the pudding cups on the table, which means he didn't get one for Suzuha intentionally. Has she already tried to go back to the past? Daro, do it later. Why do you all look so upset? Is it that rare for me to buy something for everybody? I guess it is. But I got some extra work on my job, you see. Not only am I talented, I'm also kind-hearted and I get paid. Feel free to fall in love, ladies. Huh? He turned the bag over and started shaking it. I'm missing a spoon. I bet the staff there forgot to put one in. I think there's a spoon in the sink. Oh, I've got my own spoon I always use. Lucas stood up to get a spoon from the sink, then stopped. They looked at Kagari with a confused expression.
かがりさん
You
マ
own a
イスプーン
spoon?
なんて持ってま
え
かがりさんが持ってたのって
I thought all you had with you was the Upa
ウ
keychain.
ーパのキーホルダーだけだったようなあれそう
That's right, isn't it? That's
お
strange.
かしいな
Why'd I say I
なん
had
で
one?
私持ってるなんて
Her own spoon. I'd heard someone say that before. Not many people carry their own spoons around. Didn't Kurisu want a spoon, though? I thought she didn't have one. Doesn't she have a fork and knife, but wants her own spoon? That was like her secret code word, right? For, that was what Kurisu told Okabe to make her remember, like, that was the code word, yeah? To make Okabe get past Kurisu to believe that he's already time traveled. She told Okabe to say that I want my own spoon or something, right? Because I already have my own fork? Yeah. Random question, how do you feel about spoilers? Are no context scenes not considered spoilers, or is there a certain point in a story until it becomes a spoiler? I don't like spoilers. I don't want to be spoiled on stuff. Spoilers are a no from me. A big no. So I'm guessing, like, in some way, the writing here, she's supposed to be Kurisu, like another point. It was common in Japan to carry around your own personal set of chopsticks lately, but not spoons. But I knew. I had known someone who carried around her own spoon. It was Makise Kurisu. Just a moment ago, she called Maho senpai. Did Kagari know Kurisu after all? I'm wondering because certain people have different views on what a spoiler is. Anything that would imply events yet to have happened in the story. So then, did Kurisu have the spoon and want a fork to go with it? Am I mixing that up? Am I, like, reversing that? Oh well, I guess it's not that important. My idea of a spoiler is info plus context. Mine is not. Mine is just info. Because if there's, even without context, I'm now going to start wondering, like, when is this event going to happen? When is this info going to be relevant? Like, it's going to ruin my experience, I feel like. Because now I'm, like, looking for when that info will be relevant. Like, I mean, let's say, like, for this, for example, if, like, at the beginning of the chapter, you would have been like, spoons are really important to this chapter. I'd have been like, what the fuck? And the whole time I would be thinking about, like, every time when someone walked around, like, are they going to grab a spoon? Are they going to have the Kurisu spoon? Oh my god. Like, I would be thinking about it the whole chapter, and it would bug me, and it would not be, I wouldn't like it. Obviously that's, like, random, but you know what you would know what I mean. Is, like, that's just an example of, like, info would be enough of a spoiler for me, because I would be overthinking it. Or, like, if you had mentioned, you know, like, there's the Alpha Kurisu was going to show up in this chapter, I'd be like, what the fuck? And I wouldn't have been able to focus on anything until we saw Alpha Kurisu. Mandela effect, does anyone remember when Kurisu wanted a spork? Fucking sporks, man. Hey, how many people call you senpai in America? Fucking nobody. If somebody said senpai in America, I'd be like, cringe! Just one. It's a Japanese word and a Japanese concept. There was no need to even ask who it was.
私を先輩と呼ん
The
でた
only
のは
one who called me senpai. Dr. Leskinen, before the project was cancelled.
クリスだけ。
Was Kurisu. Oh, lame. What a twist that would have been, am I right, boys?
クリス。
かがり
Do you know a girl named
マ
Makise
キセクリ
Kurisu?
スのことを知ってるのか？
クリス。マキセ・クリス。
Did she know her and was imitating her? Well, why would she need to do that?
マキセ・クリス。
Higari seemed to be desperately searching her memories, but it didn't seem to work. There's sweat on her forehead. Her headache might still be bothering her. How can you tell that there's sweat on her forehead? Where is it?
無理はしなくていい。
Don't force yourself. There's no need to remember immediately. She goes, "Rah!" and goes into a seizure.
うん。
It feels
このままにし
creepy
とく
leaving
の
it
も
like this.
なんだか気持ち何か思
Do
い
you
出
feel
せ
like
そ
you
うな
can
んですか
remember something? I feel like something being on the tip of your tongue and like just escaping your memory is like one of the most frustrating feelings. Like of all time. It's just really frustrating. That's one of my least favorite like experiences or like emotions, I guess. Is like that cusp of knowing something. Makes me be like, "Ah!" I fucking hate it.
わかんない。
I don't know.
わか
Try
んない
saying
から
something, Okarin.
オカリンさん。
一丁
Yeah?
一体何
What's
が
going on
何な
here?
ん
The fact that Kagari had responded this strongly to Kurisu's name meant that there had to be some relationship. What could there possibly be? The question was this. What had Kagari been doing ever since she separated from Suzuha in 1998? If she never met Maho, did she ever meet Kurisu? Nothing rhymes with month. What about months? Okay, so I'm revising my thing. She's already been an experiment of Dr. Leskinen. Dr. Leskinen tried to... So Dr. Leskinen tried to overwrite this Kagari girl's memories with Kurisu's memories, but because of the big explanation from Steins Gate OG, where Makise Kurisu explains how the time leap wouldn't really work if someone else answered your phone during the time leap thing, because of how like the differences between consciousnesses would reject the memories and would kind of like and had potential to fuck you up. I'm guessing that's what happened to Kagari. Is that they found her, they experimented on her, her consciousness kind of like split apart, remembering getting the Kurisu memories, and then she forgot everything, and then she was just left abandoned when the project didn't work. That's how I'm interpreting the story so far. Am I right? We'll see, but that's kind of the vibe I'm getting from this. Is Maho Japanese? She says she has no family in Japan. Yes, she's Japanese, but she, like, moved to America at a young age. I think. Or maybe her family's passed. I don't really quite remember. We didn't really talk about Maho's backstory all that much. Even in the Maho route. 1 second. Maybe someone else in chat can enlighten us on the Maho backstory. But I believe she moved to America at a young age. She's just smart and went to America. Fair enough. Maybe Kagari became friends with Kurisu and learned a lot about her. Then she'd have gotten Kurisu's stories mixed up with her own memories. Or... oh my god! Did I call this, like, spot on? I remember the machine that Kurisu had developed in the Alpha World line and came up with a certain hypothesis. I quickly told myself that was impossible. No way. My eyes met Maho's. She nodded.
かがり、じゃあいくつか質問させてくれ。
Kagari, let me ask you some questions. Oh, don't forget though, the most important detail. We also know Maho's a really big Mozart fan. That's huge. You can never forget the Maho-Mozart connection. Very important stuff. For now, I wanted to learn how much Kagari knew about Kurisu.
君の父親は
Where's your father?
パパは
Daddy died when I was a kid.
子供の頃に
If her memories were mixed with Kurisu's, she wouldn't say that. Those were Kagari's memories. She said she remembered everything from before she was 10 years old. She'd only lost her memories after she'd been separated from Suzuha in 1998. Time left to make the best theory? Yeah. I'd have to go a little deeper.
それじゃあ栗ご飯
What is the
と言っ
word
たら
curry gohan
何
to
を思
you?
い浮かべる？
栗ご飯何なの
What are you talking about?
答えてくれ。
Answer me,
Kagari.
please, Kagari.
栗ご飯カメハメハ
Kagari just fires a fucking giant laser beam through the lab. Everyone else seemed confused. But I felt as if my heart was about to stop. How could she know? Curry Gohan and Kamehameha was Kurisu's @channel handle. Not only did she keep that a secret, she almost never let anyone know she posted on @channel. She never would have told anyone. Kagari was a hater and doxed Kurisu. How could Kagari know something that only Kurisu should know? Well, I mean, Kurisu wasn't exactly the best at keeping it a secret. She fucking randomly would spout off memes all the time. And then let both Maho and Okabe learn that she was a closet @channeler. So, wasn't really good at keeping secrets. More sweat was pouring down Kagari's forehead. Luca offered her a handkerchief, worried. Kagari nodded and took it.
かがり。タイムトラベルの主な理論
Can you
が
tell me how many major theories of time travel there are? Maho looked like she wanted to say something, but I motioned for her to stay quiet.
11
11. Kagari spoke clearly, as if the answer was the most obvious thing in the world.
全部で11
11 in total.
あれ
Wait,
違ったかな
is that right? I hadn't expected much when I asked the question. I certainly hadn't expected that. The terrifying possibility I thought of earlier was becoming more and more real. It was impossible. It had to be. The more I tried to convince myself, the more my fear grew.
11の理論を
Can you tell me what the 11
具体的に
theories are?
説明できるか？
中性子星理
Neuron
論
star theory, black hole theory, light speed
ブラ
theory,
ックホタキオン理論
tachyon theory, wormhole theory, exotic matter
エ
theory.
キゾチック物質
Kagari
理
was
論
counting with her fingers and speaking with very little hesitation.
宇宙ひも理論
Cosmic string theory, quantum gravity theory, cesium
セシ
laser
ウムレーザ
theory,
ー素粒子リングレーザー理論
elementary particle ring and laser theory, and lastly, the Dirac antiparticle theory.
全部
Those are all
合っ
correct.
てる
Maho's voice was hoarse. Tell me, Okabe.
さん
How do I know all this?
どうしてそんなこと知ってるんだろう
You got time leap, nerd! What an epic troll. Kagari's VA does a good job at even sounding like Kurisu. Honestly, I thought they had the same voice actress. What? Is that not true? Then she does a really good job. To be fair, a time traveler knowing this shouldn't be all that strange. I guess that's true, now that you put it like that. No. AK, you're wrong. It's clearly the time leap memory erasure theory that I came up with. Obviously. I'm correct. Don't point out basic facts. Let the sheer brilliance of the Steins Gate Zero writing and my theory crafting combine into a fantastic idea and moment for the stream. KK, thank you. There will be no good ideas coming from the chat today. Just me. You're stealing my moment, AK. I'm just kidding. Nope. Fucking almost closed the stream. Then it would have really looked like I was throwing a fit. Hey, Joshu. Ban them? I would never ban AK. He's putting the streams on his back. You see that badge next to his name? How do you think I paid rent? How easy is it to close your stream? I mean, it's not super easy. But when I was like, I was tempted to, like, when we were talking about it, the different VA, I went to Google Chrome and I was opening another tab. But then I decided not to. Because I didn't want to like accidentally look up Kagari spoilers by Googling Kagari's name. So I closed the tab, but then I hit delete because I also like at the same time was thinking to delete, and then the delete registered on my stream tab, which was like the end stream. But then a notification thing pops up where like, are you ready to end the stream? And then I have to manually click that, I think so. But the notification did pop up, like, are you ready to end? And I was like, no. Then it would have looked like I was really throwing a fit. This route is Mayuri getting cucked by her own daughter. Classic. Classic Mayuri L. Mayuri gets cucked in all the routes. Well, the difference, Ruben, is we can distinguish each route by which character is doing the cucking. Delete being a button to end the stream seems really bad. Well, there's technically like two different things that you have to hit, I guess. Because you hit delete and then it pops up a window that says, are you ready to end? Kagari looked like she was about to cry a little. Leskinen cucking Mayuri? That's the bad end, isn't it? Where Leskinen gets to be with Okabe forever? In his interrogation? I don't know why Kagari looks like she's about to cry. If I suddenly got a bunch of knowledge from like a brilliant scientist from a top university, I would be fucking stoked. I understand, Linthalo, you were the Japanese shaman girl all along. Can I ask you one more thing? Could you use those theories to build a time machine? I don't think so. Oh, but even if you couldn't use these 11 theories, science may invent a new theory that works someday.
どうしてそう思う？
Why do you think so? Yeah, I agree, Ruben. Fucking dope to have all this, like, doctorate level knowledge. Gimme. Beta Okabe, X Alpha Okabe? Didn't we have a whole thing about how, like, the Okabes couldn't see each other when he was time traveling or whatever? Didn't that cause, like, a big paradox or something boring like that? Why do you think a scientist will come up with time travel?
どうして？
Why?
それは
Because...
ね、
I don't know.
どうしてだろう。
じゃあ
Then let me ask another question. How do you arrive
そ
at
んな
that
考え方
conclusion?
に行き着いたのはなぜだ？
わかんない
I don't know.
けど、
Just somehow I
ただ
knew.
なんとなく知ってたような。
She knew, huh? That meant the knowledge exists inside of her. Oh, it's gonna get... Okay, so I'm gonna combine both of my theories here. She got overridden by Kagari, but then when Leskinen later finds out that the memory override thing was actually partially a success, he's gonna hook her back up to Amadeus and suck all that knowledge out. Like the creepy is. So my two theories are now combining into one super theory, a prediction of what's to come. But why did she have that knowledge? Do you ever think if you see your IRL doppelganger, it's actually just you from another timeline? And, like, your doppelganger's like, oh my god, it's crazy, we look so much alike! And then it's actually just them trying not to violate the rules of the past. Is Amadeus working in this world line? No. The current world line we're on, Viben, after the death of Kurisu, Amadeus project got shut down. But we do not know why yet. I mean, we have an idea, but we don't have the specific reason. Had Kagari been to VCU at some time in the past and met Kurisu there? Maybe they were close friends? So close that Kurisu would share her @channel nickname, which she never told anyone? And then perhaps she mistook what she heard from Kurisu for her own memories? I don't know. It seems like even in like a passing theory, I mean, I know Okabe is constantly trying to reach like in absolute denial of any time travel theories. So he's like always trying to find like a solution to deny reality here. But I mean, the sheer craziness, can you imagine? Like, I don't even remember some of the lectures I attended with that gave that level of detail. And she just randomly, like, is like, yeah, maybe she just remembers all 11 theories of time travel despite her not majoring in anything scientific at all. Yeah, totally. Like, what? Absolute nuts. Absolutely nuts. Okay, constantly trying to rationalize shit. He's like, yeah, maybe she just remembered. They had a good conversation over a coffee. So here are the 11 theories of time travel. Let me describe them all to you. And then, like, years later, she's like, oh yeah, time travel. Duh. I know that. He's gonna win the gold medal, Olympic medal, yeah. Like, what? Totally, she remembers it all. Like, the denial is so strong from Okabe. He's like, rationalizes this. Like, I barely remember some of the lectures from my own studies in my own major. You asked me something about chemistry from, like, college. Fuck, man. I couldn't tell you anything. I barely could recognize half the elements off the periodic table of elements at this point. I'm so far removed. Like, what? Yeah. Okabe trying to read, or trying to watch Doctor Who, but omitting all of the time travel from the show. I actually have never watched Doctor Who. I've heard it's really good, though. Some of my friends really like it. But I'm not sure if it's something I should get into. I barely remember shit that happened a couple days ago. My mind is a blur of all of my streams. That's about it.
Head empty. Only stream. The cope continues. That was the most obvious possibility, that she just casually remembered, that was the most obvious possibility. Yeah. That she just casually remembered doctorate level theories on time travel. Mega cope. Yeah, dude. Obviously, the local shrine maiden knows doctorate level thesis studies of time travel, and she can name them all in a short period of time without even really pausing to think. Super obvious. I recall all of those conversations I had with Kurisu about the... Wait, how does the time leap machine work again? That's crazy. I can't remember how to describe one thing compared to her remembering 11 things. Huh. You watched from the beginning? Are you talking about Doctor Who, Kami? How much more attractive does Okabe find Kagari? Yeah. A lot more. They aren't Kurisu-sized enough, yeah. Good for a short? Maybe, yeah. If the video renders in time. Or I'll have to stay up late enough for the video to render. Okabe is a legs man. Clearly. That was the first thing he looked at when we saw... when we entered the Alpha World line for a brief fan servicey moment for some reason that I really still can't figure out. The first thing he looked at was her legs. I don't know if Kurisu has an ass. Well, we can never see because she wears the lab coat all the time, so we don't know if she has an ass or not. Or the jacket. He got a subscription with Kurisu Plus. You know what could get you a copy of Kurisu Plus if you subscribe to the channel? That's crazy, right? Like and subscribe, and suddenly you will get your subscription to Kurisu Plus. More Kurisu content coming, I'm sure. She'll be in another chapter later. But what Kagari just said would go against what Kurisu had said. Kurisu said she didn't really have any close friends in America. She seemed to have developed a solid relationship with Maho at work, but the dark fear in my mind kept growing. But luckily, Okabe just did an Olympic-style balance beam over the fear and thought of the time loop machine over his head. He just did an excellent maneuver right over that. That time travel theory was sitting right in the middle of the balance beam, and Okabe said, "Voom!" and he backflipped right over it and stuck the landing. Hey, Maho, remember how you said Amadeus was put on hold? Does the uploaded memory data for AI Kurisu still exist? Subscribe to see him cosplay as Kurisu and be as hot as her? Yeah, absolutely. I do have that Kurisu cosplay right on deck. Yeah, probably. I don't think the data was erased. Poor AI Kurisu has been asleep for like fucking months. How can they do this to my waifu? My true waifu. AI Kurisu. How many people could access that? Very few. We never really announced it anywhere. Myself, Dr. Leskinen, a few of the other assistants, and Kurisu. Another question. Would it be possible to transfer that memory data to a human brain?
Huh?
In the other world line, Maho herself, or Dr. Leskinen to be precise, had said something about that at the ATF seminar. And I had experienced it myself. Through a machine that digitized human memories and sent them through time, and then back to the same person's brain. It didn't exist in this world line, but I'd once lived in a world line where it was developed in this very room. I'd used it far more times than I ever wanted to. How lost would you be in this route if you, like, picked playing Steins Gate 0 first, because you were, like, under the impression that it was a prequel because of the 0 in the title? And you were like, oh, 0? That must mean, like, before 1, like the prequel. And then you, like, end up in this route first. And it's just mentioning, like, the... oh, remember when that digitizing memory machine was made? And you're just playing through this like, what? No? Like, there's not even a tip for the time leap machine. Like, they're not even bringing it up. You get a tip for a microwave oven, though, in case you fucking live under a rock and you don't know what a microwave oven is. But heaven forbid we recap the time leap machine. Hell, they're not even saying time leap specifically. Are you saying you've abandoned Kurisu? Until Okabe gets his shit together, I have. AI Kurisu is the one for me. Okabe about to say how Suzuha is actually holographic projection. It's an AI. I'm sure some people have watched Steins Gate anime first. Oh, I'm sure, yeah. It's like a Wii U naming situation. It's technically before Steins Gate. It's technically in the middle of Steins Gate. Like, you have to watch the credits of the... Technically, how you should experience it is get to the end of Steins Gate, but not the true end. Get the Kurisu end, and then play Steins Gate 0. I wonder what that experience is like. Maybe I should have done that. Because that's kind of how you should do the story, right? No? Just do release order? I mean, that's still release order. No, you shouldn't have? Really? Because the Kurisu end is where this game starts. It kills the pacing. Does it? I've already not done release order because I did Steins Gate into Steins Gate 0. I don't know, it seems like that could have been an interesting way to do it. Steins Gate Kurisu ending, then Steins Gate 0. It isn't the Kurisu end from the OG Steins Gate? Isn't it? Doesn't the OG Steins Gate Kurisu end just end with, we've had this discussion like 800 times. I don't think I've had this discussion. I think this is my first time talking about it. You guys, I think, have talked about it before in chat, but I think I have not added to the discussion. Anyway, because of the experience, I came up with an idea. So it isn't intended to stop halfway through? Oh, yeah. It ruins the pacing. How? I will say some parts of this game I've been frustrated on because it's like... we know the end.
So I've been like, Okabe, what the fuck are you doing? But I feel like if I didn't watch the true end, I wouldn't have those reactions to what Okabe's feeling. Because like a lot of times where he's panicking in this game, I've had like a lack of sympathy for his like trauma because I know the true ending. It's like we know that he's got to like choose the right path. So I've been like, what the fuck are you doing? But I feel like if I didn't experience a true end, I would sympathize with Okabe a bit more than I do. You know what I mean? Because we know the true end and we know that if he just does it, he'll be okay. It's like harder to sympathize with him. If that makes sense. So, but I don't know, once we beat this game and where you see all the endings, maybe I'll see how it kills the pacing. Maybe I'll get that together. But imagine OG having so much of a bummer ending. True. True. I don't know. We'll review that thought process after we beat the game. Steins Gate 0 is more about showing the extent of the hard work that was needed to get the ending. True, but Steins Gate 0 also feels like a very Japanese style story. Where, like, I've talked about this before on other streams, I know, where it's like, at least for me, and maybe it's not, like, in general, but I feel like, especially from if you look at, like, trailers for media in Japanese media and Western entertainment, Japanese media definitely has their trailers as, like, it's about the experience and it's about the journey rather than the end. So sometimes Japanese trailers and stuff will just show you spoilers. Like for anime, they're really big on showing you spoilers in the trailer because, oh, you want to see how you get there. But in Western media and Western trailers, like in the US, they hide the twists. They're like, ooh, you gotta find out how it ends. And they'll like show you stuff during the journey to get you hyped for it. But like, they're very, like Western culture is very like, don't spoil this for me. I haven't seen it yet. Don't spoil it. And it's not as much about the journey, but it's like that, pow, the big end. Oh my god. Like, and so Steins Gate 0 seems to be like that, that kind of storytelling that's popular in Japan, like right up to the front. Where it's like, yeah, this is the true, you already know the true ending. You know what happens, but oh, the Steins Gate 0 is the journey. Whereas, like, in the US, where, like, or a lot of us, I'm sure a lot of you guys aren't like that, but me, it's like, I'm kind of like, oh my god, but how does the end happen? And I'm like, I'm trying to get through to get to the ending. But, like, here I already know the ending. So, like, this is definitely, like, the more Japanese-style storytelling of, like, yeah, we know how it ends. We know how it ends. But how do you get there? That's the fun part. And, like, it's still fun, don't get me wrong. But it does, in a way, to me, feel like, yeah, someone just fucking spoiled the end of Steins Gate 0 to me. And it was me playing Steins Gate. So, that's something I feel like is like a cultural difference of, like, how the stories are presented. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not like, again, like, I'm not enjoying this. I am enjoying the journey of figuring out how he gets there. And, like, the struggles of getting to that hard-earned ending. But, that's just something, like, I think of. And so, like, yeah, maybe when we fully complete this, I'll be like, yeah, it would have killed the pacing. But, yeah, I think it's just a very interesting difference in, like, culture and reactions and stuff. Like, I typically very heavily avoid, like, anime, like, trailers and stuff. People are like, oh, you should watch this anime. Here, check out the trailer. I'm like, fuck, no. That's gonna show the final boss showing up from the season finale. Or, yeah, like what AK says, like, every new Dragon Ball form. I watched, like, in Dragon Ball Super, I didn't watch any of the fucking, like, trailers. Or, like, I always stopped watching before, because for Super, I always stopped watching the episode when the credits started. Because, you know, the big next time on Dragon Ball Z, and then they fucking spoil the next episode. They're like, anyway, in this 10-second bit, we'll show you Goku's new form. And it's like, no, I wanted to fucking see it when the episode happened. And I wanted to, like, when the episode happened, I wanted to be like, oh shit, that's the new form.
But they're in like a lot of, in Dragon Ball, that's because of the Japanese storytelling being more about the journey. They're like, oh, Goku gets a new form this episode, but tune in next time to find out how he gets that form. I'm like, no, I wanted to be surprised about the new form. So I would always stop before like the ending. I never watched the next time on Dragon Ball, because that shit always pissed me off. Don't fucking show me. Or yeah, the intro. Like, a lot of times I'm like, when the OP for an anime starts, if I haven't watched the show yet, I'm like, because they also spoil shit in the intro. I fucking hate that shit. I never get why the anime next episode preview is this thing. Well, it's because it's to get you hyped for the next episode. But it, like, almost seems like it needs to be recut for, like, a Western market. It's a big reason why I'm not a fan of prequels. Yeah. It's, I think they can be done right, but yeah, I think part of it is, again, like, that's just a big cultural storytelling difference. Because we're all about the payoff. How can you get surprised? What's the twist? There's so many, like, American Western media where it's all about the twist. Where it's all about that, like, holy shit moment. Like, that's one of the reasons why Game of Thrones was so popular. Right? Because it had those, like, holy shit moments. You didn't really know where it was going. You didn't know what characters were safe, and that was super popular in the US, right? But, like, in anime, again, like, they'll just show you all the characters in the, like, first episode OP, like, opening scene. The song's playing, and, like, this character that you don't even know yet, like, flashes across the screen with, like, all their powers and stuff. Or, like, in JoJo, when, like a villain comes across the screen and it shows their stand, you're like, what the fuck? Like, that happened to me in Stone Ocean. Well, granted, I read the manga already, so it didn't matter, but, like, Poochie's stand is in the opening, and that's, like, a huge reveal. And it's, like, it's very different from his other stand. And so you're just kind of like, what the shit? What? Like, that's something I would have been mad about if I didn't already read the manga. Anyway, that's just a tangent I wanted to go on. Welcome back, guy. You missed the tangent. And it's not... I'm not saying that either way can be... isn't a good way to tell a story. Because, like, again, like I said, I'm still enjoying the journey of this game. But, like, that Western bias in me is like, well, I want to know. Like, or I want to be surprised by it. Because, again, I could see this being, for me, a big oh shit moment where, like, Steins Gate ends on a bummer. And then there's a sequel. And then I play the sequel and I'm like, oh shit, yeah. And then we build up to the hype to the end of the game, and then it's like we get to that moment where Okabe's finally like, we can get there, and we can get there, and I'm gonna send myself a D-mail video to fix the past. And I could see myself being like, oh fuck, that's so cool. Because I mean, I still had that moment when in the true ending where Okabe gets the email and it all connects. Like, that's still cool. Like, you do still get that moment in the Steins Gate, but yeah, that would, I think, like, that this game will lack that big, like, I mean, maybe it'll have another twist and turn at the end there, but I feel like this game will lack that same big moment that the true end had of Steins Gate, of like, oh fuck, I can't believe it. Like when the video starts playing and he explains the real convergence point is in Kurisu's death, like, that's the, oh my god. But, like, this game will lack that moment. I'm sure it'll have something, but it won't have that same. Yeah, Western media is much more focused on the protagonist's actions rather than, like, the story itself. TikTok spoiled me on many anime and mangas, and now I need to think, like, how did it end like this? Yeah, and, like, that's still a valid way to experience a story. Like, there are a lot of kids that, or, like, people I knew growing up, right, like, who read the end of the book first. I've always thought those people were, like, fucking insane, But,
I'm sure you all knew somebody who, like, when you were reading a book, they're like, yeah, I read the last couple pages. Now I'm gonna read the book. That to me was always like, why bother then? Why fucking read it? Like, but there are some people that do that. They're like, I gotta know how it ends. Like, that's to me always been like, I couldn't enjoy a story like that. Like, if someone gave me a book and, like, they mixed up the order of the pages and they, like, put the last chapter first, if I got to chapter 1, I'd be like, the fuck? I'm not reading this shit. I know how it ends. But there are also some shows that have been really cool where they can play with that, where, like, and I mean, maybe it's better in a TV show than, like, something of a game, but, like, where the game starts or the show starts at the end. And, like, you're, like, it's a flash forward of the end, and it shows, like, a couple seconds of the end, and then it immediately cuts to the intro, and you're like, oh, okay, now how the fuck do we get there? But it doesn't really give you a lot of details of, like, what's happening in the future. So, like, and it's not exactly the very end, it's, like, at the start of the climax of the end. I do think that can be kind of cool. Like, Breaking Bad played with that sometimes, where it's, like, you know, Heisenberg wakes up in, like, or, like, it's showing, like, everything, like, exploded around him or whatever, and he's like, and then it cuts to the beginning of the episode. So it's not like it can't be done, and it's not like there's not interesting ways to tell stories like that, but, you know, it can be threading the needle. And it's a very big difference in the payoff between, you know, Steins Gate and Steins Gate Zero. Of, like, where do you want your big Western-style payoff to be? I always enjoy how characters get to the end if I find out about the end. Yeah, you still can. It's not, if a story's good enough, you can still care about the character's journey, which I think Steins Gate is good enough, where I can still care about the character's journey. But, like, if I'm very tentative on, like, not knowing the characters of the journey yet, knowing the ending is something that'll push me away, like, fast. So that's my rant. I just wanted to emphasize the two very different styles of storytelling and my own opinions. Endings can ruin the whole series for me. I think that's, again, I said Game of Thrones was a good example of it being so popular because of all the twists. I think Game of Thrones is a perfect example of where relying on that Western big plot twist or big ending can totally fuck your franchise, because it's a big gamble, right? Like, you can have those big holy shit, like, moments, or you can totally fuck the series, because Game of Thrones, I mean, I've never seen something disappear from the cultural zeitgeist as fast as Game of Thrones after they fucked up that ending. Like, because I remember when I was in college, everyone talked about Game of Thrones. You could talk about Game of Thrones to anybody. Like, when I was in college, like, you could just start the conversation, like, fuck, did you see what happened in Game of Thrones? And people would be like, oh, yeah, shit. And I started to read the books, because the show was so good, and I needed more. And, oh, there's differences, and all this shit. Like, I bought the Game of Thrones books. I have them all. And then, like, that last season, bro, was so bad, everyone was like, fuck this. Like, absolutely fuck that. So, yeah. That's a good example, though, Gamer, to your point. Wasn't it because Game of Thrones diverged from the source material? Game of Thrones had been diverging from the source material for a while. But the final season was rushed. The final season was shorter because the directors wanted to go do something else. So this final season was like half the length of other seasons, and they just, like, wrapped up a bunch of people's, like, plot threads really quickly. Like, so that's why everyone hated the finals thing so much, because nothing that was paid off in the final season had any build-up. Like, everything just immediately was like, meh. And, like, here's, like, everyone's shitty endings. House of the Dragon vibing. Surprised House of the Dragon made such a big comeback. Yeah. I mean, I think it's because people, like, really did like Game of Thrones, and they just really want there to be like an actual solid ending for that series. People want that closure.
Yeah, I can see that now. Yeah, because it's like I think so. There's 8 seasons of the show, and around season 5, I believe, is where they stopped running out of, or they ran out of source material. And then 6 and 7 were like mostly led by the directors and writers of the show instead of the books. And people still were, I think 6 and 7 were more controversial, but people still liked it. But then season 8 was the one where everyone's universally like, what the fuck? Because, yeah, they just, like, wrapped everyone's shit up. Have they not seen The Sopranos? True. Now I can use this to say reads Chaos Head and Robotic Notes. You gotta shill somehow. Maybe. Maybe that's a good shill. I'll check it out if the YouTube police don't get me before I finish Steins Gate. Didn't the Game of Thrones directors not get the job they were wrapping up to get to? Yeah, the backlash on how bad this final season of Game of Thrones was made Disney pull back their offer to the Game of Thrones directors. So, like, they wrapped up Game of Thrones really fast because Disney offered them the opportunity to direct a Star Wars movie. And so they blazed through Game of Thrones because they really wanted to do Star Wars. Because the network was offering them to, like a lot of money, and we're like, hey, you can double the length of this season. Like, you wanted 8 episodes, we'll give you 16 episodes to tell this story. And they were like, nah. We just want to do 8 so we can go do Star Wars. And then, yeah, like, the final season was, like, so bad, Disney was like, actually, don't touch our fucking story. Like, if YouTube keeps giving you problems, dust off your Twitch account. Oh my god. My Twitch account. Not really sure I would use Twitch, though. So Game of Thrones ending was just rushed? Yeah, it was rushed, and, like, it was very clear, like, no one gave the writing, like, a once-over, at least, of, like, editing. Because, like, things just didn't make sense, and smart characters acted dumb, and random things happened that just there was no build-up for. I'll spoil it now, because no one gives a fuck about Game of Thrones anymore. There was, like, an 8-season build-up where one of the main characters, Jon Snow, would fight the main antagonist. And, like, several seasons had amounted, like, all of the, like, writing between the lines. There was a prophecy-like character who talked about how this specific character was going to be the one to beat the big bad, like, antagonist. And, that character, Jon Snow, had this moment where he actually died. But because the prophecy of the world was so faded and so strong, they were able to use magic to bring him back to life. Which is the only example of it in the show. In the books, they revived somebody else anyway. But, so they bring this dude back to life, and then somebody else kills the big bad anyway, and Jon Snow doesn't even end up fighting the guy. So, they've got like seven seasons, basically, of hyping up this big fight, and then they don't even have it in the final season. Someone else just runs up and shanks the big bad and calls it a day. They die in a single episode. It's not even like a drawn-out multi-episode fight. Even though it took like 7 seasons to get to that fight. And it happens early in the season, too. And by like episode 3, they kill off the big bad that they had been spending like several seasons hyping up by someone else in a brief fight sequence that lasts maybe all of 5 minutes. And because the big bad was an undead guy, when they briefly killed the undead leader in that short, like, time span, all of the undead people also died. So, like, the fight just immediately ended in, like, 1 episode. It was so bad. So, yeah, like, this big deal that they were hyping up of like, oh, we need to gather all the armies and it's gonna be a battle of the living versus the dead. They could have honestly just sent one assassin to go take the guy out, and then the entire undead army would collapse. It's so bad. And so, like, it's hard to rewatch this show, and that's why people, like, stop talking about it, because, like, that ending was so bad. It's like, well, why am I even watching all this build-up? Because the end is so garbage. Because all of this build-up and all of these seasons and the stories, like, don't amount to anything. So it's like, you can't rewatch it. It was just, oh my god, it was so bad. I remember watching it, like, and just being like, what? Like, I actually paused it and was like, huh? Surely that's not how it was intended to be in the books. That barely seems like how it was intended to be in the story of the show. I remember how Game of Thrones discussions that I fell off the face of the earth. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like that's what I was talking about. Is how like that Western storytelling gamble can, you know, backfire so tremendously. Is because we do rely so much on figuring out the end rather than the journey in Western storytelling. When your ending is trash, we stop giving a fuck. Like, we're immediately like, oh, I don't give a fuck. If the journey, if the end sucks, who cares about the journey? That was like what I used as that's how we got on this Game of Thrones tangent, is because like that's another counter example to Steins Gate being about the journey. This Game of Thrones being so much about the end, Americans immediately stopped fucking caring about it because the ending sucked. And even though the journey was great, like, everyone loved, like, the first 5 seasons, like, undisputedly. When the ending sucked, people were like, fuck it. I don't care. Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, I don't want to talk about the show anymore. Like, it just completely disappeared. Compared to that, how does Steins Gate ending feel for you? Well, I still think as a story, Steins Gate is awesome. So I think that more influences how I feel about Zero. But since, again, I still know that the ending is good, I'm willing to go through the journey and experience it as well. So I feel like it's not exactly a one-to-one comparison, but it was just an example I was using. Because I still really enjoy the story and the characters. But that was just... Game of Thrones was my counter-argument point. Of, like, how... If they fucked up the ending, no one would have cared about Steins Gate Zero in the West. If Steins Gate's ending sucked. You know, like, if they pitched it to Western audiences, they're like, okay, you didn't like the Steins Gate ending, but what if we tell you the story of how we got to that ending? People in the West would be like, I don't fucking care. But, I mean, maybe Japanese audiences would still have picked it up, because they would be like, oh, well, the journey is good. Want to know anime with a really bad ending? Was Darling in the Franxx. Ugh, don't remind me. Oh, God. Oh, fuck, that show was bad at the end. That's another show that I, like, I really liked, and then at the end it was so bad I never fucking talked about it again. It was one of the animes I first watched when I was, like, getting into anime. Was Darling in the Franxx, and I finished watching that show and I was like, this is garbage. I never watched it again. I never, like, reflected on it. It was just, oh my god, it was an awful ending. I barely even remember. How did it end? I never read it, but, God, I barely remember the ending of that show, too, because I basically purged it from my mind. I think what does happen in the end? It's so hard to keep track of. One of the main characters becomes like a spaceship and goes to space to fight an alien race, and that character is the love interest of the other dual main character. And once she becomes a spaceship or whatever, she dies in space, and then that's it. That's the end. Like, so they don't get to end as the happy couple that the whole show is building them up to be. They die in space as a spaceship in a space war. I think, or something. I don't fucking remember. It was so trash. But I do remember her turning into a spaceship. I do remember that part happening. Yeah. And he, like, pilots her. The main character's love interest becomes a spaceship, and he pilots her and goes into space to fight an alien war by himself. I feel like that's at least semi-accurate. Gamer maybe can correct me. You literally deflected it from your memory? Yeah, bro, it was tragic. It was tragic. What the fuck are you talking about? Darling in the Franxx? How do you say it? Yeah, Darling in the Franxx, the whatever. That anime. Let me see if I can read a summary. I've lost a lot of viewers, bro. We had like 14 viewers before I went on this tangent. But now I don't care. Darling in the Franxx ending summarized. Let's just go with a summary. I don't want it explained. I can't even make sense of this summary. You remember watching people not liking the happy ending? I feel like people are like that all the time. I feel like people like to be edgy. And they're like people just love that shit. I played a whole game of Fortnite and got second place. Well, when you lose, the games are quick. The ending was a meme, the page that I found. But people like to be really edgy and be like, "Oh my god, it should have a sad ending." Things can be happy. It's okay. Let people be happy. But yeah, I just went on a rant about storytelling and stuff. The time I won a Fortnite game with 0 kills. I think I did something similar. I don't remember how the stream went when I played Fortnite. Anyway, that is my thoughts on storytelling. Maybe I should clip that and that should be a video. My big ass storytelling rant. When did this happen? Around hour 4? I'll make a note of that as well. Why not? Should play more Fortnite? Unlikely. I just bought the Overwatch Battle Pass, so I gotta complete that. I need that Big Mommy Junker Queen Zeus skin. You can get the Rip and Tear music pack. You mean the one where they completely fucked Mick Gordon over on? I might pass on that. If it has a sad ending, it's gotta have a good execution. Yeah, it's hard to like things with sad endings. I like to be happy. But because of Okabe's time-leaping experience, he has come up with an idea. A terrifying idea. Another way to explain what was happening to Kagari now. Well, you see, the intricacies of Japanese storytelling would explain what is happening to Kagari. I gotta stretch. Hang on. We're almost back.
What are you getting at, Okabe?
マイスプーンを持ち歩いていたのは
Kurisu was the one who had her own
Kurisu.
personal spoon. Yeah, I agree, Ruben. That would be weird. You would just randomly get that and never get an answer.
大学でヒヤジョーさんのことを先輩って呼んでいた
She's the only one who called you senpai at
だけ
school.
だ栗ご飯とカメハメハは
Kurigohan and Kamehameha was
クリス
Kurisu's
がアッ
handle
トチャン
on
ネルで
action.
使っていたコテハン
I'm
だ
the only one who knew about it
知
besides
っている
her.
のは本人クリスなら
Kurisu would know
ビク
about
ト
the
ル・コン
lab
ド
at
リア大学の
VCU.
研究室のことも知ってるマウス実験の
She
こ
would
とも
know
知っ
about
て
the
る
mouse experiments.
11のタイ
She
ム
would
マシン
know
理
about the
論に
11
ついても知
theories
って
of
る
time travel.
オカリンさん
What do you mean?
どういうこと
I mean, you're Kurisu.
何が言いたいの
What are you trying to say? This is my idea.
俺の思いついた
I
仮
looked
説
around
だ
the room at everyone, then back at Kagare. I'm about to say some crazy shit.
かがりもしかしたら君の頭の中には
I appreciate them cutting the music for
マキ
this
セ・クリ
moment.
スの記憶が
Kagare, it's possible you may have
移植されて
Makise
いるかもし
Kurisu's
れない
memories inside you. Nope. And then Okabe runs out of the room.
かがりの頭の中にマキセ・クリスの記憶
He's like, I said it! You guys figure it out! Kagare has Makise Kurisu's memories? How long are you supposed to burn candles for? I've been burning this one for like 4 hours. Am I supposed to burn it out after a while? I lit a candle while I was making dinner because my red cabbage was spoiled. Whatever. I blew it out after 4 hours. When your curtains start catching fire? I'm not that fancy. I don't have curtains. I have like blinders or whatever they are. Oh, the liquid at the top of the candle is all black now, so maybe I probably lit it too long. Who was your least favorite of the new characters? Kaede and Fubuki, just because they've done absolutely fucking nothing with them. And that's really disappointing me. If that's who you mean by background friends. I mean, if Fubuki seems like she's supposed to be a major character. I do not like her. Just because she hasn't been given proper anything. They're like, she has reading Steiner, but you probably don't care about that, right? And I'm sitting here like, I care about that. I want to know. So that's been disappointing. I would say Fubuki is more relevant than Reyes. But I guess if I had to pick, I mean, it'd be Kagari, but I don't really know enough about Kagari to give a fair assessment. I want Reyes to step on me, so she can't be my least favorite. Kagari has Makise Kurisu's memories? Suzuha didn't seem as surprised as I had expected. Maho and I asked her more questions after that. About VCU, about her research. Her answers are all over the place. Some things she knew and some things she didn't. But some of the things she knew were things that only Maho and Kurisu would have known. This stream is making me like Kagari. Is it because I'm doing such a good job at explaining her story? And just making her such a likable and relatable character? Like I do for all the characters in my stream? Which is why you should subscribe and hit the bell button and for future Steins Gate streams and content like this for other games that I play. A lot of big Fire Emblem streams coming up soon. You like more anime stuff? I got more anime stuff for you. Stay tuned. Fire Emblem's got a lot of anime stuff. It's really fun. Anyway. In the end, instead of being overturned, my hypothesis comes out even stronger. All the questions seem to tire Kagari out, and with Tennoji's permission, Luca took her home. Maho completely refused to accept what I was saying, but did say before she left that she'd look into whether it was possible to transfer Amadeus's memory data into a human brain. Kagari is a lot better in the visual novel than the anime? Oh, yikes. Kagari is worse than Daro in the anime? What? Kagari is so relatable. She tunes into Kubai streams at 4 p.m. PST and 6 p.m. CST all the time. Indeed. Wasn't this route supposed to be short? You know that's not how this works here, Kyler. You know I've got to milk all the Steins Gate content for as long as I can. That's not how this is. That night, I explained the situation of my hypothesis to Suzaha. So you mean Kagari has 2 personalities? It's possibly likely she's got more than that, depending on how hot I want her to be. I mean, what? That's crazy.
Yeah.
No, that's not it. So you see, each personality is just a multiplier on the attractiveness. The more you have. The proper word for multiple personalities is dissociative identity disorder. That's when additional personalities are created within the person themselves. It's like you're upset or uneasy about who you are, so you make another personality within yourself. I don't need to go on another rant. I don't need to go on another rant. That doesn't need to happen. We're good. Once in a while, there would be a case where someone would take the personality of a man or woman they admired, but usually it was completely original. But that's not what's going on in Kagari's case. She doesn't have the personality. What she's got is quite literally only Kurisu's memories. Please go on another rant. I mean, that's not necessarily like... Real personality is like... Real personality disorders aren't like how they are in a lot of cartoons and TV shows where like someone sneezes and then they like are another person. Like, this is my Sam personality, but oh, I sneezed and now I'm Jacob, and Jacob hates streaming. Jacob's gonna end the stream because he doesn't like streaming. Like, that's not how it works. But the way that's not. Anyway, remember 2015 Japanese novel? Yeah. Kubai can't afford another rent. Not in Illinois. But that's, I mean, it's not a really big rant, but just another tangent is that they kind of butcher a lot of like psychological conditions in this game. Jacob reveal when? Jacob gets revealed when I finally end the stream so I can do normal human being things. Like eat real food. It's possible Kurisu's memories are mixed in with her own. Kagari's memories weren't overwritten. But yeah, I mean, Okabe basically went on a random fucking tangent that was entirely wrong. Like this. Like, this is just fucking... He brought this up to butcher it. Even though it was irrelevant. Have you seen the movie Split? I have not, no. I'm assuming that's a split personality thing. She still had her memories, but her memories had mixed together. I see. With 2036's technology, that's certainly possible.
じゃあ
Oh, wait a minute. Is Split the movie where the guy that plays Professor X is about the dude who's got like split personalities where he's like sudden... Hang on, wait. Maybe I have seen this. I find it very odd that this was the first Google result when I searched Split. Okay, yeah, no, Split does a shitty job of this as well. Like, yeah, that's not how it works. But yeah, I mean, it could be an entertaining movie. I like suddenly had a fucking massive recall of how that that movie. I never saw it, but yeah. The Professor X guy is a good actor, though. Not the Patrick Stewart, the other one who plays the younger Professor X. Since Kagari is a time traveler from 2036, is it a possibility she's got Kurasu's memories?
でもさ、係ってんは10歳より前の記憶
It's really
はあ
hard
る
to
わ
write
けでしょ
accurate stories about Did without getting something wrong or being insensitive. Yeah, it's true. I just think those storylines used to be a lot more common, like my example of like someone sneezing and flipping their personality. I mean, it's even in Danganronpa, Toko. That's definitely something before people understood a lot about mental health. That was definitely like a really common trope in like movies and TV and stuff, was the multiple personality disorders were like literal different people inside their head. Like, okay, I need to talk to your other person now. Okay, yeah, sure. But like, yeah, before people started taking like that kind of stuff more seriously, like that was a really common thing in like TV shows and movies and stuff. But Kagari still has her memories from when she was 10, right? If they put someone else's memories in her head, she should remember that, right? I think I remember her saying once in a while back then that she heard the voice of God. What about Deadpool? Deadpool's a different take of it because Deadpool is a character that, like, breaks the fourth wall. It's not really a different personality. He's just got one wacky personality that he can sometimes rein in. I heard Moon Knight's a good representation. It's actually okay. More accurate than like Split, but still a little off. But yeah, to Wandering's point, it's about probably as good as you can get while still making an entertaining story about it. Because obviously, like most things, to make an entertaining story about it, you gotta embellish a little of the details. Make it short about dissociative identity disorder. It's me just getting my college psychology textbooks out and like reading the description. Do a charity, like a charity live stream for Did. I mean, it'd be nice, but I don't think I would be able to contribute much. I grant you this donation of $1. Oh, and I get it. The voice of God is supposed to be Kurisu, because Kurisu's called Amadeus, who's beloved by God. Hallucination. It's possible that's a product of Kurisu's memories leaking out. DID? I mean, yeah, it is, but I'm just saying it as one word, because fuck it. We need a lull text now. But the future wasn't as peaceful as this era. There weren't enough people, and there weren't enough supplies. How could they have done that when she was a kid? I mean, I guess I don't know how she would have ended up in Japan to meet Mayuri if they did this experiment when she was a kid, not after time travel. Like, this would have had to happen in 1998, not back before the time travel. Right? I don't really see the window where they could have done it before, but there is that huge unexplained gap from 1998 to 2010 where Kagari could have been in America and then ended up back in Japan. So I don't know why they're theorizing that this would have happened before the time travel, but maybe. I don't like. It doesn't really make much sense to me where that window would have been. Even if they did have memory transfer technology, it would have been a military secret. I can't imagine them using it on a civilian, especially a kid. Kagari was a war orphan. There's no chance it was used to cure her PTSD. That wouldn't explain why they'd want to transfer someone else's memories into her. That's right. Okabe's still trying really hard to be in denial mode here. Which means it's more likely that it was done during the time when she had no memories between 1998 and now. Thank you. Even if it's possible in 2036, is it possible right now? Come on, Suzuha, show you're not that naive. I mean, true that they would maybe experiment on war orphans in a destitute, desolate 2033 future, but I feel like it's more likely that if they're trying to develop time travel, so they want to give someone Kurisu's memories, they would do it on an adult who is more capable of actually acting on the memories with like some basic foundational knowledge of time travel or science at all, rather than an orphan. So it feels like they might have experimented on war orphans with random personalities and random memories. It feels like they'd really want to lock the secrets up of Kurisu's knowledge to exclusive VIPs only. Unless that she's just like a clone or some shit. Well, no, she wouldn't be a clone, but maybe. No, I'm gonna throw the clone theory out the window. I would not like that. We don't need cloning and time travel in one story, thank you. I like the thumbnail for today's stream. Thanks. I photoshopped it. From all of the screenshots I took during last stream, so hopefully people weren't too annoyed by all the screenshots I was taking. I didn't even rant that much during last stream. I was mostly taking screenshots of all the fan service, I mean of the manga panels, to make that cool thumbnail. Kurisu could do it. She'd done it all by herself to make the time leap machine, after all. Was it difficult to make? No, not at all. It was super easy. Literally took me like 15 minutes. The option of experimenting on a child is still valid. Yeah, for sure, especially in World War III. So Makise Kurisu transferred her own memories to Kagari? But how would that have been possible? Why would she do that? It sounds like something a mad scientist would do. There was no way. It was impossible. It had to be. Someone else would have had to done the memory transfer. There weren't many people as smart as Makise Kurisu, but Makise in Suzuha's timeline is also dead as of last year. Kagari wasn't born yet. How would that... Kurisu is definitely not the one that does the memory transfer. If she didn't do it, I couldn't imagine anyone else would. Maho?
そうだよな。
That's right. Getting ahead of myself, I agree.
俺だってそう思う。
I might have been getting too attached to my own idea.
でも、クリスしか知
There's
り
no
得ない
doubt
こ
that
とを
Kagari knows things
カガ
that
リが知って
Kurisu
いる
could
のは
know.
間違いないんだ。
Leskinen. Literally so many people. Okabe's future self. He knows the theory. Was a mad scientist, now he's a sad scientist. Yeah. I mean, like, there's just so many possibilities that I feel like, I mean, maybe, again, this is a symptom of Okabe being in mad denial, but... Seriously? Since you do psychology, do you think Okabe's mindset for OG Steins Gate is realistic? For OG Steins Gate? Hard to say, I guess, if you're just talking about him being chuny. I mean, I guess. Like, that's likely if he's just a big nerd. But now, if you're talking about Steins Gate Zero, yeah, I actually think it's a surprisingly accurate portrayal of somebody, like a normal dude living through PTSD symptoms. Because we always see in media all these big examples of people who have, like, PTSD reactions, but they always, like, choose violence. Like, they get PTSD, and then, it turns them into, like, a war veteran that's, like, just starts beating the shit out of people that they don't mean to beat up, or hurt people that they don't mean to hurt up, or hurt. And, like, all of these, like, even though PTSD is traumatizing, it's always, in most forms of media, portrayed as, like, something, like, super alpha, and, they're just so tough, they gotta lash out in their form of PTSD, which is something that happens a lot, but I think this shows a more, like, average person going through PTSD reaction, where Okabe frequently has issues of, like, near panic attacks, which is something I think this game actually portrays quite well, that a lot of stories don't, where, like, the mention of Kurisu makes him, like, almost feel like he's gonna throw up. He starts to sweat. You get that, like, dialogue of Okabe, like, breathing heavily, like, like, he gets all those, like, symptoms of, like, then he needs to take his anxiety meds, and when he goes to therapy, he, like, can't really talk about it. But they give him, like, medicine to try and get through his issues. I think, like, they handle his PTSD experience in Zero actually quite well. And where, like, there's potential solutions, but he's too traumatized and to go through them. So he's got, like, major avoidance issues, where, like, he didn't come to the lab because he knew talking to Suzuha would be a trigger for his event, because Suzuha really wants him to time travel. But, like, that's, like, a big trigger for him, is time traveling for his PTSD, and he just avoids the lab instead of, like, just telling Suzuha, like, hey, sorry, like, the past can't be changed, I'm not doing it. Like, he avoids the issue entirely because it's, like, he knows being around Suzuha will give him anxiety, and they, like, mention that frequently, like, when he's around her, he gets anxious and stuff. So I think that's actually a pretty good portrayal. Like, those are all common symptoms of someone without, like, war experience undergoing PTSD, or someone, like, without violent tendencies or, like, aggression to have, like, a more PTSD like, experience of, like, you experience a trigger and then you start to get those, like, panic attack symptoms. Like, they do all that pretty well, I think. So I don't know much of how I could really describe his OG Steins Gate mindset, but Steins Gate Zero mindset is very, like, logical and, like, realistic, I think. It'd make the original more interesting if they address his PTSD. Saving Kurisu doesn't change the fact that Okabe is traumatized. Indeed, yeah, but it's harder to make... it would be interesting, but it is harder to make a more sympathetic, like, happy ending if Okabe is still scarred. Like, they do still have to kind of make the story ending being a good ending, where everything is fixed because he saved his girl. So it's harder to... It would be interesting, but yeah. It'd be hard to just kind of ignore that. Steins Gate Okabe would still need therapy. Yeah, but he's got, like, a more healthy coping mechanisms, I guess, because in the Steins Gate world line, he's got he's got all of his friends around him, and he's succeeded. So, like, he'd still have anxiety, but yeah, it probably wouldn't be to the degree as it is in Zero, because none of the bad things happened. So yeah, he would still have, I mean, he kills Kurisu, but he saves her, so, like, it doesn't count, right? Here, he doesn't save her, so it's a stable and triggered, traumatic event for him. And yeah, the movie kind of addresses it, but he doesn't go to therapy in the movie. He just kind of ignore that. But he goes to therapy briefly, in one route in Steins Gate Zero. It's kind of weird because, they mention in every route that Okabe is taking his anxiety meds, but it's really only mentioned that he goes to therapy in the Leskinen ending. And all this route and the other route so far, we haven't had that experience of him going to therapy. Holy Day of Calamitous Rebirth. That sounds cool. It's a cool title anyway. Is it just like a novel? Or what is it? Death Stranding get a movie? Do you think they'll recast Norman Reedus for the movie? Isn't that the movie, Holy Day of Calamitous Rebirth? Or no, he doesn't really struggle with Nai in that. Neku, what is up, my bro? How is it going? I'm out of water, cringe. I'm playing an all-nighter with a final and I'm dying. Well, take a break. Relax your mind. Chill and hang out with us. Continue to procrastinate. It's funny, in a time-looping story, the one thing they don't bring back up is his therapy session. Yeah. Because, like, if you did this storyline first and he was like, yeah, I just took my medicine, people would be like, is Okabe, like, sick? Like, what the fuck's happening? Like, it's really weird. Finish my finals so you're free? Nice, nice. God, I don't miss going to school and having finals. Anyway. Okabe has no doubt Kagari knows things only Kurisu could know. Maybe, like, Makise's soul became a ghost and possessed her? Don't even think of saying that around Maho, she'll laugh in your face. Got that right. In the end, I realized there was nothing I could do for Kagari but watch for a while and see how things went. You'll finish yours on the 22nd? Hey, that's just in time for the holidays! We were just students without any kind of specialized knowledge. Literally, Maho is with us with specialized knowledge. Just explain to her. No matter how much we debated or what ideas we came up with, we wouldn't be able to find the answer this easily. Come to think of it, Daru, what's Yuki up to? What, like Yuki's gonna know the answer? Mane's busy with work every day, looks like. What does she do again? She works at a cake bakery. She said it's really good. We should go check it out. Oh man, that sounds good. Yeah, I appreciate that Okabe still has some humor. He's not totally dead inside. Yeah, he's just not Chuni. He's got that sarcastic, dry humor. Which I like. Big fan. That's right, but it's a little far away, isn't it? Hearing someone say something is far away is so weird to me, especially in like a Midwestern living style. Just fucking drive then. That's why she'd be happy if you went, right? Get a grip, Dad. I like Suzuha a lot. Alright, sorry. Wait, Ocarine, why are you asking anyway? Because I'm asking if you've insured the Suzuha bloodline yet.
Yeah.
No reason. I was just curious. The girl in the motorcycle suit. Could that have been Amana Yuki? I'm sorry, wait. Wasn't that in another route? Where are we? I'm getting world lines confused again. Is Amana Yuki the motorcycle chick? Okay, I guess we're back to that one. I still hadn't convinced myself it wasn't her. If it was, she may be involved in some way with what was happening to Kagari. But that attack only took place in... Oh, wait. Yeah. That attack only took place in the other world line. Okay, yeah, what the fuck? It happened... It hadn't happened in this one, so I had no way to tell. If there was something she... Huh? Is there something going on with Mom?
Yeah.
It's nothing. I still didn't have any proof. I'd have to just keep an eye on her. My priority right now was Kagari. What happened during the time when she lost her memories? If I could find that out, I might be able to understand what was about to happen to us. Okay, I'm gonna get started. Ready? Yeah. Maho came to the lab again the next day. She was there to look at Kagari's memories. Kagari had volunteered to work with her. As of yesterday, my hypothesis didn't leave the realm of delusions. And anytime she saw a hypothesis, she wanted to test it. Maybe that's just how scientists work. First, can you look at this? Maho held up a cell phone. There was a picture displayed on the screen. It was a corridor with white walls and clean white floors, and two people wearing white lab coats walking down it. Do you know where this is? The school? Which school? VCU? Do you know who this is in front? His nickname is JB, because he does this weird little dance when he gets excited. What the fuck? What does the little dance have anything to do with JB? Huh? One consistency is Okabe is delusional, as usual. Also lots of denial. His nickname is JB because he does a weird little dance. Alright. And who's the girl? I don't know. Well, she's pretty famous among the scientists. Kurisu would definitely know her. Stream froze for a sec? Stream froze. I was wondering what JB has to do with dancing. Guy says jitterbug, maybe. Looks like even if Kagari doesn't Kurisu's memories, she can't recall them all perfectly. That's how it had seemed yesterday, too. I mean, if she knows that Tony Brown guy, I feel like that's definitely quite a bit of having Kurisu's memories. Maybe there are some things she can remember and other things she can't. That doesn't mean we can say for sure that these are Kurisu's memories yet. Oh, I guess that's true. If we're doing the scientific method, or the scientific analysis of this, that's true. There is still room for doubt that it could be another scientist, not necessarily Kurisu. Anyone could find out about these two with a little research. Does Kagari look like the type of person that's researching to you? Let's be honest with ourselves. Kagari, can I ask you some more questions? Okay. Also, I feel like knowing her @channel name, though, is pretty specifically Kurisu. Last winter, Kurisu and I went to see a movie. You and Kurisu did? Is that surprising? Even we need a break sometimes. Normally all we do is work. And Okabe's like, what? How shocking. Two close friends go hang out and see a movie together. Oh my god, that's crazy. What a bizarre turn of events. It was surprising, actually. I hadn't thought they'd interacted outside of work. Really? What? I was hitting a wall in my research, so she took me out. She said she just happened to have 2 tickets. This used to not be a big deal. I guess movie tickets are pretty expensive now, but pre-pandemic, movie tickets were super cheap. God, do you guys remember that? You could get movie tickets for like $5, $5 or $7. I mean, food was always expensive in the theater, but movie tickets were super cheap. That's just like how a man asks a girl on a date. People go to movies normally, Okabe, good lord. She never was any good with that stuff. Oh, he's inferring that, like, that would probably go over Kurisu's head, I guess. Do you know what the title of the movie was? Bob Weiner, His and Her Foreboding? What the fuck? Is that a real movie? His and Her Foreboding. No, that's not a real film. Is that a reference to something? Maho gulped. That must have been the right answer. Is that a new movie? I've never heard of it. It's 20 years old. It was a revival showing. And Kagari had guessed it. I don't know if it's a guess. That sounds pretty spot on. She'd known the title of a movie that Kurisu and Maho had gone to see together in private. And since it wasn't a major worldwide release, it wasn't something you could get with a lucky guess. But somebody could have witnessed it. Sure, but how would they know you were going to ask that question? Are you saying she memorized every tiny bit of info you could possibly ask about? It would be impossible. And she didn't have a reason to bother anyway. It's not like I don't know that. Okay, then keep fucking living in denial then, Maho. I don't know what to tell you. I could tell from the pained expression on her face that Maho was struggling with something. And I was starting to realize what it was. She didn't want to admit it. She didn't want to admit it was possible. It was winter, but Kugari's forehead was dripping with sweat. Going through her confused memories must have been putting a lot of stress on her. So much stress she's like physically heating up? I guess I don't understand how that's happening. That's enough. It looks like this is hard on Kagari. Wait. Let me ask one more question. Okay. Go ahead. Kagari nodded and motioned for her to go ahead. What was your greatest treasure when you were a kid? When I was a kid? Even after you moved to America, you always kept it in your room. But this is a childhood memory, so this would be overridden by the keychain thing, right? A stuffed dolphin. Dad bought it for me when we went to the aquarium. Maho sighed and sunk into the sofa. Is she right? Yep. Kurisu's mom told me about it on the phone last night.
電話で教えてくれたわ。このことを知って
The
る
only
の
people
は
who knew about that were Kurisu
ク
and her
リスと
parents.
ご両親だけ。
それじゃあ
Then,
悔しいけど、
I hate to admit it, but this hypothesis of yours, I can't rule it out. I mean, I feel like we've had several things that verify this hypothesis. I mean, maybe I'm not much of a scientist, but I feel like we're into the verification stage. Give it that weird ass Twitter checkmark. It's good to go.
そうか
I see.
私
What's going to
ど
happen
う
to
な
me?
っちゃうのかな。
Nakabachi used to be nice to get Kurisu a dolphin. Nakabachi was nice to Kurisu until she became smarter than him. I didn't have an answer. I didn't even know how this had happened in the first place. The only possibility I could think of was...
かがりさん、付き合わせて悪かったわ
Kagari,
ね。
sorry to make you go through all this. Get some rest. Maho stood up with a serious expression on her face.
帰るのか
You're leaving?
ええ、
Yeah. There's still some things I can check on my own.
まだ検証できることは残っていそうだから。それじゃあ、
Okay.
また。
See you later. Maho got up and went for the door without bothering to look back. Okay, so I mean, in this round, then we definitely know she's just not as close to Okabe, because she's just like, fuck it. I'm not talking to you about this. I'm just going to go do some research on my own. She seemed to be silently shutting out the entire world. All we could do was watch her go. Ooh, Maho perspective, though. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Alright. Night, Kyler. Have a good night, man. We'll probably go a little bit longer here. At least till we hit an end of this chapter, anyway. Ugh. The rest of the world was still feeling the afterglow of the New Year's excitement. The last time she'd come to Japan, it was still the heat of the summer. She'd use her vacation days to come then. Her co-worker, Makise Kurisu, had suddenly died, and she wanted to see the place where she was murdered herself. Maho's feelings for Makise were complicated. Oh, if you start talking about Mozart again, I swear to God. That was another route. Hang on, I gotta turn the heat on. It's really cold in my apartment now. While I was streaming, the temperature outside must have fucking plummeted. Because as I was walking back to turn the heat on in my apartment, I looked outside and saw there was like a foot of snow on the ground. Whoops. What is the temperature? Let me check. 30 degrees. That's I mean, it hasn't really plummeted, but it's cold enough to snow. Oh, it's gonna snow again tomorrow too, bruh. Mozart? Oh my god. There aren't subtle with the themes in this entry. We don't know yet. Just wondering. She might not mention Mozart yet. Alright. She might not do it.
Until Kurisu had come to her lab, Maho thought of herself as a genius. It would have been hilarious if the next line was like, it just went straight to the, she was the Solari to my I was the Solari to her Mozart. But it wasn't the next line. God, I was really hoping for it though. How funny that'd have been. Half Mozart. She graduated high school after skipping grades and joined a university lab while still in her teens. It was understandable she'd feel that way. Everyone else said she was a genius too. Guys, do you remember? I skipped the 6th grade. I'm smart. You know, I skipped a grade. I'm somewhat of a scientist myself, thank you. Stream just lag? We back? We back? Oh man, did the lag cut out my beautiful scientist joke? I was so funny. The stream won't go higher than 144p? Oh, gross. That's not good. Yeah, it'll fix itself in a second, I'm sure. But anyway, just in case the lag cut off my really funny joke. Until Kurisu came to the lab, Maho thought of herself a genius. She'd graduated high school after skipping grades and joined a university lab while still in her teens. Then I said, I skipped the 6th grade, did you know that? I'm quite smart as well. A genius, in fact. Somewhat of a scientist myself. I had better execution of it than the fucking lag killed it, I'm sure. Please laugh. Everyone else said she was a genius. But her pride was shattered into tiny pieces by the arrival of Makise Kurisu. Makise Kurisu was the real thing. The scientist joke was well, you heard it on the first run. Well, listen, jokes are always funnier the second time, I always say. That's why I repeat all of my jokes all the time. Of course, right after we hit peak viewership of 15 viewers, the stream lags. Thank you, Internet. Thank you, Comcast. And people left because the stream was lagging when they first arrived. A bruh moment, for sure. God. I grabbed a beer just in time. I can drown my sorrows in alcohol. That's what I always say. Verizon supremacy? Does Verizon give, like, internet to computers? Like, ISP? They're not just a phone company? Maho didn't even come close to Makise in intelligence. She had realized that she could never be as smart as Kurisu. And she realized she didn't want to be beaten by her anyway. It had been so much easier if she could have hated her. It would have been so much easier to hate Kurisu. Organization is always ruining my life. But Makise Kurisu wouldn't even allow her that much. I feel weird when I pronounce her whole name. She was a dedicated scientist, and that dedication carried over to her treatment of Maho, too. Senpai, I think your research has potential to change the world. Kurisu laughing as she patronizes Maho, and then rewrites the fucking world lines, said it is irrelevant. Back to 1080p? Delicious. Delicious. That's what I like to hear. Thank you, Internet, for randomly crashing as soon as I hit the max height of viewership. You'll love to see it. Yeah, your character development's astounding. Hey, you know, it takes me a bit, but I can get there. My Japanese, I'm still new to the anime scene. I've only been into anime for like the last 2 years. So, my Japanese pronunciation of things is still rough. Yeah, it's only been like 2 years now. Right around the start of 2020 is when I started to get into anime, and then the world went to shit, so I mean, is that a coincidence? You know, maybe I should have stuck with Call of Duty. If there's anything I can do to help, I will. Just say the word. Someday. She swore she'd surpass her. Oh, I just realized in the background this whole time, is this the piano music playing again? That's gonna give me a copyright strike. '2020 was the right time for anime. I guess so. That's where I did all my, I guess my real big dive into anime was I started streaming all the Persona games. What's some of your favorite anime? I mean, I'm still pretty basic. I like the basic animes that everyone likes. There's nothing really... I can't think of an anime that's really niche that I've watched. I think the first anime I really watched that I really liked was Kill la Kill. A lot of fan service in that. Once I understood the potential of anime girls from Kill la Kill, I was pretty hooked. And I streamed Persona shortly after that. I think I dabbled a little bit in anime like before 2020, but 2020 was when I really got like, okay, I like anime now. JoJo used to be underground. Yeah, I did know that. But yeah, I think I watched a couple like when I was in college. A couple of animes or whatever, like some of the basic ones. Like I watched Death Note and stuff in like 2018 or 2019 or something, like some of the really like popular ones. That was like it. And I started getting into Danganronpa, I guess, in like 2018 as well, which is kind of anime. And then I streamed all of those games. Trigger Studio is good, yeah, but then Trigger also made Darling in the Franxx, which is not good. Which is probably one of the reasons why I didn't watch Cyberpunk. I don't remember if I've mentioned this all before. Feel free to repeat anything that you say. I mean, half of my streams are gonna be repeating shit. When you've streamed for like 8 years like I have, and you stream for like several hours a day, I've probably repeated some of the same stories over and over again. Just feel free to say what you said again. It's probably the first time you've said it since I've put chat up on... Chat. Directions are hard, bro. Chat up on screen. Yeah. So, I mean, it's the first time someone will see it in the video. I'm just going to start off with the live action series of One Piece. Yeah, you should also watch Dragon Ball Evolution before you get into it as well. I feel like Death Note is like the perfect introduction anime. And I've done that before for people. Like, Death Note was the first anime someone recommended for me as like an intro anime. And I feel like still to this day it's the first... Because it dabbles in like both being over the top but also being pretty grounded. It like it hits the best of both worlds for someone who's very like new to anime. Or like Light doesn't really have like superpowers or anything. He's got a mystical item, but he's not like transforming, and he's just a regular dude wearing like... And his school uniform isn't even really that weird. Like, it's not like an over-the-top anime school uniform. I mean, he wears a white t-shirt and a red tie. I mean, that's almost like standard salaryman US appearance as well. So it's got that, like,
easy way to work you in, and then like you get a couple of the anime elements of like L's kind of quirky and weird, and Ryuk is also like an anime character and stuff, but it's like it does have that it's the good starting point. It's definitely the gateway drug to getting into anime for sure. So like that was my go-to to start, other than like Dragon Ball and shit. But like I mean, in the U.S., I feel like Dragon Ball is barely even considered anime anymore. Like it's almost just like a Western cartoon. It's so popular, so I don't really count Dragon Ball. And same with like Pokemon as well. That's shit's like considered a U.S. cartoon basically at this point as well, even though it's technically anime. So Death Note, I think, is the perfect entry point to more like obscure stuff, of like not as popular in the US type stuff. Imagine if it was a magical boy anime. Isn't it, though? And Death Note first half carries. I don't know what you're talking about. There's only 25 episodes to Death Note. Not really much of a half. Right? Right, guys? Anyway. Someday she swore... Maho swore she would surpass Kurisu. Someday she swore she'd make Kurisu say that she was the smarter one. But now that would never happen. Makise Kurisu went away on a trip and never came back. Death Note gets worse when you know what happens. I mean, anything kind of gets worse once you know the ending. Like, it's harder to watch things that are based on the ending after you know the ending. I also like the implication here. Makise Kurisu went away on a trip and never came back. What was my, what was my Persona 3 meme that we did on those streams? Gamer, you right remember. Oh yeah, Shinji went on a family vacation. Nothing happened in October. Shinji just went on a vacation with his family. Was too busy to reunite with the rest of C's. Yeah. It was just he just had to go on a vacation. That's all. He was busy. Maho had been told she'd been attacked by a robber and killed. Such a sad way to go, too. It didn't seem real. It felt like she'd come back to the lab any day now and start arguing with the professors with that same self-satisfied smirk on her face. Until then, Maho would work on the Amadeus project so that when Kurisu came back, she would be amazed. Amadeus. An artificial intelligence that could be loaded with individuals' memories. It is funny to me sometimes when they have to like give you a recap of what some of these things are in case you are doing the routes out of order, which just makes me feel like you really should just... The game should really just let you do routes in a specific order. Like, it shouldn't really give you the option of different routes. But I understand that the game has to do that, so it does feel like more of a game because you're making route decisions. But I feel like it lessens the experience if you don't do the right route order. Yeah? Like, if you do the routes out of order, like if this was your first one, they would be kind of shitty. Talk about Mozart already. We're getting there. We said Amadeus. It's a ticking clock until we say Mozart. It was possible to digitize memories by analyzing the nerve signals relating to the memories stored in the temporal lobe. It had been Kurisu, of course, who proved it. And then Maho and her team had turned that proof into a usable technology. By the time Kurisu got back, she would have it all ready for the next level. She'd show it to Kurisu and astonish her. But even that hope didn't last long. She was suddenly told the project was cancelled. Of course, she couldn't accept it. But no matter what she said, and no matter how many times she argued with the professor, she couldn't get the cancellation overturned. Amadeus went to sleep at the bottom of the lab server, along with Makise Kurisu's digitized memories. Makise Kurisu's memories. Now they were in the head of another girl. How did that happen?
There was only one possibility if it was possible at all. Just like Okabe had said.
Oh yeah.
The door opened and a large man she knew very well came inside.
Maho, どうしたんだい? まだ New Year holiday のはずだが?
It's nice to have fan groups that are able to make the experience so much better. Yeah, I agree. It is nice to kind of like know the general order that you should do it in. Because, yeah, I feel like if I got this route first, I would be pissed. I'd be like, what the fuck? Or, I mean, I don't know if we would have continued if I got the Maho route ending first, man. I feel like the fact that we started out with the Leskinen ending first, and because that ending was so strong, really set the tone up for this game nicely. Granted, that was the route I had naturally chosen, but still. Like, imagine if I had accidentally got the Maho route ending first. A bruh moment, to be sure. Maho, what's wrong? I thought you were still on your New Year's holiday.
そういう教授こそ
What about you,
わざわざ
Professor?
休みの日に出て
What
き
are
て
you
るじゃな
doing
い
here
で
on
す
your
か
day off? Maho's mentor, Dr. Leskinen, was here in Japan for a month-long conference on artificial intelligence. Maho had come with him as an assistant. But the conference didn't take place every day, so they spent the time between sessions at the Japanese office, making presentation materials and exchanging emails.
私の場合、休みと言っても
In
特
my
に
case,
すること
I
も
don't have
ない
much to
か
do
ら
on my
ね。
days off.
ホ
It's
テル
no
に
fun
こも
sitting
って
in
い
the
て
hotel,
も
so I might as well
息が
come
詰ま
here
る
and
だけ
work.
だし、それならここに来て仕事をしていた方が。
だったら私も似た
But
よ
I
うな
guess
も
I'm
の
the
です
same. For a researcher, doing research was a hobby. Nothing else. All the scientist Maho knew were like that. I feel like there's got to be somebody though that Maho knows that's just like a scientist because they're smart but actually hates doing science. And is like, fuck, I'm just trying to get my paycheck and get the fuck out, bro. Yeah, time travel, whatever. I'm trying to go home and play video games. Of course, she'd come here today because she assumed Dr. Leskinen would feel that way.
君にはいろいろとやることがあ
You
る
have
だ
a
ろ
lot
う。
of things to do, don't you?
例えば、
Dating, for
デー
instance?
トとか。
教授あんまり
Professor, if you
しつ
keep
こい
that
セ
up,
クハラ
I'm
で
going to
訴え
sue
ま
you
す
for
よ
sexual harassment.
おう、そう、それだけ。
Oh, anything but
勘弁
that.
してくれ。
Dr. Leskinen slumped his shoulders in the unique way that Caucasians always overreacted. Hey! Hey! How dare you say that? I have never been so offended in my life. These are just assumptions. Caucasians, commonly referred to as white people. Have I been? Yeah, Leskinen's pale face is really unnerving, for sure. Which is weird because there's other characters that are supposed to be white that aren't like as pale as Leskinen. See, my joke there, Vibin, was that it implies that Caucasians overreact, and then I overreacted. Leskinen, hashtag cancelled. Are Western people really that well known for their exaggerations? I feel like Americans are pretty well known for being, like, over the top, loud. It can be both good and bad. Nice subtle joke. Again, it's always good when you explain it. He seemed intent on bringing Maho and Okabe together, and so did AI Kurisu. Can there just be a route where they get together? She and Okabe were both friends of Kurisu's, and so they talked a lot, but there was nothing more to it than that. Lame. At least that's what she thought. Probably.
それじゃあ
Alright.
お詫びというわけ
In
じゃな
lieu
いで
of
す
an
か
apology, can I ask you
一つ
something?
聞いてもいいですか
Anything if it keeps me out of court. It's a shame he's not a good guy.
アマデウスは今どうなっているんですか?
I like him. Alright. What's going on with Amadeus right now? You should know the answer to that. Right now, there's no plans to continue the project.
それは分かってます。
Steins Gate Zero, My Darling Embrace. Yeah, there's it's the sequel to My Darling's Embrace. And then there's dating routes with Fubuki, Maho, what other new girls? Kagari, the beta world line version of Suzaha that's more aggressive and just is really dominant over Okabe. Yeah. Kaede. Yeah, well, I don't know if Kaede gets her out, but there you go. We need it. Where is it, mages? Wraith route? Hell yeah. Where is it? Mages, give us the sequel to My Darling's Embrace with the Zero Girls. Anyway, I know the Amadeus project was cancelled, but I'm asking what happened to Amadeus's data. It's saved on the lab servers, right? Nobody else accessed it or took it out? Leskin's eyes narrowed and he shook his head. Maho, I don't know where you got that idea, but Amadeus access is limited to a few people. As far as I know, no one else has touched it. If nothing else, I haven't received any reports about it. The same goes for my and Kurisu's memory data. Of course. Wink. Is it possible there's some other AI project going on I don't know about? I highly doubt anyone would want to start an AI project without Maho. Of course not. You're the most important member of our research team. We've lost Kurisu. It was a big loss, and I think you're the only one who could take her place. Of course you're important. We don't have Kurisu, so who the fuck else can do it? The second place person, that's right. Yikes, that's kind of a backhanded insult. So there's no way I'd start a new project without you knowing, right? My Darling's Embrace double date. That'd be cool. I see. The compliment felt like a bit too much for her to take at face value. There were a lot of scientists who were always looking to get a leg up on the competition. If someone else got the glory first, everything you worked on until that point would be useless. Even in the same team, there were only a few people you could really trust. But to Maho, Dr. Leskinen was one of those people. Wink. This Dr. Leskinen guy sure is trustworthy. I, for one, can't wait to tell him all about my secret memories of other world lines. Surely nothing bad would happen if I do that. Will that do for an answer? Why, yes, good guy, Dr. Man. Yes. Then may I ask you something? Where did this come from all of a sudden? Is still your favorite character, even though he's bad? What do you mean bad? I don't understand. Did you not just hear Maho? He's super trustworthy. I don't know where you're getting at, Vivan. Literally one of the protagonist's, playable characters were experiencing her narration, and she says he's trustworthy. Are you saying there's an unreliable narrator?
I don't know if I can allow you to talk like about Maho like that. Well,
もしかして
are you
自
might
分の
worried
秘
someone
密
might have
が
access
誰
to
か
your
に漏れ
secrets?
ていないか心配にでもなったのかな。
まあ
Yeah,
そんなと
something
ころ
like
です
that.
それなら心配ない。
Then you don't need to
い
worry.
かにエメデウス
Amadeus
と
was
はいえ
developed so as to
本
not
人
share
が
any
秘
secrets
密
the
にし
original
たい
would
ことは
want shared.
喋らないようにできている。それは
The same goes for the saved data.
言える。
You are right, Leskinen's super trustworthy. I'm glad we've been able to come to a mutual understanding, Vyvan. Her Kremlin expressions are cute. I do like those.
仮に何者
Even
か
if
が
someone
デ
did
ータを
steal it,
盗
the
んだ
parts
と
the
ころで
original person wants to
本
keep
人が
secret
どうしても
are
知ら
kept
れ
within
た
a
く
black
ない部
box.
分はブラックボックスになっている。エムデウスからはも
They
ちろ
can't
ん
be
記
accessed
憶
via
データ
Amadeus
から
or the
も
memory
取り
data
出すこ
itself.
とは不可能だ。秘密が漏れると
If
したら
those secrets get out, it's
そ
because a
の
living
記
human
憶を
wanted them
持
to.
つ生身の
記憶を持
A
つ
living human.
生身のに
そうつまり本人だけということだ。
That's right. The original person themselves, in other words.
どうだい
Well,
少しは安心したか
feel better.
い
This stream is ending up longer than I thought it would. I had food that I got ready to cook today, like before stream started, and then I just didn't get around to making it. I have these chopped up sweet potatoes on a pan that I'm like ready to put in the oven. So I was gonna make dinner after stream, but now, whoops. Feel better?
ええ
Yeah, I guess so. It wasn't that she didn't trust Dr. Leskinen, but she couldn't relax until she'd seen her for herself that no one had taken the data. Do it right now, eat on stream? Why? None of the food is cooked. It would take me like probably 30-40 minutes. You're only reading? But my kitchen's in the other room. I couldn't see the screen from there. And my webcam camera's not long enough. Cooking stream? A cooking stream would be fun. It's an idea I've tossed around for a while. But never got around to actually doing. The rants were nice and long this stream. That's true. I mean, I'm not complaining that the stream has been long. I'm having fun. But I'll just have to make like some fucking macaroni and cheese or some shit instead of my fancy sweet potatoes and chicken meal that I'm gonna do. Oh well. I've got like breadcrumbs and like all sorts of Italian spices and stuff. Cook a tuna sandwich? Is there a joke about tuna sandwiches I'm forgetting? I feel like you made that joke before, Vibe, and I don't remember what I made the joke about. But I forget things all the time. I do have tuna in the fridge. Definitely a ham sandwich, Wandering. Definitely a ham sandwich. Tuna sandwiches aren't bad, but I'm a classic. My favorite sandwich, get the mayo, Swiss cheese, ham, lettuce. That's peak sandwich right there, man. That's peak. That's peak. Mayo on both sides, a slice of Swiss on both sides, so that way it protects the bread from the juices of the ham. Then you put the ham on there, and put a slice of lettuce. Nice crisp green lettuce in the middle of the sandwich. Peak. Peak. That rivals the peanut butter jelly sandwich. But the peanut butter jelly sandwich wins out in the end because it's way easier to make, and you can make it in like 30 seconds. But the epic tuna sandwich? I mean, tuna sandwiches are okay. I should probably have them. They're a bit more. I think tuna sandwiches are a bit healthier, but who cares about health? Am I right? Let's get that heart attack by 30. Life speed run. Any percent. Mahu thought
It was only possible to believe something after you had seen it yourself. Nobody wants tuna when you can have ham. I mean, you gotta mix it up every once in a while. You gotta throw some tuna sandwiches in there. I do like the ham sandwich better, but, you know, you can't have too much of a good thing. That's how Maho thought a scientist should be, not having too much of a good thing. But right now, she didn't have the access rights to do so. So in the end, she was stuck with her doubts. But I thought she had access to Amadeus. That's weird. Why did she lose access? I thought she could still fuck around with it. I guess not, though, right? Big rip. She knew this was going to happen, but she couldn't stop herself from asking anyway. Oh, hello, Mommy. I didn't expect to see you two here. That shirt just absolutely fighting for its life, man. It can't make it all the way down. It can barely stay buttoned. It's just... This shirt is truly the part-time warrior, if there ever was one. Dr. Reyes walked through the door just as she finished her conversation with the professor. Christ, don't you two know it's a holiday? What about you, Dr. Reyes? I got nothing to do in my hotel. You guys not have phones? Mao exchanged a glance with Dr. Leskinen and shrugged. That's just how scientists were. What? What's going on? It's nothing. She and Dr. Leskinen laughed at Rhea's confusion, but the doubts in her mind lingered. Was the phone common in 2010? Yeah, because we actually looked that up earlier in the stream, Byron, but it might have been when you had to go do something. I looked it up. In 2010, the iPhone 4 had come out. Or 2011, whatever game time. I think it's 2011 at this point, now that it's January. But the iPhone 4 was out, and by then, iPhones are pretty mainstream. Kurisu's memories were inside Kagari's head. Several days had passed since I'd begun to suspect my hypothesis was correct. I'm sorry, Ocarine. I've caused a lot of trouble for you. It's nothing, really. I think Luca and Mayuri are doing a lot more for you than me. In fact, Mayuri and Luca were doing a very good job of taking care of her. iPhone 78 with the built-in air fryer, hopefully. Mayuri may not have realized it, but Kagari looked up to her as a mother figure. And after living under the same roof for so long, Luca had come to care for her a lot. That's not true. All I'm doing is giving her someone to talk to and a roof to sleep under. Mayushi's sorry she can't do more, you know? That's not true. Luca's really nice. Having Mommy around makes me happy. Mayuri fidgeted in embarrassment when she heard the word Mommy. Mommy? Sorry. I could understand why. It must feel strange to be called Mommy at her age, especially by someone who was older than she was. But hasn't Daru been doing that with Suzuha? I guess Daru's just more accepting of it. Hey, Mommy. What is it? Can I give you a hug? A hug? Can I give you a hug like you always used to do for me when I was little? Man, Kagari's got major mommy issues from her PTSD. Yeah. I'm blushing.
ダメ？
I can't?
ううん、
No, go ahead.
いいよ。
Cute. Mayuri smiled and nodded. Kagari gave her a big hug with a huge grin on her face.
かがりちゃん、いい子いい子。
Kagari, you're such a good girl. Mayuri never asked for details, but she seemed to sense what was happening to Kagari. She probably understood that this was the best thing she could do right now.
ママ、
It was strange. Kagari was a lot older, but when they were like this, they really did look like mother and child. Mayuri got the mommy milkers. Is that true, though? I think Kagari is putting up a real fight.
ありがとう、ママ。
Thank you, mommy. Kagari slowly moved away from Mayuri. Rare Mayuri win. She looked a lot calmer than she did a moment ago. It's probably okay to talk to her now and ruin her fucking day by probing her with questions of her Kurisu memories.
それで
So, Kagari, how are you doing?
調子はどうだ？
調子？
Huh?
調子か。
I guess I don't know.
よくわからない
You don't know?
とは？
ふとした瞬間
Sometimes I find myself remembering things, but I don't know if they're Kurisu's memories or
そ
mine.
れが自分のものなのか、難しい数式とか実験とか
Complicated formulas and experiments. It's like I don't understand them, but I know them. Kagari's only memories were of her time as a child and the time since Luca's friend's father had found her. Kurisu's memories would appear sometimes and fill the gap in between. I couldn't even imagine how that must feel.
とね、
Just a while ago, I remember Daddy.
パパのこ
It
と
was
を
when
思
Daddy told
い
me I
出し
did
た
good
の。
when I was little.
子供の頃、パパにそれを思い出して、
I remember
な
that
ん
and
だ
it made me
かす
happy.
ごく嬉しかったんだけどね。でも私、
But my parents died when I was a
赤ちゃん
baby.
の頃に
And then
両
mommy
親死ん
Mayuri
じゃった
raised
し
me.
そ
I
れ
don't
か
know
ら
who
は
my dad is.
マユリママに育ててもらったからだけど
But
自
even though
分
it
が
wasn't my
経
own
験したこと
experience,
じゃないのに
I really
褒
felt
められ
happy when
て
he
嬉し
praised
い
me.
っていう感情は確かにあってそう考えてると
And that just made my head feel
頭
funny.
の中がごちゃってなっちゃって
Kagari grimaced and held her head in her hands. The first time I'd met her, I'd been surprised by how much she looked like Kurisu. But talking to her like this, I realized how different she was. The way her expression was constantly changing and the way she always slightly overreacted was actually more like Mayuri. Was that because they were mother and child?
そのクリスの記憶は
Do Kurisu's memories come out often? See you, Ivan. Have a good night, man.
前に比べると
Yeah.
頻繁になったか
They come
も
out more than they used to. Maybe. I see.
そうか。
ねえオカリンかがりちゃ
Ocarine,
ん
what's going to happen to
どうな
Kagari?
っちゃうのかな
本来なら
Normally, the
ちゃん
best
と
thing
し
we
た
could
専
do
門
is
機
get her
関
looked
で
at by a team
検
of
査してもらうのが
specialists.
一番いいんだろうが。
But given her position, it wasn't that easy.
あんまり検査はしたくないな
I didn't really want an
子
exam.
供の頃もね
That was all I did
検
when I was
査ばっ
little.
かりしてたから
そうなのか？
Yeah.
うん
Yeah,
PTSD を
they said it was to
治すた
treat
め
my
だって言
PTSD.
って
So she didn't seem to be eager to be looked at, huh? If one of Kurisu's memories woke up, what would happen? Would she be Shina Kagari with the memories of Makise Kurisu? Or would she become Makise Kurisu? A person's personality was more than just the sum of their memories. But memories were an important part of it. Once she had Kurisu's memories, what would happen to her? That's kind of what we learned with Amadeus already, right? This is the results of our knowledge from another route, is that personality can diverge pretty extremely based on the memories. because Amadeus Kurisu and real Kurisu were very different, because they had different memories and different exposures. They were still the same person, but their personalities and their behaviors had changed. So we kind of already have the knowledge, of course, that she won't be Kurisu, she'll just be different. At this point, no one knew, unless you were following the guide to play the routes correctly. It's quite possible that up until now, no one has ever shared a person's memories before. Mayuri-chan, it's time. Hey, Okarin, can you take care of Kagari? And she's a 22-year-old woman. I think she can take care of herself. We got a meeting at school about our post-grad plans, and we have to go. Sorry. Don't apologize. Don't worry. I'll take her home. Thank you. Okay, Kagari. See you tomorrow. 22 physically, but mentally no. I mean, I guess that's true. Bye, Mommy. See you tomorrow. Once Mayuri and Luca were gone, it was just me and Kagari in the room. After the problems with Kagari's memories started coming up, I'd been having her hold off on her job at the Brontu workshop. But I was still having her come here as much as possible during the day, in case something happened. Suzuha and Tennoji were downstairs, and that made me feel better. So Suzuha working there? I suddenly felt Kagari looking at me. What's wrong? I just realized how strange it is to be talking with you like this, Okarin. Strange? Why? Because to me, you were always just this person I heard stories about. A reminder, you die soon, Okabe. Stories? Uncle Daru and Mommy would tell me about you. That's right. According to Suzuha, I die in 2025. Which meant that in Kagari's time, I was no longer alive. Mommy talked about you all the time. Okarin saved your mom. Okarin is Mommy's Hikoboshi? She still talks like that in the future? What is Hikoboshi? Japanese name for the star Altair. My area is always heartbroken, indeed. Can't get a single W. Now it's my turn to be embarrassed. I always wondered who this Okarin person was my mom cared about so much. Who was this Okabe Ritaro that everyone talked about? Apparently not that many people talk about her, the way chat says that Okabe is not relevant in any of the other science adventure universe. Whoops. Maybe I always admired you a little? Stop teasing. You're blushing, Okarin. Kagari clearly had the upper hand. But that's probably true of Makise Kurisu, too. Mommy and Uncle Daru used to talk about Makise Kurisu all the time. Ow, wait, what? Isn't she from the future of the timeline where they never met Makise? She died so long ago. I wonder what kind of person could have had that much influence on things. I guess they just talked about how she's the key to Steins Gate, but it doesn't seem like they would know her enough to talk about her all the time.
What did Mayuri
クリス
say
のこ
about
とを
her?
なんて。
オカリンさんの大切
She
な
said she was
人
someone
で
important to you. Someone important to me. For me, that was an undeniable truth. But that wasn't true for the rest of the lab. In this world line, Mayuri never met Kurosu, and I tried as much as possible to avoid bringing her up. Thanks to me, even in the future, she'd still feel that way.
そうだ。今から買い物に行くんだが。
Another Mayuri L. They just can't help themselves. I know. I'm going shopping. Want to come with?
買い物
Shopping?
ああ。まだ
You
こ
still
の
know
辺
the
りのこ
area
と
well,
を
do you?
よく知らないだろ。
いいの
Can I?
もちろん
Well, I literally just invited you, so yeah. Of course. After what happened in the last world line, it was probably a good idea to keep her from going outside too much. But she probably needed a change of pace. It was still afternoon, so as long as we stuck to busy streets, we'd probably be fine.
やったあ実はね
Yeah, there's actually a lot of
欲しい
things
も
I've
の
been
もあった
wanting.
んだ
With what money?
欲しいもの
Things?
うん
Just some basic necessities.
ルカ子が用意してくれてるんじゃ
Isn't
ないの
Luca getting you those things?
そうだけどでもほらルカ君だって男の子でしょだから
No offense to Mayuri, but I wouldn't date her. She seems too much like a sister. Yeah, I mean, I get those vibes, but some people are into that whole aesthetic. Let's go.
それじゃ
Yeah.
やっぱりすごいよね
Wow, this really is amazing. It's incredible to see this place not an absolute fucking rubble in a completely destitute World War III. Wouldn't that be awful if something happened to Akihabara like that, Okabe? Man, that would be crazy. If only you could prevent that somehow, right, Okabe? Right? Right? She just stares at him. Kagari's eyes were shining as she looked up and down the street.
人も多いし
There's so many
お店
people
も
and
た
so
く
many
さんある
stores.
しここ
It's
が
hard to believe
あ
it's
の
the same
秋葉原と
Akihabara.
同じ町だとは思えない
未来の秋葉原はどん
What's
なところ
Akihabara like in the future? It's not in the future.
一言で言うと
The best way to describe it is a pile of
そう
rubble.
だな
Oh, that goes for more than just
瓦
Akihabara, though.
礫の山かなまあ秋葉原に限ったことじゃ
Suzaha
ない
had said
んだ
that
け
World
ど
War
ね
III would start soon, which meant that a young Kagari would only have known the world after that horrible war. Of course, that was all my fault. Probably. If I did what Suzaha wanted and went back to July 28th, would the world line change so that World War III never happened? Man, that would be crazy, right? Okay, if only we were all happy and able to live without war. Wouldn't it be nice? That's crazy. Man, what if the world line changed? Impossible. The world lines were going to converge no matter what I did. I mean, doesn't he already has an example of two world lines with totally different outcomes? So it's not like the concept's not proven already.
あオカリンさん
Oh, Kareem.
もしかして
Are you telling yourself that it's your fault?
なんて思っちゃってる
Because it is. Just in case you were still on the fence about that, just want to remind you, it is your fault. I gasped. She read my mind.
その反応は図星
I
だね
guess so.
でもその考えはダメ
But you can't think
発
that.
展なのだ
Live in denial, Okabe.
私の知る
As
限
far
り
as I know,
ママも太郎おじさ
nobody,
んも
not Mommy or
誰
Daru,
も
blamed
オカ
you.
リンさんを責めてなんていなかったよ
It's because they're your friends. And they're nice.
だって
Because they all believed that you'd do it someday. They all believed that they only were in this perpetual cycle of torment because someday you'd get over yourself.
ね
What was it?
その
Steins
シュタ
Gate?
インズゲート
They believed you'd lead us there. Whoops.
そこに導い
Just
て
a
くれ
reminder.
るって
Just a reminder, Okabe, in case you thought you were only letting down Suzaha, you're also letting down future Mayuri and Daru who believe you'd take us to Steins Gate. Wow, really can't believe you're letting down all these people close to you, Okabe. That's fucking nuts.
I knew Kagari was trying to make me feel better. Nope, I'm not. Just trying to not be a war orphan, Okabe. And that Mayuri and Daru would probably never blame me. But those words made it worse. Because I'd given up. Oh.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. Kari says while touching herself. I'm so sorry you feel bad about starting World War III when I am a war orphan and I lose my parents. Oh, I'm sorry. I hurt your feelings, Okabe. Sorry I have PTSD because of your shit. Huh?
別に追い
I
込
didn't
む
mean
つもり
to
とか
make
じ
you
ゃ
feel
なかっ
bad.
たんだけど。
I just really want you to feel bad. See, it just comes so naturally to make you feel bad. I don't even have to mean it. I must have had a pretty dark look on my face.
あ、いや、俺の方こそすま
I'm
な
the
い。
one who should apologize, but I'm not.
でも、
ストップストップ。今日
We're
は
not
そう
here
い
to
う
talk
の
about
な
that
し。
today.
せ
I
っ
don't get
か
a
く
chance to go
外に出た
outside
んだ
often,
から
so let's talk about
もっ
something
と
more
楽
fun,
しい
okay?
話しよう。
Because of all of this fun I can have in this world line before World War III. Isn't that so much fun when the world isn't completely a giant pile of rubble, Okabe? It's a lot of fun. I like when there's buildings and businesses in society. That's really fun. I also liked when my parents were alive. Yeah.
あ、
Kagari's mind was probably filled with memories of a painful war. If nothing else, those were her only memories as Shina Kagari. But she was still trying to make me feel better. God, what a loser I am. Even if they weren't related by blood, she really was Mayuri's daughter. Still, it was hard to come up with something that was more fun to talk about.
うんとね、そうだ
I
な。
want to hear about what Mommy was like when she was young. You know, before the war had completely shattered her personality, and the only thing she could think about was surviving in a doomed, damning war that killed everyone she knew and loved, including her eventually as I left that time period. That sounds like fun, Okabe. Can you tell me about when Mommy was happy and alive? You know, the person that you fucked the timeline for? And how she dies anyway? That's crazy. What was she like?
マユリの
Mayuri?
あ、若い
No,
って
my
言って
other
も
mom. You know,
今も
the
若い
my
んだけど。
blood mother who died in the war that you let happen. Tell me about that mom, Okabe, because I don't know about her. Because she died in the war. I mean, I know Mayuri's still young right now,
でも、もっと若い頃の話。
but when she was younger,
例えば、
like when she was a hostage,
人質の話とか。
マユリはそんなことま
I
で
already
気に
told you about
してい
that?
るのか。
うん。
Yeah.
私ね、
I love the
お
look
か
on
り
her
んさん
face
の
when she
話を
talks
する
about
時
you.
のママ
Damn.
の顔が
Mayuri
大好きなの。
I don't even have room. I have the heart in me to make another Okabe fucking up the timeline joke. That's just another Mayuri L. Every person that interacts with Okabe is just signaling him to wake up and fix things. Yeah, I know. That's again one of the things to circle back to the rant earlier that delayed the stream another hour. That it's like when you've seen Zero and you know he can fix everything, you're kind of like, bro, fix this shit. Like, these are reactions I feel like I wouldn't have if I didn't know what it ended like. I would actually probably be reacting like, hey everyone, can you guys shut the fuck up? Okabe tried this shit before, and he didn't save the timeline. We know it can't be fixed. You guys are all idiots. Don't talk about Okabe like this, but now I'm just piling on the shit.
とっても大切な宝箱を
It's like she's softly opening the lid of a treasure chest,
そ
maybe.
んな顔っていうのかな。その顔とその時の
Her
声と
face, I forgot we're playing as him. Yeah.
すっごくあったかい気持ちになれるんだ。
Her face, her voice. Just remembering it makes me feel warm. To Kagari, Mayuri must have felt like a star shining in a world of darkness and mud and rubble and toxic waste and radioactive war zones and everything else that comes with a world war. A star shining brighter than anything else in the night sky. You know, because there's no sun anymore due to nuclear winter. Because of World War III. You know. Completely destroys the environment and no one can breathe normally outside without masks anymore. Wonder what the blue sky was like, Okabe. There was nothing, really. Her grandmother died, and Mayuri really loved her. Just like how you loved your parents, probably, before they died. And she looked so sad. Like she was gonna disappear any minute now. But then I said something really silly. You're my hostage, right? Hearing it from another person made me so embarrassed I wanted to go hide. Me when anyone talks about things I did in high school. I was young. The folly of youth, you know? I don't know about that. I didn't have a youth because I was a war orphan. Tell me, what is this youth thing you talk about? But those words saved Mommy, didn't they? I don't know. If those words meant that I was holding her back, even all the way into the future. He's like, desperately trying to change the subject. Really regretting taking her out right now. You hungry? Let's get something to eat. Oh yeah. I started walking ahead in an effort to change the subject. Kagari seemed hesitant as she tried to keep up. Is there anything you want to eat? Anything's fine. Turns out real food is much better than military rations. So I really kind of have a taste for anything that has actual flavor and spices. You know, because in World War III there's no more farms. That's always the answer that makes things the hardest, you know. But everything in this era tastes good, because it's real food. It's amazing. What do you eat in the future? Rocks and sand. Mostly yams. Bruh. But Mommy would flavor them differently. Mayuri cooked? Yep. Was her cooking, well, good? I don't know, Okabe. I had nothing else to compare the flavor to because there was no food. So if it was good or bad, who fucking knows? Yams are good as shit though, so I'm sure you can't really fuck up a yam. Yep. I see. The human animal was capable of growth, it seemed. Well, Yuki had been teaching her a lot lately. Maybe that had paid off. I really don't see how you can fuck up a yam. Like, honestly. They're so good. Anything's fine, really. Alright then. We're gonna go to the fucking May Queen. God! Welcome back, Measter. Ocarine and Kagari-nyan, too. I chose them to stop by May Queen and it was packed. Busy today. Nyan's right. We just started an anime tie-in campaign, yeah. Come to think of it, there was a sign out front with some anime characters on it. I'd seen those characters all over town. So the place is packed, yeah. you're willing to wait 30 minutes, I can seat you.
そういうことなら
We'll take a
また
rain
今度に
check
する
then,
よ
okay?
な
Yeah.
もっとゆっく
Let's
り
come
で
back
きそうな
someday when
時
it's
に
slower.
出直してくるね。せっかく来てもらったのに。
My apologies, guys. We left Mayqueen and walked around for a bit, but it was lunchtime and every place we saw was crowded. The writer really just... We could have just skipped that entire part, but man, the writer really wanted to add some Ferris to this route.
すごいね。
Wow, there's people everywhere. It's crazy what the world is like when there's 5 billion more people on it, Okabe. Remember how I told you that 5 billion people die in the future? It's such a difference in how many people are in the world. That's right. They should all just eat at home instead of going outside. People have homes in the present era, Okabe? Nuts. Actual insanity. I live in a tent.
でも、それって私たちに
But
も
that goes for us
当てはま
too,
るよ
doesn't
ね
it? Now then, what to do? I should probably lay off. I'm probably pissing some people off. Because I keep talking shit.
ラボで食べよっか。
Should we just eat at the lab?
言っとくが
Just so you
俺は
know,
料理な
I
んてで
can't
きな
cook.
いぞ
That's not true. I can. Okabe can't cook. Because he's failing at everything in this route.
私も
Me neither. Then that was out of the question.
簡単なもので
It
いい
doesn't
よ
have to be anything complicated.
私あれ食べ
I
て
always
み
wanted
た
to
か
try
ったん
that
だ
one thing.
ほら
You know,
お湯かけ
the
て
noodles you
食べ
put
る
hot water
ヌ
on?
ードル的なの。
カップ麺か
Instant noodles?
あんなものでい
You
い
sure
の
that's
か
what you want?
ね
Uh,
未来だと
in
ね
the future, a lot of factories go away, so it's harder to get.
なかなか手に入らなくなったるおじさんが
Uncle Daru
いつも
was always talking about how he
食
wanted
べ
some.
たい
So I wonder what they taste like.
ずっと気になってたの。
She was okay with that, so was I. Daru loses weight not by choice, but because there's just no fat foods left. That's why Suzaha keeps saying that that Daru's a lot skinnier in the future. So he's not by choice. There's just no like fatty junk foods left. He can only eat potatoes. So he's got a pretty decent diet. She said the joke herself. That's true, she did. I had just the thing. We bought a lot of instant noodles at the local convenience store. If there was any left, Daru would probably eat them.
すっごいね。
I didn't know there were so many different types of
あん
instant
なにいっぱい
noodles.
種類あるんだ。
今は未来と違って方式
Unlike
の
the
時代だか
future,
ら
there's
な
all kinds of different ones
コ
now.
ンビニなんかでは
Convenience
毎週
stores
の
get
よう
new
に
ones
新
almost
商品
every
が出
week.
る
そうなんだね。
You're right. I can pick any of
こ
these.
の中のどれを
Would
食べても
Kagari
いい
really
の
have any context for any of these flavors if she lives in a future where most factories have been wiped out? Like, would they mean anything to her? I'm not a big instant noodle guy, so I don't really know. But, like, in the case of, like, chips or whatever. Just heard, like, a loud bang in my apartment. Hang on, what the fuck? Really fucking weird. I guess it's nothing though. Maybe I should have announced the bang. The guy took cover as soon as I went around the green screen. But yeah, if in the future in Apocalypse, would she even have a context of flavors? But like, yeah, what was I saying? Potato chips, right? Like if you're like, hey, do you want sour cream and onion? She'd be like, what the fuck is a sour cream? Why is my watch stopped? Oh, my phone battery died. I just charged you. Kagari looked inside the plastic bag I was holding.
もちろん
Of course. Take your
好きなも
favorite.
の選んでくれ
それじゃ どれに
Alright.
しよっかな。
What should I pick then?
うんとね。
She looked just like a child. The way she put her fingers to her lips as her eyes shone.
私これにす
Oh,
る。
this one.
塩味の。
Salt flavor.
なんなら
You
2
take
つ
two
も
or
3
three
つ
if
で
you
も食べ
want.
てもいいぞ。
Really?
あ
But if I eat too many, I'll
ー
get
食べ過
fat.
ぎちゃうと太っちゃうしな。
She had so many different expressions, I never got tired of watching them.
そういえばさっ
Hey,
き
didn't you also get something else while we were there?
みたいだったけど。
あ
Yep,
あ、これだよ。
this. Took something plastic out of the bag.
これって
Is this
フォークだよ。
a
箸
fork?
じゃ食べづらいんじゃないかと
I thought it might be hard to eat with chopsticks. I wish I had a favorite, but war happened, so I never got the wonders of childhood. Higari has had until 1998 to 2010 to get a taste of what food's like in this era. True, but she doesn't remember that time period, so her only context is of her war-torn future.
自分専用のものにして
You can keep it and leave it at the
ラボ
lab.
に置いておけばいい。
いいの？
Is that okay? It's like when a significant other brings a toothbrush to your apartment. I got you a fork.
別に
It's nothing
大
special,
したもの
really.
じゃない。
Kurusu had always wanted her own fork. I knew this didn't make up for anything. I just wanted to do it.
やったありがとう。実はね、
Thank
私
you. Honestly, I'm not very good with chopsticks. Mommy always lectured me about it. But in the future, we primarily ate with our hands, because there was no such thing as utensil factories anymore.
あ、これ
Oh, it's got a bunny on the end.
うさぎ
How
さんが
cute.
ついてる。
I've never seen a real bunny, because they were extinct, because of the war.
へへへ。私専用のフォーク。
My own fork.
私のもの。
This means I own two things now. Is this going to be the ending where he hooks up with Kagari? That's kind of odd. I guess cope however you can. The other must have been the keychain Mayuri gave her.
でもなんでかな。
I don't know why,
私
but it feels like I've always
ずっと
wanted
欲し
this.
かったような気がする。
The Kurisu memories banging on the front of her forehead, trying to get out.
もしかしてこれもクリスさんの記憶
Could this be
な
one
の
of
かな。
Kurisu's memories?
さあ、
I don't really know.
どうだろうな。
I don't know.
ねえオカリンさん。オカ
Hey,
リンさんは
You were
ク
in
リ
love
スさ
with
んのこ
Kurisu,
と
weren't you?
好きだったんでしょ。
Let's stop talking now. What's that meme? Why does someone call you baby? What is that? Why does call you baby girl meme? Yeah. Why does Kurisu call you baby girl? How about we stop talking for a while? Why does X call you baby girl meme? Yeah. I'm going to make a Steins Gate version of that. There we go. Stop talking. Hang on, I'm making a note to Photoshop that after the stream. That is a certified classic Cubi meme that you guys will see later, I'm sure, if I remember to make it. An absolute banger in the making. What? Love? I almost choked at the unexpected change in the direction of the conversation.
大丈夫？
Are you okay? Where did that come
なんで
from?
そうなる？
だって大切な
Because
人
that's what
っ
it
ていう
means
の
when
は
someone's important to you,
そ
right?
ういうことでしょ？
Does he like not want to admit it or what?
で、どう
Is
な
it
の？
true?
好きだった
Did you
の？
love her? She seemed genuinely interested. I guess she was the right age for that.
まあ
It's true that
あいつ
meeting
と
her
の出
changed
会い
my
が
life. Oh my god, are
俺
we
の
gonna
人
have
生
hard
を
denial
大き
here?
く変えたのは確かだな。
ああ、ごま
Oh,
か
you
し
changed the
た。
subject. No fair.
でも人生を
I
変える
like
ほ
the
ど
idea
の
of someone
大
being
切
so
な
important
人
to you, they change your life.
なんか憧れるかも。
She changed everything, past and future.
ねえ、オカリンさんから見て、
Oh, Cream,
マキセ・クリスさん
what
って
kind of
ど
person
ん
do
な
you
人だ
think
った
she
の？
was? Weird that we hear in the dialogue you can hear the voice actress say Makise Kurisu, but the dialogue, like the subtitles we get are only pronouns. What kind of person do you think she was? But Okabe knows, so this is weird.
気になるか？
Are you interested?
自分の頭の中にある記憶
I
の
want to
持
know
ち主
more
の
about
こ
the
と
person who
も
owns
っ
the
と知り
memories in
た
my
いよ。
head. That would be so bizarre, man.
俺が教えなくてもそれ
You
こ
still
そ
have her memories,
記憶
even
と
if I
して
don't
頭
tell
の
you,
中に
right?
あるんじゃないのか？
それが
I can't force
自
myself
分
to
で思い出そ
remember
うと
them.
しても思い出せ
Sometimes
ない
they
ん
just
だ
come
よ
out
ね。
in fragments.
時々断片的に言ってそれも大抵
It's all really
難しい
complicated
こと
stuff.
ばかり。だから
I want to know about more what kind. I want to know more about what kind of person she was. You
そう
know,
いう人となりとか教え
Kagare has never actually met Kurisu, had she? If she was sharing the memories of someone she'd never met, that makes sense if she wanted to know more.
あいつは
She,
マキ
Makise
セ・クリス
Kurisu,
は
was a very
とにか
curious
く
girl.
好奇心の強いやつ
What
だ
a
った
weird
よ。
way to describe her.
ふむふむ
I see.
その上頑固
She
で
was stubborn.
自分が
If
正し
she
いと思
thought
った
she
こ
was
とは
right, she'd never back
誰に
down,
何を言われて
no
も
matter what.
決して曲げることはなかった。
そうなんだ。
I see.
不遜で
She was
強がりで
arrogant and
そ
strong-willed,
のくせ
but also really
寂し
lonely.
がり屋で
The memories of all the conversations I had with Kurisu and everything I'd gone through with her came flooding back to my mind. I talked to her here just like this once before, come to think of it. Not in this world line, though. This is the moment where he was like kneeling on the ground and Kurisu showed up, ready to help him.
それに
She was scary
怒
when
る
she
と
got
怖
mad.
かった。
I think that's probably one of my favorite moments of the first Steins Gate. Was when she shows up while he's like losing his mind trying to save Mayuri on this bridge.
怖い？どん
Scary.
な風に？
How? Why did in the dialogue she said kawaii? I feel like Okabe must have actually said she was really cute when she got mad.
回答して海馬に電極ぶっ刺す。
She'd say stuff
そうな
like,
こと言われた
I'll
り
cut
した
open
よ
your skull and jam an electrode into your hippocampus.
ふえ
And then for some reason, she ran a few steps forward and spun around. And then,
そんなこと言ってると解凍して海馬に電極ぶっ刺すわよ。
You keep talking like that, and I'll cut open your skull and jam an electrode into your hippocampus. Scary and cute sound similar? Oh, interesting.
今すぐ解凍して海馬に電極ぶっ刺してやろうかしら。
Flashback is just Kurisu saying the same thing.
なんて
Was it
こん
like
な感
that?
じ？オカリンさん？
あ
Oh,
いや
no. The memories of Kurisu inside Kagari. If they could be perfectly replicated inside Kagari's head, would Shina Kagari become Makise? Well, we already know this from the other route we did. No. It was a stupid idea. personality and memories were different things. But even so, if her memories turned into Kurisu completely, if that happened...
オカリンさん
Oh? Okabe's pants are too big for him, that's funny.
Huh?
Oh yeah, she could get, I don't know if that's what you were getting at, Joshu, but she couldn't, now that she has access to, Kurisu, I'm like confusing their names even. Couldn't she get Kurisu's reading Steiner? Huh? Kagari wandered back up to me and put her weight against me. It was so sudden I caught my breath. I could feel the warmth. I could feel her warmth on my chest. The feeling of her skin. It reminded me of Kurisu. Okabe really is just really into redheads. I mean, who can blame the man? The one that got away from me is a redhead as well. I also have a weakness for redheads for sure. I relate hard. The sound of her pained moan brought me back to reality. What's wrong, Kagari? My head. My head. Only redhead MILFs? That's not true. Redheads of any appropriate age group are good. Your head hurts? No, she just said my head over and over again because she wants you to pat her head and tell her she's a good girl again. Higari's body twitched in my arms. Uh-oh. No. No, I don't want to go back. Save me. Someone get me out of here. What's wrong, Kagari? Save me, Mommy. Why won't you save me, Mommy? Oh, yep. This is totally... My theory's coming true for sure. She was under Dr. Leskinen's control for a while. Calm down, Kagari. I grabbed her hands to keep her from struggling more, and no one came up and was like, what the fuck is going on here? I mean, maybe Japan's built different, but I feel like in the US, someone would have like walked up and been like, hey, what are you doing to her? She's screaming, somebody save me, as he's like grabbing her wrists. Like... The people on the street were staring at me, but I didn't have time to think about it. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, Corinne! Can you walk? Let's go back to the lab. She'd finally calmed down, but still seemed to be in pain. I let her lean on my shoulders as I took her back to the lab. Once we got back, she went to sleep and didn't wake up. Her headache seemed to have calmed down, but sometimes she'd still moan. I'd contacted Mayuri and the others. They're probably going to arrive soon, but the words she said before. Someone get me out of here. Save me, Mommy. Why won't you save me? What was that? Were those fragments of her lost memories? If that was the case, then she really was. Just as I went to look at the clock, the door opened and Mayuri and Luca came running in. Hey, what's up, Matt? How's it going, buddy? Is Kagari okay? Yeah, she's asleep now.
I'm glad. She must have heard us talking, because Kagari's eyes opened.
かがりさん。あれ
Huh?
ここ、どこ
Where am I? She looked around, afraid.
落ち着いて。
Calm down.
ここはラボ
You're
で
in
す
the
よ。
lab.
ラボ日本
The lab? Japan?
そうだよ。
That's right.
日本の
Akihabara,
秋葉
Japan.
原だよ。
Yeah, I feel like if she was experimented on, saying that you're in the lab is also bad.
日本。私、
Japan.
日本に。
I'm in Japan.
ああ、そっか。
That's right.
私、交換留
The
学で。
exchange program.
そういえば、
I need to get ready for the lecture, don't I? Oh, she's having full Makise moments. I didn't realize she'd have her memories up to this point.
留学
Exchange program?
様子が
She's acting
変
weird.
です。ね え、
Hey,
おかわり
Okarine. Exchange program. Lecture. Those were Kurosu's memories. Jesus, how recent are these?
あれ
My paper.
論文
Where's the paper?
パパ
I
に
worked really hard on it so I could show it to
っ
Dad.
て書いたんだけど。
落ち着け係
Calm
So
down,
lucky
Kagari.
my
Those aren't your
cubes are
memories. Kagari looked up at me in a daze.
オカリンさん。
そう
That's right.
お前は
Your
椎名
name is
鏡
Shina
だ
Kagari, not
牧瀬
Makise
クリスじゃな
Kursu.
い
かがり。私は
My name is
Shina.
Kagari.
かがり。
I don't know if I need to read the subtitle on that one. You guys probably got what was going on there, you think? Our base is covered. You know what that line was?
Lukaku 悪いが
Luca,
Kagari no koto
sorry,
o
can
tanomu.
you handle this? I can't deal with women when they cry.
はい。
Yeah. Hikari was confused for a while after that, but she gradually started to calm down again. Backlogged? You didn't get it? Okay, hang on one second. We good? Once it seemed safe to do so, I'd taken her back to the shrine. But maybe we weren't going to be able to look after Kagari ourselves after all. Maybe we should take her to a hospital? Was it my ego that was stopping me from doing so? I kept thinking about that as we walked.
今日はマユシーも一緒に泊まることにするね。
Mayushi's gonna stay over tonight, okay? Why did it sound like she said Kioma? Huh?
あ
Yeah, that'd be a
あ
big
そう
help.
してもらえると助かる
It'd make Kagari feel better.
なるべく普段と同じ
Try
よう
to
に
treat
接
her
し
like
て
you
やってくれ
normally would, as much as possible.
わかった。
Yeah, okay. I told her to contact me right away if anything came up, then headed back to the lab.
かがり、ひどいの？
Is Kagari in bad shape? That was the first thing Suzaha said to me when I walked through the door. She and Maho were sitting on the sofa. I told them about the situation already via Rhine. What do they say? Telling you this just in case, Kagari's collapsed. What do you mean? Is she okay? She's awake now, probably fine. Suzaha, you got time after this? I want to talk about what we do next. Okie dokie, I'll go back to the lab. I'll head there too. You sure? It's getting late. I'm fine. Thanks. I'll see you there. But they were still worried anyway. Probably. Okabe really self-conscious in this arc. He keeps saying probably and maybe all the time, specifically a lot more than in the other routes. I wonder if the individual routes had different writers. That would be interesting. She's calmed down now, but she was very confused for a while.
やっぱりクリ
Is
ス
it
の
Kurisu's
記憶
Ah.
memories? Yeah. At this point, I don't think there's any doubt. I still don't know why, but inside Kagari's mind were Kurisu's memories. The question was how to deal with the problem. There were limits to what we could do on our own. The most we could do was hope to figure out how this had happened. That wouldn't be a real solution. To really fix this, we need to get her back to normal, erase Kurisu's memories, and restore the original Kagari. And for that, we need the help of a specialist. Maho was a specialist in that sense. There was no one else who knew as much about memory and the workings of the brain. But that's a problem. We still hadn't told her that Kagari was from the future. In this world line, Maho didn't know Suzuha and the others that well. Of course, she didn't know about the future or the time machine. Was it okay to tell her?
ねえあな
How
た
did
た
you
ちは
guys meet
カガリさん
Kagari?
とはどうやって知り合ったの漆原さんのところに来る前は
I wonder what she was up to before she came to Luca's house.
カガリは千葉の県境で倒れていた
Kagari was found
助けら
near
れ
the
たの
prefectural border in Chiba.
意識を取り戻
When
し
she
た時
woke
点
up, she
で
didn't have any
それ以
memories
前
of
の
what
記
had happened
憶はなか
before.
っ
That was the same as the last world line.
たでも子供の
But
頃の
she
記
had her
憶はあ
memories
る
of
んで
when
し
she
ょ
was a kid, right?
鈴葉
You
さん
knew
は
her, didn't
彼
you?
女と知り合いだったのよね子供の頃の彼女は
Where was she
どこ
when
で
she was a
何を
kid?
していたの
Suzuha looked at me silently. I'm assuming this is a text from Suzuha as well, like, hey, what do we do here? Oh, is Kagari-chan okay? Mayuri asks. She's fine, don't worry. Not true. But I'm so worried. You getting worried will just make things worse. Show her a smile. Yeah. This is harder for Kagari than any of us. We need to cheer her up. You're right. Thanks, Ocarine. Thank you. I thought that was... I feel like that's a realistic scenario where Suzuha texts us like, hey, did we tell her about the fucking time machine? She felt responsible for what Kagari was going through right now, probably. I could see on her face that she wanted to bring back the old Kagari somehow.
おじさんどうする
Uncle, what do we
ヒアジョ
do?
ーさんに話しても
Can we tell her? Maho was a scientist. If we told her the truth, she'd be sure to take an interest in time travel. She might start working on a time machine. That was a big risk. But
カガリを救う方法を突き止めるためには
if we want to save Kagari, we
Yeah,
don't have a
no,
choice, I
yeah.
guess. I thought for a moment, then nodded. My priority right now was helping Kagari. Suzuha nodded back and turned to face Maho.
今から話すことを知っているのはごく
Only a
一部の
very
人
few
間しか
people
いない
know what I'm about to tell you.
だからヒ
So
アジョ
make
ーさ
sure
ん
you
も
don't tell anyone,
決して
okay?
他の誰かに漏
Be
らして
sure
は
to
しない
not get brainwashed after this conversation as well, please. That would be bad. What's this all about?
急に
Maho seemed overwhelmed by the sudden chill emanating from Suzuha. But Suzuha kept talking.
冗談に聞こえるかもしれないけど
It may seem like a joke,
冗
but
談
it
なん
isn't.
かじゃないんだ約束できるか
Can
否
you
か
promise or not? Pick one.
答えは2つに1つだ
Maho looked at me, hesitant. But she must have seen something in my face.
分かったわ誰にも言わない
Fine.
約束する
I won't tell anyone. I promise. She nodded.
それじゃあ
Alright.
まずはさっき
I'll
の質
start
問
by
の
answering
答
your
え
first question. Where were Kagari and I when she was a kid?
私とカガリが私たちは
We were living in the year
第三次世界大
2036,
戦が終わった
after
後
World
に
War III had ended and
未
civil
だ各
wars
地で
raged
内
on
戦が続
everywhere.
く戦時下に暮らしていた
Looks like the writer who wrote the first 3 novels only wrote the bad end, a regular end, and the true end. That would explain probably why I liked the bad end so much. Maho's mouth hung open for a second, but soon her cheeks flushed with anger. Don't make fun of me. I'm being serious here. Suzuha remained silent. Her eyes were ice cold, staring straight into Maho.
ヒヤジョウさん、鈴葉が最初に忠告したはずだ。
Yajo,
これは
Suzuha warned you at the
作
start.
り話でも冗談で
This
もな
isn't
い
a。fictional story, and it isn't a joke.
鈴葉とかがりは
Suzuha and Kagari came from
25
25
年後
years
の
in the
未来から
future
やってき
in
た
a
存在
time
なん
machine.
だ。タイムマシン。
タイムマシン
In a
そんな
time
ものが
machine?
作れるわけが
There's no way you could make.
その理論の大元を作ったの
Even
が
if I told you it was Makise
Makise Kurisu
Kurisu who came up with the basic theory. The second I said Kurisu's name, the anger vanished from her face.
そん
That can't.
なの分かった
Fine. I'll listen to what you
聞
have to
くだ
say.
けは聞くわ
Suzuha and I told her almost everything. How I met Kurisu, about the D-mails, what happened in the Alpha World line, the development of the time machine, Mayuri's death, attractor field theory, what happened in 2036, what was going on with Kagari. The one thing I didn't tell her was the truth about Kurisu's death.
とりあえず話を整理させて
Whoops. Just give me a moment to process all that.
つまり
What you're telling me is that Suzuha and Kagari came here from the year 2036 to have Okabe change the future.
2036年からやってきたと
Well,
そういうのね
Maho, that's kind of a blunt summarization of the entire Steins Gate show, so if you don't mind.
そうだよ
Right. Maho sank into the sofa and sighed. I can't imagine Okabe being
そ
capable
んな
of pulling
大層
something
な
like
こと
that
がで
off.
きるとは思えないわ
Rude. So I was definitely right on them not being as close on this line.
たった一人の人間に
I can't believe the fate of all humanity rests on a single person.
俺だって無理だと思っている。
I don't think I can do it either. I've given up, actually. On the future.
到底信じられない
It's not
話
really
ではあ
believable,
る
but
でも
the theory you
あなたの言っ
described
た
might
その
allow
理
for a
論なら
time leap, yes.
確かにタイムリープは可能かもしれないそれに何よ
And
り
more than anything, it was
その理
Kurisu
論
who
の
came
元
up
を
with the
作っ
theory,
たのは
right?
クリスなんでしょだったら
Then it's worth looking into,
検証に値すだってあの子は
because she was a genius.
天才だもの
Her words together seemed like a mixture of admiration, jealousy, and envy.
信じるんだな。
So you believe it?
その代わり
In
今度見
exchange,
せてほしい
I
わ
want
ね
you to let me see that
そ
time
のタイ
machine.
ムマシンを乗ってきたって言うならあ
If
る
you
んでしょ
came here in it, it's still around, right?
ある
It is.
すぐ近
It's
く
very
に
close.
検証作業は必
I'll
要
need
だ
to
け
look
ど
into this, but I've decided to believe you for now.
あなたたちの話
So I
を
want
信
you
じ
to
る
help
こ
me
と
to
にす
believe.
るだから分かった
Alright. There was no hesitation in her voice.
ありがとう
Thanks. If Suzuha said it was okay, it wasn't my place to speak. If Maho was going to help, that was all that mattered.
話をかがりの件に戻そう。
Let's get back to Kagari.
さっきも言ったように、
Like I just told you,
はぐれたの
she
は
separated from
彼女
Suzuha
が
when she
10
was
歳
10.
の頃。そしてそれ以降
We、have no idea where she was
先
until she
月
was
になって
found
見つ
last
かるま
month.
での足取りは全くつか俺は
I'm thinking she may have
So
not been in
I-
Japan.
彼女が海外にいたんじゃないかと
For
考
how
え
long,
てい
I
る。
had no way of knowing. It may have been the whole time, or perhaps only a week.
オカリンおじさんの仮説だとビクトリー
Uncle
コントリア
Okarin's
大学にい
hypothesis
た
is
こと
that
に
she
な
was
る
at
ね
VCU,
あ
and then in some
そして、
form or another, she
何
made
らかの
contact
形
with
で
Amadeus.
あ、アマデウスと接
The look on Maho's face was one between acceptance and resignation. She sighed loudly. A copy of Kurisu's memory data had been saved for use by Amadeus. This data was the only possible source for the memories within Kagari's head. Her words today had only strengthened my theory. And it would have had to have been like fairly recently, because the memories that she has are like basically Makise's last memories. Is she remembers going to Japan for the time travel conference. So then that means Kagari has the last Kurisu backup, which means it's been within a year that she was in contact with Amadeus. Actually, within half a year, technically. Like, because it's July, or like it would have been early July. The exchange program, the lecture. These fragments of memories were all before she'd come to Japan. The memory data had been last saved just before she'd left America. That was another match.
この前、レスキネン教授に確認してみたんだけど。
I just checked with Dr. Leskinen a while ago. He's my most trusted confidant. Kurisu's memory data has been sealed away, and no one can access it, he said. But I don't have the authority to check that for myself. It's possible someone took the data before the project was shut down.
何者かがデータを持ち出したことだって考えられるし。
The only people who could have done that were people involved with the Amadeus research, right? Not necessarily. Anyone could do it if they hacked the server. Oh, it was Daru all along! Fucking with Kagari's head to play an epic prank on his daughter. Anyone was an exaggeration. Your average person wouldn't have a clue. You'd have to be a super hacker. The question is why? If your theory's right, why would they want to do that? The most obvious possibility was someone wanted access to Makise Kurisu's mind. But Amadeus would suffice for that. There was no need to move her memories into another person's brain. Unless you couldn't get the Amadeus Kurisu to speak to you about these ideas and thoughts. Can we just have Daru hack this place and get Amadeus? Why would they want her mind that badly anyway? I don't know, because she invented time travel. Crazy idea. Genius, sure, but she'd only published a single paper. There's no reason to think it would be that important to anyone. Unless... What if someone knew that the basic theory of time travel was locked in Kurisu's memories? Someone out there would want it. But Kurisu arrived at that theory in the other world one you were telling me about, right? Have you ever heard of Dr. Nakabachi's paper? The guy who sought asylum in Russia? That's right. I took a look at it, and calling it a paper is being way too kind. I think it's an inferior copy. There's another version, an original. What are you talking about? Dr. Nakabachi's real name is Makise Soichi. He's Kurisu's real father. I thought back to what I saw that day. I've been thinking about whether it's possible or not to create a time machine. Read this. I want your opinion, Dad. Not bad. Really? I think maybe we could publish it under both our names. Don't publish this. I'll take it. Come to think of it, I remember her saying before she left that she was going to see her dad. He was announcing a new theory and she'd been given an invitation. That day, Nakabachi had stolen Kurisu's paper. After he'd gone to Russia, he'd published his own. I hadn't seen it myself. Whenever I thought about it, I always thought about what I'd seen that day. and what happened right after, so I've been avoiding it. But I'd heard the professors at school talking about it. It was so terrible it became something of a running gag. But if it was just a bad copy of an original, if what had been published was just Nakabachi's own reinterpretation of Kurasu's theory, and her original theory still existed somewhere else. That's right. Kurisu had written the original theory. It had to be better than that. She'd actually succeeded in making the time leap machine. Then you mean someone found out about this paper and is trying to get the theory needed to make a working time machine out of Kurasu's brain? The cause of World War III was the intensification for the race of the time machine between the EU and Russia. You're telling me America doesn't have anything to do with this race for the time machine? There's an arms race going on and America sits it out? That doesn't sound very American to me. Also, I like that the idea of digitizing memories and creating AI is a much simpler solution than just creating an idea for a time machine yourself. Even America started to get involved, and then it got out of hand. Okay, that sounds about right. Things are now proceeding exactly as history said they would. Those people had attacked the lab in the last world line. Tenoji had said they weren't Japanese, but they were military. Some military wanted Kurasu's time machine theory. That would explain why they chose to download her memories into Kagari's mind. I'm worried about Kagari. Luca, now's not the time. Hey, Joshu, see you later, man. I actually might wrap up pretty shortly here, even though we didn't get to a chapter end. Just hearing you say that makes me feel so much more relieved. Thanks. Counting on you. Leave it to me. Alright, this is the only time Okabe's ever said leave it to me, when someone said I'm counting on you to save the world. Amadeus would never talk about something he didn't want to talk about. But what about a human? There were truth serums and torture methods. A human could be forced to talk, maybe. Again, there's that doubt. Maybe they'd done that to Kagari. Of course, this is just a guess. But if it was a military that had tried to kidnap Kagari, it was quite possible. Moving memory data into a brain, huh? It's possible, right? Even with modern tech? Kurisu succeeded in it. And she said it was an application of her own research. That's right, it is possible. And that's what Amadeus was originally created to do. Medical applications, wasn't it? Leskinen had talked about it at the seminar, and Maho had interpreted. In this world line, Amadeus had been shut down, and the seminar never happened, though. Maho gave me the same explanation I'd heard before. I was right. Memory data transplants were theoretically possible. Kurisu's time leap machine is another application of this. Of course. Both of them were intended to move the memories back into the original person's head. Kurisu had said that was even that was dangerous. What would happen if you tried to move them onto another person's head? I don't think it would be as simple as copying them to a hard drive on a PC with a different operating system. We don't even know how much capacity the human brain has. In terms of strict storage capacity, it could easily have enough room to store the memories of two 20-year-old girls. Darwood once told me that the brain's storage capacity was 3.2 terabytes. That seems inaccurate. But the problem goes far beyond that. Like you said, we're not even at the point of successfully downloading memories back to the original brain. If you try to copy those memories into someone else's brain, it can cause serious inconsistency problems. Which, I mean, would explain Kagari then, right?
そして実際に今
In fact, we're seeing those errors start to happen right now.
このまま放っておくと
Can we send a zip bomb to the brain? Maybe. And it's just a bunch of spam pop-ups? What will happen to Kagari if we don't do anything?
ひょっとして
Will she turn into Makise Kurusu? Memories and personality are different. Man, the game really wants to make sure you know that. Game really wants you to know that. Memories are controlled by the hippocampus and cerebral cortex. Personality is constructed by the prefrontal cortex. These are rough estimates, but sure. The functions of the two are intricately connected. Different parts of the brain had different functions, but they weren't completely independent. Memories probably played a large role in forming your personality. The mix of the two sets of memories is probably putting a lot of stress on her brain. Especially when the other personality is as strong and bullheaded as Kurisu. It's not a personality that would just sit and hide in the shadows and recesses of your mind. If we don't do something, it could cause her entire personality to disintegrate. Okabe's like, and what's wrong with that? Suzuha slammed her fists into her knees in frustration. Is there a way to stop it? The only way would be to remove Kurisu's memories from Kagari's mind. Can you do it? If I can analyze the data in her brain, yes. But how many years away that is, I don't know. Suzuha's fists were clenched so tightly I could almost hear the sound. I could tell she was blaming herself for letting Kagari run away. If there was a way, it would be to overwrite her past memories again. Overwrite her memories? I don't think whoever altered her memories intended to leave her original ones. She might have been right. Putting two sets of memories in one mind was just asking for problems. Which means that the experiments they'd done on her had resulted in a different outcome than they had intended. In a sense, they failed. So if we were able to override her memories once more, with proper equipment, it might fix her. We don't have that memory data. We'll just have to hope they made backups. What about the equipment? It'd be great if we could just find it somewhere. If it doesn't exist, we can make it. It's not that easy. Kurisu made it, right? Huh? Oh, right. It had to work similarly to the Time Leap machine. Which means I can. No, I will make it. I might be able to help with that. The question is where to find her memory data, though. We'll have to find it somehow. There simply wasn't enough info. All we knew was that it was on a non-Japanese Western military. And that information wasn't solid either. If anyone held the key, it was the woman in the motorcycle suit. I thought of a name and quickly brushed it from my mind. Yuki. Any good ideas? None. It wasn't Amane Yuki. It couldn't be. We talked late into the night, trying to come up with a way to find out who had done the experiments on Kagari. But even though we spent a lot of time on it, none of us had good ideas. I can't believe it. No, but it's true, isn't it? I'm probably gonna wrap up soon here. I guess we'll let this this scene play out where Maho reacts. And then we'll wrap up.
On the train back, Maho was having trouble controlling her excitement. Two girls who said they came from the future. Okabe's story about the time leap machine. Normally, she'd never believe them. I like that Okabe's story is only about the time leap machine, not about all the devastating Mairi deaths and shit. Ma doesn't care about all that, it's just the time leap machine. This song is cool, though. But if Mahise Kurisu's mind had made these things possible, she could accept it. Kurisu is a genius. She just might be capable of it. To Maho, Kurisu seemed capable of anything. And most of all, she'd seen it herself. On the way back from the lab, Suzuha had taken her to the Radicon and showed her a real time machine. It was night, and she didn't have a lot of time to look at it closely, but she could tell at a glance it wasn't made with modern tech. Honestly, she wanted to start work on making another one tomorrow, or even right now, but she had something to do first. The time leap machine Kurisu had made. She needed to make an improved version. That meant she was going to practically be living at Okabe's for a while. So she decided to get what she needed from her office. From outside the building, she could see that the lights were still on despite the late hour. Oh, she stays at the lab.
Maho.
Then that means we can get my Okabe X Maho route that I'm hoping for. But probably not, because it looks like the lab got ransacked. As soon as she got inside, Dr. Leskinen rushed over, his face pale. Paler than usual? What happened here? The room had been ransacked. Of course, the place barely had anything in it to begin with. So with a quick glance, it was hard to see what had changed. With all the papers on the floor? What? But Maho and the doctor's desks had been clearly searched. The drawers had been locked, but the locks had been broken and the contents spilled out. Dr. Reyes hadn't brought much of anything, fortunately, so she'd escaped with little damage, but her drawers were dumped out too. What happened here? Someone broke in. A thief? It was like this when I got here. Like the espionage. In an empty office like this? She got away with little damage? All it cost her was the top button of her shirt. Gone forever. Lost to time. Wouldn't it make more sense to hit the Riken Institute next door? Only a few people even knew this office existed to begin with. Suddenly, Okabe's words began to take on a new meaning for her. Did this have something to do with what he said? Was the secret war over the time machine already beginning? Anyway, Maho, I want you to see if anything's been stolen from your things. Okay. Well, anything taken? Nothing of mine. She checked the desk and the drawers and couldn't find a single thing missing. What about you two? I don't seem to have lost anything. Crazy. I looked at my computer, but I don't see any trace of being accessed by a third party. They didn't just steal his computer? You're sure nothing was stolen? Yeah. Come to think of it, Maho, what about your laptop? Was that stolen? I left that at the hotel. It should be fine. I hope you're right. Wink. What do we do? Call the police? If nothing was stolen, it might not do any good to make a fuss. Maybe we should just wait and see what happens. Says two people who set up a robbery. Oh, that was him probing for where the laptop was.
They tore apart the lab looking for Maho's laptop, and they couldn't find it, so they asked her where it was. That's why he's like, "Oh, where's your laptop?" Maho wasn't sure that was a good idea, but she could understand going to the police would be a big hassle, especially since they weren't Japanese. More than anything, Dr. Leskinen probably didn't want to lose time that could be spent on research. The same was true of Maho, too.
教授、
Actually, Professor, I need a
実
favor.
はお願いがあるんです。
Oh, I thought that was about to be him just like fucking coming at her. Dr. Leskinen agreed to give her a vacation more readily than she expected. Maybe coming over to the office and over New Year's had paid off. Now she'd be able to focus on the time leap machine. Once she got back to her hotel, she got things ready. She wasn't checking out of the hotel, but she needed her clothes and other things so she could stay over at the lab for a while.
よし。
Okay.
あと
The
は
last thing I need is... Once she finished packing her bag, she grabbed another that was placed next to it. It was a laptop and a portable hard drive she'd gotten from Kurisu's mother after her death. She tried many times to crack the password, but never succeeded. She knew she wouldn't have time to do anything with it, but she still didn't want to leave it here.
そうだわ。
That's right, wasn't
確
he?
か彼。
After she made one last check of her things and got ready to leave, an idea came to her. Not a bad idea, if I do say so myself. Maybe this is what Kurisu wanted? She quickly shook her head and chased the idea from her mind. Kurisu would get mad. Life and death were like a binary 0 and 1. You could be one or the other. There was no will that existed after death. If it existed at all, it existed inside the brain. What was the idea? What? Alright. I think that is a good... Now that we've switched back to Okabe's perspective, I feel like that is a good spot to wrap up the stream for today. Because we technically are not even at the big route split yet. Anyway. We've been going for about 7 hours. And I had gone over quite a few rants. This is longer than I expected. Yeah, same here. I did rant for a while, so maybe that delayed a bit of it. But, I mean, it's good. I like the longer routes. Gives a chance for more details and stuff. But... Oh, sorry. Made a stretch. We'll see how things go. See how everything works out. But yeah, I feel like this is a good spot to wrap. Again, thanks for watching today, everybody. There will be no stream tomorrow. Yeah, no stream tomorrow. I'm going to post some video. I'll think of something. Or maybe I won't have a video. I'm going to be streaming on Saturday again, though. Going to do some, I think, Fire Emblem Warriors. I'm going to start that finally. I've been wanting to play that for a while. So I think Saturday will be a good day to start that. It's kind of like a different Fire Emblem game. Yeah, wandering. It's a different Fire Emblem game. It's not like the normal strategy ones. It's just a Dynasty Warriors beat 'em up. So I'm pretty excited for that. I want to kind of get started prepping for Fire Emblem Engage coming out in January, which I'll be streaming. Probably back with Steins Gate sometime next week. I'm not entirely sure if I'm streaming on Sunday or not yet. Still on the fence on my Sunday plans, but who knows? Probably maybe Monday I'm back at Steins Gate, or maybe Thursday, or maybe Wednesday next week. We'll see though. Not entirely sure, but more Steins Gate 0 for sure in the future. We got to get through all these routes. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying the story. I hope you guys are too. If you want to see more of these streams, of course, when I'm not streaming tomorrow, it would be a good time to catch up on my other Steins Gate reactions if you're coming from one of my Reddit posts and you haven't seen the other playthroughs I've done so far. Yeah, feel free. No stream tomorrow is a good time to catch up on any Steins Gate streams you missed. I played the OG
I played My Darling's Embrace. Obviously, I've done 0 so far. So stick around, check those out. Subscribe, like, hit the bell button for those notifications, and of course, when I'm not streaming tomorrow, join my Discord channel, and you can probably get a bunch of drunk messages from me as I'm at a Christmas party. And I'll talk with anybody about anything in my Discord, so again, feel free to join and hang out. Chat! We're trying to build a community here of people having fun, talking and chatting, and playing games, and reacting to anime girls. So, that's it. See you guys next stream. Have a good night, everyone.